Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
That's what Rolando said in tears before he died. He saw gold in the skeleton's right eye. Rolando was executed on that day, but after I came to Gaia, I still couldn't figure out the meaning of this sentence. In the right eye of the skeleton, what this guy wants to insinuate is that it is an ancient city or he is facing death because of it. But there is no more words on the blank page at the back, so we dive into the bottom of the sea. Because our dreams are at the bottom of the sea, said the rhombus-shaped uncle while drinking. I'm afraid the right eye of the skeleton is the location of the golden city of Shambhala. Su Kang told the truth and naturally got the approval of the diamond-shaped uncle. Immediately afterwards, Uncle Diamond told everyone the story he knew. The diary of May 21, 1122, after arriving at the island, we heard the wonderful chirping of birds coming from the forest, as well as the ringing of a very big, really big bell. It was a pure sound. The sound of the huge golden bell spread across the earth and resounded through the sky, as if the ancient capital was showing off its prosperity. Seeing that the civilization nurtured by the vast sea for a long time can no longer compete with the vicissitudes of the world. Not only have we lived for decades, but we have already looked down upon everything, and our hearts are so heavy that we cannot speak. We just stood there until the bells rang. Uncle Diamond kept sharing while drinking. Rolando's logbook, the orangutan and the orangutan, as Montblanc's little fans, naturally shouted the word Montblanc loudly. Immediately afterwards, the rhombus-shaped uncle also took out the golden clock he had collected. We found 3 such things on the seabed, although they are not big. What, so the Golden Land really exists? Luffy sighed. How can this little thing be used as evidence? This amount of gold can be found in ordinary ruins, said the orangutan king. Robin was an expert and immediately said, but this is enough to prove that this area of the sea has indeed given birth to civilization. The ingot is a specially cast product for dividing gold into small pieces, and it later developed into a product that people use for trading. That's right, there are also the wonderful bird calls mentioned in the preface. Take them out, the rhombus-shaped uncle said. The orangutan king and the ape king then took out the golden bird that they had treasured for a long time. Not only Nami, but also Su Kang's eyes were shining. This is bigger than the golden clock just now, so beautiful, Nami said. Could the golden bell and the golden bird be the symbolic totems of Gaia Island in ancient times? Sanji couldn't help but speculate. I don't know about that. I think they are probably part of some kind of sculpture. This kind of bird is called Nan Nanmi bird, and this kind of bird is still alive on this island. Uncle Diamond explained. Is this kind of bird rare? Luffy asked. Same as the diary mentioned. The Ape King said, about Nanan seeing birds, I heard about it when I was a sailor. However, after mentioning the Nanan bird, the Ape King, the Orangutan King, and the diamond-shaped uncle suddenly thought of something and shouted. It's not good. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Luffy also asked in confusion. Go and catch this bird and come back now, go right away, said the rhombus-shaped uncle. That bird? Why? No one understood what Uncle Diamond meant. Listen, the bottom to top current you are going to go to tomorrow is located directly south of the cape here. Do you know how to get there? Uncle Diamond asked. Of course we sailed towards the south, Luffy replied without thinking. This is a great waterway. Once you get out of the open sea, you won't know where to go from east to west. Nami also reacted. Yes, the target this time is not the island but the current, so the record pointer will be useless. So how can we head straight towards the south? Su Kang naturally understood. That's why we have to catch the south-south bird. This kind of bird is called a guide bird. It will fly straight towards the south. This is also its habit. The rhombus-shaped uncle nodded and said, yes, some animals in nature have the right magnets in their bodies to know their location. Ha-ho-ha, so Zoro is worse than an animal, haha, Luffy laughed at the side. Are you qualified to talk about others? Zoro shot back. The South Nanmi bird is the best among them. No matter how vast the land or sea it is flying over, its body will point in the right direction. In short, without this kind of bird, there is no need to mention anything, let alone the Sky Island. There is no chance of reaching the current from bottom to top, said Uncle Diamond. The friends were naturally shocked. Why are we talking about such an important thing now? Stop being nagging, all of you go look for Nan Nanmi Torai. During this period, we will help you strengthen this broken ship. Think about it carefully, there is no time to hold a celebration party tonight. Listen up, before dawn, at least catch a south-south bird, otherwise it will be too late to set off. Uncle Diamond said as he threw the tools for catching the south-south bird to Su Kang and others. Su Kang was cautious this time. The art of wood clone. After Su Kang finished using wood clone, there were 2 more clones of himself beside him. My 2 wood clones will go with you to find the guide bird, and my body will stay here to repair the melee together. This will also save us some time, Su Kang said. I heard that some people on the sea will have magical abilities after eating the devil fruit. You must be the kind of person who ate the fruit. It's really magical, Uncle Rhombus said in surprise. To be honest, this is not my fruit ability, it is my own ability. After Su Kang explained, Uncle Diamond said, okay, you can repair this ship with us. Next, the 2 wood clones, together with Luffy and others, went to the forest to search for the guide bird, while Su Kang's body and Uncle Diamond and others tinkered with the Mary. Su Kang could feel that although the melee was broken now, at least there was no major problem with the ship's keel. However, no matter how much repairs were made, the melee would probably not be able to survive the impact of the soaring sea currents and its departure from the empty island. Su Kang thought of the battle between Luffy and Usopp in the original work, and he felt that he was somewhat inevitable. Everyone in the forest suddenly heard a strange cry, so they split up and took action. However, not long after, Su Kang was too lazy to complain about his friends. Luffy grabbed the unicorn, Usopp, Sanji and Nami met the spider centipede, and Zoro accidentally fell into the quagmire. Su Kang then sent a wood clone to rescue him, and the other followed Robin and headed in the direction of the guide bird. Don't forget, although Su Kang is not a perceptive ninja, he is still very sensitive to changes in the surrounding environment. Su Kang easily saw the guide bird on the tree, but the guide bird was not kind at all. He knocked down the honeycombs on the branches one by one, hoping to use them against Su Kang. However, Su Kang would not be bullied by a swarm of bees and birds. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. Su Kang quickly formed a seal. This time, the surrounding water elements were much richer, so the power of the water dragon bullet was also much stronger. The buzzing bees in front of him were dispersed by Su Kang's water dragon bullets before they could reach Su Kang's side. The chicken thief, who was very good at guiding birds, saw that Su Kang seemed to have some special ability, and immediately flapped his wings and flew deep into the dense forest. Su Kang saw it, so he rushed over directly. Su Kang must catch this bird before dawn. On the other hand, where Uncle Diamond was, a group of pirates appeared in front of him. Each of these pirates had a fierce look. Su Kang recognized the leader of the pirates at a glance. Little brother, I say don't make our brother angry. You don't want to take advantage of the dark and windy night to loot the golds, do you? Little dwarfs, hurry up and go home, don't mess with us, we still have things to do. Brother Sarusama looked at the menacing group of seamen, said the thief. Ahaha, are you gatekeepers? But I didn't expect you to be here, the demon Su Kang and the pirate Kulikai. I didn't expect that you still dare to come here after the tavern taught you a lesson. And you, I heard the tragic story of your Mont Blanc family in the tavern. It's really touching, but it's a different feeling to snatch away the treasure that others worked so hard for. Bellamy took off his pirate jacket, seems to want to take action. I'll just tell you what everyone calls me, Bellamy the hyena, hahaha. Bellamy naturally angered everyone present. Since you are here, don't blame us for being ruthless. Don't underestimate our Ape Mountain United Army, said the Orangutan King and the Orangutan King. At this time, Su Kang spoke up. Wait a minute. Su Kang stretched out one hand to stop the Yuanshan brothers. What? No one knew what Su Kang was going to do. Haha, this guy must be scared, we dealt with him miserably. Bellamy started to laugh at Su Kang again. Leave these bastards to me, Su Kang said. Ha 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 ha. Bellamy and his other fishes laughed wildly, as if they had heard something even more ridiculous than Sky Island. You can just laugh because you won't even have time to react in a while, Su Kang said. This guy is really interesting. He obviously doesn't dare to fight with us, but he dares to be so tough. He is really not afraid of death. In this case, you should deal with him. Bellamy thought Su Kang was a weakling, so of course he was. No interest in him. Ha 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 ha. Bellamy's minions rushed forward in a rush, intending to quickly deal with Su Kang. However, this time it's not that simple. There was a reason why he didn't resist last time, but this time Bellamy took the initiative to come to the door, so there was no reason not to fight back. Whoosh, Su Kang exerted a little force, and the ground beneath his feet collapsed instantly. He disappeared like the wind. When he reappeared, Su Kang's eyes had turned into 3 Magatama Sharingan. Do you want to dance too? Su Kang was among the crowd and easily dodged everyone's attacks. Using only his most ordinary physical skills, he had easily defeated many people. Su Kang, who possesses Sharingan, has the ability to predict the opponent's attack, and Su Kang's speed is far faster than the opponent. Facing the attack of this group of people, Su Kang knocked all the minions to the ground in just a few seconds. At this time, Su Kang once again stared at Bellamy in front of him motionless. There were exclamations from behind. Awesome, I didn't expect my little brother to be so powerful. The person who spoke was none other than Uncle Diamond. When he confronted him before, Uncle Diamond knew that Su Kang had extraordinary skills, and now he has witnessed Su Kang's power. Wow, it only took a few seconds for so many people to do it. It's amazing, brothers Sarusama also praised. They all felt that they were very lucky. Fortunately, they didn't have any grudge against Su Kang when they didn't know each other. I didn't expect that you actually have a trick. However, no matter how powerful you are in front of me, you can only kneel down and beg for mercy. Today's most exciting show late at night is about to begin. Spring Sniper. At this time Bellamy pushed his feet hard and then his feet turned into springs. Then Bellamy rushed out and hit Su Kang's abdomen. Bang! Su Kang was knocked to the ground. Turns out it's all about looking at things but not using them. I thought you were so awesome, ha ha ha. Bellamy laughed at Su Kang again. How? Little brother, are you okay? Let's take action. At this time, the diamond-shaped Uncle Jun and the Sarushan brothers were about to take action to rescue. Who would have thought that Su Kang stood up unscathed? Don't take action, I just want to try this guy's strength. With this level of power, not to mention my body, even my clothes can't be broken. Su Kang was obviously not talking nonsense. After being attacked by Bellamy head-on, Su Kang was indeed in trouble. None. It's just a fluke, my attack is not over yet. Bellamy laughed and then used his strong jumping power to bounce up again. Of course, it was still towards Su Kang. This time, it won't be that simple, Su Kang thought to himself. When Bellamy rushed over, Su Kang just turned slightly to avoid Bellamy's impact, and Bellamy obviously wouldn't end it so easily. He rushed towards Su Kang again, over and over again. However, Su Kang's Sharingan had already predicted Bellamy's attack, and Su Kang's speed was not comparable to that of ordinary people. Su Kang also dodged the attacks again and again. Impossible, why can't I hit him no matter how fast I attack? Bellamy also became confused. At this moment, Su Kang didn't bother to hide and kicked Bellamy directly in the direction he was rushing towards. Su Kang was very fast and his prediction was very accurate. Naturally, he kicked Bellamy in the head very accurately. Bellamy was hit by Su Kang's blow and his own reaction force and instantly fell to the ground, very depressed. Impossible, my spring fruit will not lose to anyone. What's going on? Bellamy was also a little confused at this time. Although it only received one blow, even this one almost killed him. I'll show you the real power of the spring fruit. Bellamy's eyes were a little different. He stood up desperately and looked at Su Kang and said, I'm waiting for you. Su Kang responded calmly. Su Kang, who possesses the Scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan, appears to be more terrifying than Bellamy. After Bellamy struggled to get up, his aura became obviously much stronger, and he completely lost his careless look at the beginning. He seemed to be planning to fight seriously. However, Su Kang was different. Except for opening the 3 Magatama Sharingan, Su Kang had no other changes. His face was indifferent and indifferent. Whether it was Crocodile, Fire Fist Ace, or even the world's best swordsman, Mihawk, Su Kang had fought against them all and knew that Bellamy was still far from that level. Therefore, Su Kang does not need to be serious at all. Spring Sniper. This time Bellamy once again used his special skills and quickly hit Su Kang. At this moment, Su Kang raised the index and middle fingers of one hand. Bellamy rushed over quickly and his feet turned into springs. However, the final result was that Bellamy penetrated Su Kang's body and Su Kang disappeared like a phantom. What's going on? Bellamy was shocked. He had never seen anything so strange. The Ape King, Orangutan King, and Uncle Diamond behind him were also looking around. Even they didn't know where the real Su Kang had gone. Stop looking, I'm behind you. Su Kang appeared behind Bellamy without anyone noticing, and with a very ordinary kick, he kicked Bellamy forward and fell to the ground. Who are you? Is this your fruit ability? Bellamy asked in surprise. His whole body seemed a little stiff. Are you talking about the clone technique? No, this is just the most common of all my abilities. The more careless Su Kang became and the calmer he acted, the more Bellamy couldn't accept it. Bellamy of the ancient town of Chija Mo has never suffered such a loss. The arrogant Bellamy calls himself a pirate of the new era, so naturally he will not allow Su Kang to surpass him. So Bellamy stood up again and even Su Kang admired his perseverance. I don't believe it. I don't believe that your ability can be used without limit. Even if the water in the well is the same, it will run out sooner or later. I will continue to attack until you can't use your ability. Bellamy once again placed himself, his feet turned into springs, and then he bounced away and finally his fists hit Su Kang's body firmly. This time you can't run away. Haha, Bellamy was proud for a few seconds, but in the next second Bellamy was shocked again. Because he saw the demon Su Kang in front of him turned into a big wooden pile. The substitute technique and the clone technique are the most basic ninjutsu learned by a 3-year-old child. However, you may never be able to adapt to this way of fighting because these are all ninja moves. Sukang then said. However, you are right. No matter how rich the well is, it will not be inexhaustible. But what if the underground of this well leads to the sea? If it is really almost infinite, can you destroy it with just you? Sukang looked at Bellamy condescendingly. At this time, Bellamy was a little angry. He shouted, "Fight me with your true strength. Does it mean that I, Uncle Bellamy, am not worthy of your full strength?" Sukang smiled, ha ha ha. Are you kidding? Even if the 3 generals of Marine and the 4 emperors are here, it is not certain whether they can force me to use my full strength. Do you have a misunderstanding of your own strength, or are you unclear about mine? Sukang asked after finishing talking to Bellamy. Bellamy's expression changed again. Because Sukang has turned into Doflamingo. Although Sukang has never seen Doflamingo, relying on the memory of watching anime before, Sukang still looks like him vividly. Sukang then imitated Dover and laughed. Phew 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 tilde tilde Bellamy, look who I am. Sukang just wanted to play with Bellamy. What, Doflamingo? Bellamy looked at Sukang in front of him, a little unbelievable. No, you are not him. You are the demon Sukang. You, what fruit did you eat? How many abilities do you have? Who are you? Bellamy was already a little bit hurt. No matter what, Sukang showed more than 3 abilities very easily in front of him. For him, this really subverted his cognition. Yeah, it's normal for you to have so many problems. Everyone who has fought with me doesn't know what abilities I have, but don't forget the nicknames others gave me. I took them Super Devilman with Super Devil Fruit. Even in the Devil Fruit illustrated book, my fruit's ability will not be found. And the abilities I showed just now have nothing to do with him. Sukang raised his head and saw Bellamy's eyes once again filled with fighting intent, and then said, Okay, I understand. Since you insist on fighting me, I will grant your little wish. Let you take a look at the abilities of my Devil Fruit. Sukang knew that Uncle Diamond and the Orangutan King were very curious about their abilities, and now they also planned to show off. Sukang's body then changed, and a black shadow appeared on his skin just like Susanoo, but it was not that huge, it just covered his body. This is my first form, Sukang said. Sukang divided his transformation into several levels, just like Luffy did, but Sukang himself divided them according to the changes in form. The black shadow all over Sukang's body became thicker and thicker. Finally, the original shadow actually materialized, and Sukang turned into a humanoid demon with huge wings growing from his back and horns growing from his head. The whole person became more cold and bloodthirsty, and with his 3 Magatama Sharingan, he stared at Bellamy, making Bellamy's whole body tremble. This is the second form, and it is also the beginning of the evolution of my human form. After Sukang finished showing it, he shouted loudly. Sukang originally looked like a human, but he had many demonic characteristics. However, now Sukang has completely turned into a demon. At this time, Sukang is like a demon, with a huge body and terrifying momentum. If you are not familiar with Sukang, you will definitely think that Sukang is a bad guy. This is my 3rd form, which is also the complete form of the devil. In this form, I am not afraid of attacks from any element, and my defense, attack, and speed will be increased by a level. Do you think you will be my opponent at this level? Ha 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 ha, Sukang couldn't control himself. In the 3rd form, Sukang is considered a bloodthirsty beast, and even he himself can't bear it. My strongest form. The 4th form, Sukang smiled slightly, and his whole body turned into the most normal form again. But the only difference is that there is a layer of black energy around Sukang, and there is also a mysterious mark on Sukang's forehead. In addition to the layer of black air around him and the mark on his head, there were also Sukang's eyes, the whites of which turned red. Are there any other differences in Sukang at this time? The answer is no. This 4th form is actually very familiar to everyone. It was Sukang who completely released his Super Devil Fruit ability and used Shura's Shikai in his hand to complete a brand new form. However, the enemies Sukang has encountered so far cannot even defeat the 1st and 2nd half-demon and humanoid demon forms, let alone the 3rd complete demon form and the 4th Shura demon form. Sukang saw that everyone was open-mouthed and dumbfounded, so he directly returned to the normal state from the beginning. Is every devil fruit user so powerful? Uncle Diamond asked. Sukang shook his head naturally and said, Of course not, this guy is the user of Paramisha's spring fruit, and the Straw Hat Boy is also the user of Paramisha's rubber fruit. But there is no strong or weak distinction between fruit abilities. The most important thing is people who use it. Sukang looked at Bellamy when he spoke. At this time, Bellamy didn't know what to say. Although Sukang just transformed and did not attack him, Bellamy already understood that he would never be Sukang's just by feeling Sukang's transformation and Sukang's momentum. Opponent, because he, the strongest person Bellamy had ever seen, was not as powerful as Sukang. Seeing that he had restrained Bellamy, Su Kang didn't bother to take action. It was also the first time for Su Kang to show the form just now. In the previous battles, Su Kang did not show so much because of his too strong ability. And don't forget, Devil Fruit can be developed and awakened. Think about it, if Su Kang uses the fruit's ability after awakening, will he use Shura's Wanji at that time, plus his own Mangekyo Sharingan or even reincarnation? Eyes. I'm afraid no one will be Su Kang's opponent at that time, right? At least no one Su Kang knows will be Su Kang's opponent. How's it going? Have you met a real strong man? Bellamy, my bounty is 300 million, not 30 million. You can see clearly before looking for trouble. Don't worry, I won't treat a frightened little pirate like that, so now, what are you going to do? Su Kang did not continue to attack, because there was no point in continuing to attack. At this time, Bellamy seemed to have no intention of fighting anymore. Bellamy hesitated to speak, seeming a little embarrassed. Finally, Bellamy mustered up the courage and said, Su Kang, I don't care how strong you are. I must try my best before leaving. Otherwise, you kill me now. Bellamy still refused to give up, or maybe he felt that running away like this was too cowardly. Su Kang shook his head and said, okay, I'll give you 3 seconds. Spring jump. At this time, Bellamy activated his fruit power to the maximum. His hands and feet turned into springs, and his whole body gathered momentum backwards in the most arrogant and powerful way, and finally moved towards Su Kang rushed out. In that case, I will also use my ability to entertain you. Devil's Fist. Of course, Su Kang could dodge or get out of the way, but that would be of little significance. What Su Kang had to do now was to blast Bellamy's ecstasy with one punch. One punch blasted Bellamy's arrogance, ignorance, and arrogance. Su Kang only used the first form of Demon's Fist, and the shadow on his hand gradually enlarged, and finally Su Kang's fist met Bellamy's fist. The two sides seemed to be evenly matched, but after their hands touched together, each understood the other's background. Not bad, he is indeed a man with tens of millions of Baileys. Su Kang laughed. Su Kang didn't feel any pressure at all. Is the devil stronger, or the spring? The answer is obvious. At this time, Bellamy's face was no longer shocked or surprised, but calm. He had already guessed the result of this punch, and the result was exactly as expected. At this time, Su Kang stopped, but Bellamy in front of him had been beaten to the boat. Su Kang glanced at Bellamy's henchman lightly and said, Go away and get up, stop pretending. Don't come here to cause trouble for the 3 of them in the future, otherwise I will never let you go. After Su Kang finished speaking, sure enough, Bellamy's henchmen around him quickly got up, swam quickly to the boat, and finally ran away with Bellamy in despair. These guys run really fast. Su Kang smiled, and then Uncle Diamond and Brother Yuanshin expressed their gratitude to Su Kang. After all, these people were obviously here to get the gold. By the way, do you know about Nan and Michio? Uncle Diamond asked. Su Kang shook his head and said, If we find them, they should be back, but now I don't have any information here. There seems to be something wrong. Su Kang's wood clone finally saw the Nanan bird in the depths of the jungle. At this time, the Nanan bird was very arrogant and jumped around there. Chopper was translating on the side. It said you guys also want to catch me, idiot. What? The stinky bird showed up on purpose just to say such sarcastic words. Look at me. At this time, Usopp raised his slingshot, intending to knock it down. At this moment, Robin appeared in time. She used her flower fruit ability to grow 2 hands directly on the bird's body and caught it easily. Su Kang's wood clone wanted to use some wood style to trap the bird, but he was afraid that his technique would be too powerful and hurt the bird, so he hesitated. As long as you see it, it will be easy to handle, Robin said with a smile. Okay, in that case, let's go over there first. Su Kang's wood clone then disappeared directly, and Su Kang himself also obtained the information on the wood clone. Okay, we've caught Nan and Michio, let's work harder. Su Kang here is not idle either. At this time, he and Uncle Rhombus, the brother of Sarushin, are reinforcing the melee. After the partners arrived, everyone tacitly began to strengthen the melee together. When it was completely light, everyone finally completed the reinforcement and went to the uncle's house to take a nap. Su Kang was woken up. I'm so sleepy, I've never been so sleepy before. This is the first time Su Kang got up so early. Although it's okay not to sleep, Su Kang is still sleepy. The time to set off must have come. If we don't set off, we won't be able to go to Sky Island. The speaker was a female voice. Su Kang was startled, and then he opened his eyes and saw Robin. Robin, I thought it was Usopp and the others calling me. I'm sorry, Su Kang apologized. It's okay, get up quickly. By the way, you said before that there is a historical text there, Robin asked. Yes, I'm sure there is. Su Kang, who has seen the original work, can certainly confirm it. Really? That's great. This is one of our goals this time. After Robin finished speaking, he blushed and went out. Su Kang took a look and realized that he was not wearing any clothes. It's really embarrassing. Su-Kang quickly put on his clothes and everyone was ready. Even Luffy was very reliable. When Su-Kang asked, he found out that Luffy had gone to bed so early in the morning. I went to catch Hercules. What an energetic monster. Su-Kang complained about others in his heart, but he didn't know that others often complained about him in the same way. At this time, the Melee had completely changed its appearance after a night of reinforcement. The former Melee could be said to be a little goat, but now the Melee is a cute little rooster. Awesome, is this the flight equipment of the Mary? It seems like you can really fly, Luffy was also shocked. Okay, it's time to set sail. Brothers, Usopp said, raising his hand. Then the Ape King and the Orangutan King led their own Arrow Mountain Alliance army and began to escort Su-Kang, Luffy and others' golden Melee flight. At this time the diamond-shaped uncle shouted loudly, Ape Mountain United Army. Don't take it lightly, even if the sky falls we must protect these guys to the end. The crew members also shouted aggressively, okay. Okay. Let's go. After Luffy and Su-Kang announced their departure at the same time, everyone lifted anchor and sail, and headed straight towards the south in the direction indicated by Nanan Maitori. At this time the diamond-shaped uncle said, Little brother, we are saying goodbye here, but there is something you must understand. Huh? Luffy and Su-Kang both looked at the uncle in confusion. The Golden Bell and Sky Island, no one in the past has been able to prove that they don't exist. Some people may laugh at me and say this is a made-up myth, but what's wrong with that? This is the romance of a man. Romantic. That's right, be careful, don't fall from the sky. The diamond-shaped uncle watched everyone leave. Uncle. There must be a golden clock in this world. Uncle Diamond, don't mess around. The friends finally watched Gya getting further and further away and said goodbye. At this time, Brother Sarusama began to remind him non-stop. Listen, it's 7 o'clock in the morning now. According to current calculations, it will be 11 o'clock in the morning when we reach the vicinity of the current. As Dad told you, the location of the current from bottom to top will be different every time. Same, so I must arrive early to have time to accurately detect his location. Because we departed later than scheduled. He said a lot, but Luffy didn't listen carefully, and Su-Kang didn't want to listen at all, because what the Gorilla King said had been said before, and if he said it again now, it would be very annoying for everyone. Finally, it was almost agreed, and Su-Kankai discussed it with the Yuenshin brothers. They still listened to Su-Kang's words, and then decided to set off towards their destination with a relaxed mood. After a while, something unexpected happened. Su-Kang has long known that accidents at sea are the least unexpected things. Boss, something's wrong, shouted a boy over there. What's wrong? The dark night is coming this way from the southwest, it's Jaidian. Really, what time is it? It's 10 a.m. earlier than scheduled. It's really bad, is there anything the orangutan can do? After learning about this situation, the Orangutan King immediately asked the Orangutan King. The Orangutan King also did his part and immediately said, the sea-exploring divers will be dispatched and go to the sea immediately to explore the position of the current. Yes, then the sea explorers went into the sea. Something happened here and the partners on the Melee naturally noticed something was wrong. That's the Emperor Cloud, Nami said after looking at the dark clouds. The jet clouds appeared earlier than we expected, but the position of the bottom-up current has not been determined yet, Nami said. At this time, the Orangutan King used sound waves and used sound wave reflection to do some detection work. Reflected sound waves confirmed, a large current appeared at 12 o'clock. A huge creature was detected at 9 o'clock, it should be a Poseidon type. There are waves in the opposite direction to the current at 10 o'clock. It's probably a huge whirlpool. The Ape King heard the emergence of a whirlpool and immediately reacted. That's it, turn the rudder to the 10 o'clock position. That is the precursor to the explosion. Move towards the whirlpool and don't retreat. At this time, due to various changes in the seabed, the sea began to become unstable. Everyone on the Melee was also a little unable to stand still. The waves suddenly got higher, Nami said. The ship is going to sink, Usopp said in fear. This is a precursor to an outbreak, everyone be careful, Su-Kang reminded immediately. Miss Navigator, where is the direction of the record pointer? Robin asked. Nami stared at his record pointer and then said, the pointer keeps pointing at that cloud. Is Sky Island there? Usopp asked. Nami, who is sensitive to the weather, immediately said, the wind direction is just downwind now, and the cumulus clouds are moving towards the center of the vortex. Wait a minute, what whirlpools? Where is the whirlpool? Luffy was very confused, still looking like he didn't understand the situation. Brother, it seems that there is absolutely no mistake this time, said the Ape King. The scale of the outbreak is also very large and all conditions are met. The Orangutan King agreed. Can we go to heaven? Everyone was feeling nervous, excited, and scared at this time. At this time, a grappling hook was suddenly thrown over from Sarusama's ship, which could temporarily fix the escort ship, and the melee so that the whirlpool would not break up everyone. Let the orbit of the whirlpool take you there, follow the vortex. As long as you don't reverse the steering after entering, you can reach the eye of the whirlpool smoothly, the Ape King reminded. Almost being swallowed up, Usopp said with great fear. At this time the melee was being attracted by the whirlpool and everyone was afraid that the ship would be swallowed. Really, I never said the ship would be swallowed, Nami said very worriedly. Don't be afraid, I will protect Nami and Robin, Sanji said. This is the first time I have seen such a big whirlpool. Robin is already thinking about how the ship will be destroyed. No, I want to go back, I won't go to Sky Island. Usopp regretted it now and naturally it was no longer useful. Give up, Usopp, it's too late, Zoro said. Someone's heart has already flown to the empty island. Sky Island, I'm coming, Luffy shouted like crazy at this time. Sukeng stared around closely to prevent any accidents from happening. Suddenly, a huge Poseidon appeared in front of me. However, no matter how ferocious the Poseidon was, it was eventually swallowed up by the whirlpool in the darkness. At this time, Brother Sarusama had also released the grappling hook. Okay, brothers, let's wish ourselves good luck next, Brother Sarusama said. Okay, thank you for your escort. Luffy was not worried about his situation at all and waved his hands to say goodbye to the Sarayama brothers enthusiastically. Wait a minute, spare me, I can't bear it anymore. Spare me, it's too scary, come back quickly. B*********, D, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. At this time, Usopp felt more and more frightened. Although he knew it would be very dangerous at the beginning, he did not expect it to be so dangerous. Even Nami complained in the same way, you never said there would be such a big whirlpool before. This is fraud. This is fraud. It's turning into night. We have been trapped in the whirlpool, Chopper said in horror. Sukeng, please persuade Luffy quickly, let's go back now, it's still too late to turn around. With such a big whirlpool, we will definitely be buried under the sea. Sky Island is simply a dream within a dream. Usopp is also ready to seize it. This is the last straw. However, since we are already here, Sukeng will naturally not listen to Usopp and give up this trip to the empty island. Luffy obviously heard what Usopp said and immediately said, dreams within dreams, that's what they said. When Nami saw that Luffy seemed to be a little relieved, he immediately said, yes, Luffy, I also think we are too reluctant this time. Unexpectedly, Luffy said again. That is the island of dreams. If you miss such a big adventure, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Luffy turned his head. Not only did Luffy not have any fear at this time, but he was full of excitement. Sukeng naturally knew that Luffy would never give up this trip to the empty island. The ship shook again and Zoro said, hey, when you are making unnecessary resistance, the ship will be swallowed by the whirlpool. A huge dark whirlpool appeared in front of the ship, and the Mary quickly rushed towards the center of the whirlpool. Hurry, Nami, hurry and fall into my arms, Sanji also said excitedly. At this moment, the entire ship rushed into the center of the whirlpool. Oh my god, I'm going to fall, Usopp was horrified. However, after the boat fell, the entire sea returned to calm, which no one expected. Disappeared? Why? What happened? Such a big whirlpool eye has disappeared, what happened? Everyone was a little confused. Could it be that Uncle Diamond and others had made a mistake? While everyone was scratching their heads, Sukeng had already felt that things were not that simple. Everything in front of him was just a moment of calm before the storm. No. An undersea eruption has begun, Nami reacted the fastest and explained. So, the vortex eye has temporarily disappeared from the bottom of the sea. No. It can't be right. At this moment, a voice once again attracted everyone's attention. Stop. Everyone looked in that direction. That person, Sukeng, Luffy and Zoro looked at each other and recognized the person. I finally caught up with you, Demon Sukeng and Straw Hat Luffy. I thought you were bragging, but I didn't expect that your bounty is really quite large. The person coming was none other than Blackbeard. At this time, Blackbeard had begun to form his own pirate group, and his men had gathered on Blackbeard's ship. That person we met in Demon Valley Town, Nami also thought of this person. Who is it? Sanji didn't know Blackbeard at all. You brat, one has 100 million Baileys, the other has 300 million Baileys, I'll take your heads. You should wake up, Blackbeard said very loudly. The appearance of Blackbeard made the Ape King and Orangutan King feel something was wrong. Huh, why is it so dark over there? Blackbeard also felt something was wrong. How can my head be worth 100 million Bailey? Luffy is a very slow responsive person, and he is naturally still in the state where he had previously placed a bounty. You really don't know yet. Your head is now worth 100 million Bailey. The announcement is out. As for the demon Sukeng, he has 300 million Buri. And the pirate hunter Zoro, your head is worth 60 million buri. Profit. Blackbeard told these things to his companions. Wow, Zoro, you actually have a bounty of tens of millions. I see, it must be because of Alabasta time that the bounty has increased so much. It has actually soared to 100 million bali. Sukang must be because Marine has also noticed how powerful he is, right? Nami guessed to himself. 100 million Baileys, that's great, did you hear that? I am 100 million Baileys, but Sukang, why are you 300 million Baileys? You are twice as big as me. Luffy was a little reluctant, said, 3 times, Sukang corrected. Wow, it's 3 times, this is unreasonable. This is unreasonable, Luffy was a little disappointed. My talent is the most disappointing, it's only 60 million Baileys, this is even more unreasonable. Zoro was even more reluctant, he thought his bounty should be higher. Nami couldn't stand it anymore and cursed, you people, what is there to show off? At this moment, the Mary was suddenly lifted up by the sea water. And when the sea water was about to rush upward, it naturally washed Blackbeard's very ordinary large raft aside. Everyone grab the hull or hide in the cabin, Sanji reminded. It's over, it's going to fly. Usopp was so scared that tears were about to flow out. The little Mary is just above the soaring current. However, due to the emergency, no one got into the cabin, and everyone clung to the hull. Almost everyone had no idea, including Sukang. Even for him, this was his first time experiencing such a thing personally. The seawater finally surged up, and the Mary was instantly swept away. Even the Ape King and the Orangutan King, their boats were affected, not to mention Blackbeard's raft, which was pushed aside in an instant, and it was inevitable to fall apart. What's going on? Usopp asked with some fear. The boat is now moving vertically along the water column, Sanji said. It's so fun. Luffy, who was already excited, became even more excited now. What's the principle? Usopp asked. It's the wind, Nami replied. Great. This will definitely make it to the sky. Go ahead, Golden Mary, Luffy shouted. Wait a minute, I'm afraid it won't go so smoothly, Sanji said. What's wrong? Did you forget to take something? Luffy asked. The hull of the ship started to float. Sukang felt something was wrong and then said, We can't go on like this, the whole ship will be thrown out, Sanji said. Then the consequences are unimaginable, Usopp said. What should we do? All we can do is hold on tight, Usopp said feebly. What is that? Chopper said. It turns out that the huge Poseidon just fell from the ocean current. You see, it's only a matter of time before we fall like it did, Sanji said. What's the use of talking about this now? We came up by this current. How can we go down on our own strength? Zoro asked. This is indeed a disaster. Sanji was also a little helpless. Wow, there are a lot of things falling from above. Those are all victims of the ocean current from bottom to top, Chopper said fearfully as he looked at the sky. It's over. This time we are really over, falling into the sea from such a high place. We will definitely die. Sukang, remember to save me later, Usopp said in fear. Even Sukang couldn't turn things around on his own in this situation. Sukang can use Wood Clone to use the fruit ability so that everyone can be saved, but what about the melee? Fortunately, Nami used her strengths at this time. Set the sail immediately. Move quickly. This is the sea. It's not an ordinary water column, it's a sea current that rises to the sky. And the wind blowing up from below is the updraft produced by the geothermal heat and steam explosion on the seabed. Since the objects are wind and sea, I can sail. If what Nami said were heard by strangers, they would probably say that she was lying. But everyone who knew Nami's ability naturally believed her 100%. Leave it to me, Sukang was the strongest and naturally set sail at the fastest speed. So that's it. In addition to the soaring sea currents, there is also the existence of wind. I have ignored this, Sukang thought as he raised the sail. Who is the navigator of this ship? Nami asked. It's Miss Nami, only Sanji responded with a smile. Although the others did not respond, they admired her very much. Okay, the wind is on the starboard side now. Turn to left rudder immediately, try to make the hull match the current, Nami said. Obey. Everyone was extremely obedient. This was a life-or-death moment. Oops, the hull is about to leave the water, it's going to capsize. We're going to fall in. Chopper noticed something was wrong and immediately informed Nami in panic. Think of a solution quickly, Nami. At this time, Nami said calmly, No. It's no problem. Using thermal airflow and the Mary's modified wings to balance the hull and ocean currents. How wonderful. In this way, the ship will fly. Nami is indeed a genius navigator. Sukang was very impressed. He praised Nami generously. And what happened next was exactly what Sukang Nami thought. The Mary took off like this. Wow, it's really flying, it's so awesome, our ship is flying into the sky, Luffy said excitedly. Really? Usopp thought he was dreaming. Yo, Chopper looked shocked while Sukang and Robin smiled faintly. Zoro was proud while Sanji said with red hearts in his eyes, Nami, you are great. I love you so much. As long as you ride on this ocean current, you can fly as high as you want, Nami said. Nami, is Sky Island coming soon? Luffy asked excitedly. Nami pointed at the giant emperor cloud and said, if it really exists, it should be on the other side of that cloud. It's on top of the cloud. What's on top of that? Rush towards the Sekiti cloud. I'm coming to Sky Island, Luffy shouted in anticipation. In this way, everyone flew towards the sky along with the soaring sea currents, but after a while the Mary had already plunged into a sea of clouds. Since the empty island might be on the other side of the cloud, everyone could only fly to the other side of the cloud along with the sea current. Wow, I can't breathe, Luffy couldn't help but said. After a while the Melee finally broke out of the sea of clouds. At this time the Mary's wings had been broken and it was lying peacefully on the clouds. On the deck, Nami coughed and breathed and everyone lay flat on the deck. Usopp didn't know whether it was because of fear or something, but he stopped moving. Sanji, Chopper, Zoro, Robin, and others were all panting. What puzzled Sukang was that Luffy was still extremely excited. Everyone look. Look outside the boat. Outside the boat there are endless white clouds. It's completely white. We should have reached the cloud layer closest to the sea, right? Sukang said. Cloud? Chopper looked very surprised. On the cloud. But why won't it fall? Nami asked. Why not? Yumbin can sit on it. Luffy said. Where can I sit? Everyone couldn't help complaining. It's bad, Usopp is out of breath, Chopper said looking at Usopp. Find a way to save him quickly, use artificial respiration. Sanji said, okay, I volunteer to help Nami with artificial respiration. Zoro cursed, idiot. Let me do it. Sukang then took out something from his incredible bag. Sukang held this thing in front of Usopp and asked him to inhale it, and Usopp woke up instantly. What smells so good? Usopp, Chopper was naturally happy when he saw that Usopp was fine. Where is this cloud? What? Isn't this a cloud? There are too many clouds. What is this? Usopp became restless for a moment. Nami observed it for a while and then said, in other words, this is the so-called Kyukai, right? The sea of clouds in the sky, the Sea of Kong, seems to have some truth. However, I think this is not our destination because this is not an empty island. We should find a way to continue upward, Sukang said. No. Nami also looked at the record pointer on his wrist. Sukang is right. Look, the record pointer is still pointing up. It seems like this is just the middle of the Jai Emperor cloud, Robin said, so we really should continue going up, but the question is how, Chopper asked. I don't know about this either. Robin was also a little helpless. I think that since the ship can float here, we should find a way up. Maybe there is an entrance here specifically to the Sky Island. I just hope she won't charge our tickets. Sukang's sudden words made Usopp laugh. You need to buy a ticket to go to Sky Island. This is not a park, haha. Usopp then looked at the pure white sea of clouds and impulsively took off his shirt. Haha, first step, Captain Usopp goes swimming, Usopp said. Luffy and Chopper around him expressed their support. Hey, don't mess around, don't act rashly if we don't know the situation. Naturally, Usopp ignored Sanji's reminder at all. The sea is just the sea. Usopp then jumped into the sea of clouds and started swimming. I really envy Usopp, he can swim. It seems like fun. Luffy and Chopper were both very envious. Zoro felt something was wrong and asked, he hasn't shown his face. I have a question, will there be an ocean bottom in this place? Robin's question woke everyone up. Ah. Only then did everyone react. Did that guy fall from here? Zoro asked in surprise. I told him not to act rashly, but he didn't listen. What an idiot, Sanji couldn't help but cursed. Usopp, Luffy was worried about Usopp's safety, so he naturally extended his arms. When Robin saw this, he immediately said, stretch your hands as far as possible. But I can't see it, so I can just grab it randomly. Don't worry, leave it to me. Robin then used his flower fruit ability, and Luffy's hand instantly grew eyes. Luffy stretched his hand out of the clouds and then saw Usopp's figure. At this time, Usopp had already fallen outside the clouds. Over there, said Robin, six-wheel flower. Eventually, Robin caught Usopp. Okay, you can stop now. Great, Luffy then retracted his hand and finally pulled Usopp back. At the same time, Luffy also brought back some monsters. Oops, these guys want to eat Usopp. No, Nami, Chopper, and others said in fear. What's there to be afraid of? Zoro pulled out his sword, and with one slash, the big octopus in front of him disappeared into the sea of clouds. Sanji also rushed out and kicked down an eel-like monster. Sukang Luffy didn't take action because Luffy was too tired after just saving Usopp and the monster. Sukang looked down upon these monsters because of them. Soon, the entire sea of clouds returned to calm. After just a short exercise, Zoro was out of breath. This place is breathtaking. This thing looks really weird. It's a fish, but it doesn't look like a fish, Sanji said. That octopus looks like a balloon and they can move. It must be a living thing. Luffy and Zoro said. I didn't expect there to be creatures in the clouds. I think it makes sense as long as we think of this cloud as the sea. What is this ridiculously flat snake? Chopper asked. Flounder is originally flat, Luffy said. Usopp then yelled again, wow. It's so noisy, what happened to you this time, Usopp? Sanji was getting impatient. There seems to be something in my pants. Usopp took out a fish from his pants. He has bad luck today, Robin said awkwardly. Could this creature be an empty fish, the kind of wonderful fish recorded in Rolando's diary? Their strange appearance should have been formed through continuous evolution. Is that why it's as swollen as a balloon or as flat as a board? Zoro more or less understood. Yes, it is to make it lighter. The buoyancy of the seawater here is smaller than that of the seawater on the ground, right? Robin said. No wonder they have scales like feathers and a strange mouth like a carnivore. Nami understood. When he turned around, he found Luffy eating fish. Try frying it into fish fillets first. Sanji had already cooked the fish as quickly as possible. Delicious, Luffy praised. Sukeng shook his head. After raising his head, he seemed to have discovered something and immediately shouted, There is a boat, do you want to take a look? There are still people. What? Where's the boat? But it's strange that there's smoke. After everyone came over, they looked with telescopes for a long time and only saw black smoke. No, prepare to fight. Sukeng clearly saw that the ship just now was destroyed by someone else, and then something seemed to come over. What the hell, people, someone is coming. Both Sanji and Zoro saw the object rushing towards them at high speed. And he's running on the clouds. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole person jumped into the air, and Sukeng was able to observe him carefully. He was holding something like a rocket launcher in his right hand, a shield in his left hand, wearing a mask, and seemed to have some device installed on his feet. Hey, what do you want to do? Sanji asked. Excluded, the man replied. The person who came here is evil, Sukeng said. He's quite brave, Zoro said calmly. What the hell? Luffy didn't understand the situation yet. At this moment, the man had already rushed onto the deck. He kicked up and Sanji was instantly kicked to the deck. After the man landed, he jumped up again, this time in the direction of Zoro. Zoro prepared to fight, but was kicked to the ground just like Sanji. The strange man landed on the ground again and rushed towards Sukeng. Humph! Sukeng spread his wings as fast as possible and blocked the wings in front of him. Unexpectedly, the man was very strong. He kicked out so hard that the deck collapsed. Of course, this also reflects Sukeng's strong defense. The strange man failed to succeed with his attack, so he immediately jumped up again, turned around a few times, and attacked Sukeng again. Rubber, don't interfere, Luffy. Before Sukeng could finish speaking, Luffy's attack had already passed. However, the man's speed was obviously faster. He changed his direction and easily knocked Luffy to the ground. What's going on? You three can't beat one of them. Nami couldn't help complaining. Sukeng is naturally not included. You brat, do you want to compete with me on speed or strength? After Sukeng finished speaking, he also used his own teleportation technique. Sukeng's teleportation technique is a high-speed movement technique from the Hawkage world. Basically, no one can keep up. Although the strange man in front of him is very fast, it is also due to the increase in the device on his feet. It is hard to say how fast he is. The weirdo and Sukeng were fighting together, and Sukeng also directly activated Sharingan. Not only was he able to perfectly avoid the weirdo's attack, but he was also able to fight back, and he fought with style. The weirdo finally jumped up and aimed the rocket launcher at the Mary, intending to fire it. Ah, it's over, Chopper was startled. As long as I'm here, don't be afraid. Sukeng didn't worry about losing at all. Even if it was a nuclear bomb, Sukeng could find a way to block it. At this moment, a voice came. That's it. A man descended from the sky riding a strange bird and stabbed the strange man with a sword. The strange man also used his shield to block the attack. However, this man's strength was obviously very great, and he knocked the guy in front of him away in an instant. Then the man fell on the deck. What? Who is it this time? Nami collapsed a little. This trip to the Sky Island was not going well, right? The man introduced himself. Well, I am Sky Knight. Did you run away? Sky Knight looked in the previous direction and said to himself. Who is that guy and what kind of plane are you guys doing? It's really useless. 3 people joined forces and were beaten to pieces. Nami complained, then looked at Sukeng and said, Sukeng is pretty good. Reliable. Don't blame them. This is in the air and the oxygen is very thin. If you move even a little bit, there will be insufficient oxygen. Then why are you okay? Nami asked. Right. Why am I fine? Sukeng really doesn't know why. At this time, a voice came into Sukeng's mind. Do you even need to ask? Of course it's because of this system. System? Sukeng almost forgot about the system. The system has not appeared since Alabasta. That's right. Since I left Gya, it's almost time for you to come out. Sukeng was now communicating with his system using his mind. By the way, you said I'm not affected by high altitudes. Did you help me with the system? Su Kang asked. The system naturally responded in the affirmative. It's better to say that I'm helping you than your devil fruit is helping you. But having said that, I also gave you your devil fruit, so there is no problem if I helped you. The system then said, come on, let's do something serious. Business. Don't act stupid, Layazi is a god-level sign-in system. Now that you have left Gia, it's naturally time for rewards. Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in. The sign-in reward this time is the armed color Haki of the pirate world. Su Kang seemed to smell an unusual scent. System, are you sure? The reward this time is armed domineering. Su Kang was a little afraid to confirm. In fact, Su Kang will learn the armed color domineering sooner or later, and the system rewards can actually be better. Su Kang doesn't know why the system rewarded him with armed color domineering this time. The system then said, host, you should know something about your devil fruit, right? Super devil fruit, not afraid of wind or rain. It is immune to toxins before, and devils are not afraid of seawater. This devil fruit's ability can be said to be super powerful. But he has a bug, and this bug will cause the host to suffer a lot. That is, if the opponent is Logia, your fruit ability will still be ineffective. In other words, your attack will not be able to hit the elementalized Logia user. The system still makes sense. Of course, you can't count Crocodile, his weakness is water. The system then added. I understand, it seems that you know that I may fight Enel when I go to Sky Island this time. This guy is also a Logia ability user, but unfortunately he seems to have been defeated by Luffy. Su Kang said to the system. Yes, but today's reward is to give you the ability to fight Logia, armed color Haki. I know you know something about the weapon color, but this weapon color is not the weapon color you thought. The system said mysteriously. What? Su Kang was a little confused. He didn't understand what the system said. I won't go into details anymore. I will convey the reward and you will understand. However, you'd better hone this weapon color in advance. Practice makes perfect. Okay, gone. The system then stopped making any movement. At this time, Su Kang also felt a strange knowledge suddenly passed into his mind. I didn't expect that the weapon color given to me by the system was so profound and profound. Su Kang was in a daze. He could only express the weapon color sent by the system as strong. I didn't expect that he would divide the armed color into 10 levels. This is something I had never thought of before. Su Kang originally thought that the system would directly reward him with the domineering power of the armed color, but he did not expect that it would only give him a secret book. Forget it, learn slowly. As long as you practice the first level before encountering Enel, you will have a way to defeat Enel. After Su Kang figured it out, he focused on what was in front of him. And so many things happened just now, just in a moment. At this time, the Sky Knight asked, are you people from the Blue Sea? Nami asked, Blue Sea people, what does that mean? By the way, who are you? As I said just now, I am the Sky Knight, and the Blue Sea people are the common name here for the people who live under the clouds. The Sky Knight said. Getting back to the subject, are you from the Blue Sea? Sky Knight asked again. Yeah, Luffy replied. That's no wonder. This place is the White Sea, which is 7,000 meters above the Blue Sea. The White Sea on the upper level is as high as 10,000 meters. Of course, the average Blue Sea person will be unable to move when they get here. Sky Knight explained after a moment. He looked at Su Kang and said, are you not from Lanhai? You don't seem to have any reaction. I ate a special devil fruit, Su Kang said directly without hiding it. That's no wonder. Sky Knight didn't say much. By the way, why can that person just now run on the sea? Chopper asked with great interest. Okay, wait a minute, I know you must have a mountain of problems, but business is business, let's talk business first, Sky Knight said. What? Everyone asked in confusion. To tell you the truth, I am a professional mercenary. This is a sea full of dangers. Those who do not know the situation in the sky will either be killed by the gorillas just now or become food for empty fish. So as long as you blow the whistle, you can get 5 million Yaki, I will come to rescue you, Sky Knight said. Everyone didn't understand what Ike meant and then asked, what are you talking about? Sky Knight thought that everyone thought it was too expensive, so he said, my price is already very cheap, don't bargain with me, I won't lower it even by 1 ick, don't embarrass me, I also have to live. Sanji said, we don't know what Ike you are talking about and what does the whistle mean? The Sky Knight showed a very surprised expression and said, didn't you rush down from the top of the high-speed airway? Then you will pass at least 1 or 2 islands on the way. Old man, which language are you talking about? Luffy didn't understand at all. Wait a minute, from your tone it sounds like there are other ways to get up to this empty sea, Nami asked. Also, you said you would pass 1 or 2 islands on the way, isn't there only 1 empty island? Nami collected as much information as possible. The Sky Knight was shocked and said, "How did you get up here?" "We came up from the bottom to the sea," Robin replied. "What, coming up along the monster sea? I didn't expect there to be such courageous warriors these days." The Sky Knight was also a little unbelievable. "I knew it was no ordinary pipe, I knew. We almost fell to death, it's all you. Otherwise we can collect intelligence and take a safe road." Nami exploded directly at Luffy beside him. "You have lost at least one crew member, right?" Sky Knight asked. "No, we are all here," Luffy replied. "This is not the case with other routes. Suppose 100 people go up to the sky and only a few people survive in the end. Simply put, the probability of success is very low. However, not all those who come up from the bottom to the sea will die. That's the result if they all arrive, either 0 or 100. Sky Knight told the truth. However, very few people dare to make such a desperate move, especially in recent years. From this point of view, you must be voyagers with both courage and strength. Sky Knight praised. Sukeng wanted to be humble, but Usopp said very proudly at this time, "Oh, these guys all rely on me. When they were crying and making trouble and reluctant to give up their lives thanks to me for encouraging everyone, I will come all the best on the voyage." "That's enough." Nami grabbed Usopp's face. "So what's going on with the whistle?" Sukeng then asked the question that everyone wanted to know. The so-called whistle means blowing this whistle. As he spoke, the Sky Knight threw his whistle to the ground. "Then no matter when and where, I will fly down from the sky to save you. Originally, I sent out once, and the asking price was 5 million ik, the common currency of the sky. This time I will treat it as a meeting gift and give it to you for free." The Sky Knight is already preparing to leave. Nami immediately shouted, "Wait a minute, may I ask your name?" "My name is Sky Knight Ganfora, and it is my partner Pierre." "Pierre Tilda," shouted the strange bird. "I forgot to mention that although my partner Pierre is a bird, he is a person with abilities who ate the horse fruit, so he can turn into a horse with wings," Ganfor said. "What? Is it the legendary Pegasus?" Nami was looking forward to it. "That's right, it's Pegasus." After Ganfu finished speaking, the transformation ended. However, Pegasus still looks like a strange bird, extremely ugly. "The gap is huge," the partners complained in unison. "Warriors, I wish you good luck." After Ganfu finished speaking, he left handsomely. Of course, everyone couldn't help but complain. "In the end, this Sky Knight didn't get to the point at all," Robin said. "Yeah, he didn't say anything." "Then how do we get to that top?" "Okay, blow the whistle, call the old man to come and ask," Luffy said. Wait a minute, Luffy. This is our talisman in case of emergency. You're bragging now, what if that masked weirdo attacks again?" Naturally, Usopp and Nami stopped Luffy together. "Anyway, let's sail the boat and move on. Maybe there is an entrance just like Sukang said," Zoro said. The reason why Zoro said this was not because he didn't trust Sukang, but because he believed in Sukang very much. At present, everything Sukang said has become a fact. Who knows whether what Sukang said was a joke or serious? "Look over there, everyone, what's that?" Chopper looked in one direction. "Is it a cloud?" "It looks a lot like a waterfall," Robin said. "Let's just go there and have a look," Sukang said. Immediately afterwards, everyone drove the Mary towards the waterfall. "Wait a moment, stop a moment, stop a moment." When Nami saw a large cloud blocking the way, he naturally stopped the Mary. There are such big clouds in front of the waterfall clouds. "What to do? Since it is floating on the empty sea, it shouldn't be the same sea, right? What kind of cloud is that?" "If it were an ordinary cloud, it would be no problem to move on," Nami said. "You won't know until you touch it. Rubber gun." Luffy stretched out his arm and finally bounced it back. Luffy then jumped up as if he had discovered a new continent. "Wow, look, you can sit, you won't fall. How could this happen?" "What is this? It's so interesting," Luffy started to joke. "Awesome." Chopper was also very envious. "I want to play too." Usopp and Chopper then jumped up, and the three of them started all kinds of fun on the clouds. "But if this happens, we won't be able to sail." Nami felt a little worried. "See if there is another way to sail from above," Nami said to Luffy. "Good. Luffy, there seems to be something over there." Usopp finished speaking, and Luffy's attention was naturally completely attracted. "What's that, a door?" "Yes, there is a big door under the waterfall cloud," Luffy said truthfully. "Door, are there any artificial buildings in this place?" "No matter what happens now, it's not surprising, especially this sea. What Sukang said is really going to come true again. There really is a door to the upper bay by sea." Everyone looked at Sukang and could only give a thumbs up. "I'll go up and explore the way for everyone." Sukang was idle and jumped onto the boat, then loudly directed the boat's navigation. In a short time, the boat arrived at the waterfall. "Very good, it seems to have been bypassed," Nami said. An artificial building appeared in front of me, with the words Gate of Heaven written above the center of a gate. "Is it really a door?" "The clouds in that waterfall are really a waterfall. The clouds under it are also different from the clouds just now, they flow. It says Heaven's Gate, it's so unlucky as if we're about to die, Usopp complained. You can't tell, maybe we'll be dead by now, Zoro joked. It's possible then this world will be taken for granted, Sanji also agreed. Are we really dead? Chopper asked in horror. Silly boy, how is that possible? Sukang curled his lips. Heaven, it's so fun, so this is heaven, who wants to die? Luffy was so excited that Nami couldn't help but beat Luffy. Look over there. Someone seems to be coming out, Usopp pointed. Just as the Mary was approaching the gate of heaven, a short old woman took a few photos with her camera. There were small angel wings behind her. Look. She has wings on her back. Is it an angel? Do all angels look like that? She looks like a sour plum, God, Luffy complained. This guy charges tickets, Sukang repeated again. No way, many friends still don't believe it. The old lady said directly, I am the surveillance officer of the Gate of Heaven, Amazon. Are you here for sightseeing or to fight? Luffy said, we want to go to Sky Island. There should be Sky Island on the other side of this door, right? And what about the war you mentioned? Zoro asked. Amazon replied, actually it doesn't matter which one you are. If you want to go to the top, please pay the fee to enter the Kingdom of Heaven first, which is 1 billion IK per person. This is stipulated by law. Usopp yelled, what's 1 billion IK? There's this thing called IK again, Sanji said. So how much does it cost to convert to Bailey? Usopp asked. But having said that, Sukang, you guessed it right again. Yeah, this guy can even do such a thing. This was not the first time that the friends were surprised, but every time Sukang guessed correctly, it was still incredible. Speaking of one person costing 1 billion, we have a total of 8 people, 8 billion. Robin quickly figured out the Ike the other party wanted. Do you need so much money to enter? Do you usually need so much money to enter a country? This old woman is clearly trying to steal money. Before Usopp could finish speaking, Nami covered his mouth. Naturally, Nami was afraid that Usopp would offend others and be ruined if he couldn't get up. Excuse me, what if I just assume that there is no money for the entry fee? Nami asked. You can still go in, but it's okay if you don't go in because I'm not a gatekeeper or a guard. I just want to ask what you mean. Amazon said. When Luffy saw that others did not force the charge, he naturally said, then let's go, we are going to Sky Island. We have no money, let us in, old lady, Usopp said immediately when he saw the opportunity. Okay, do all 8 people have to go in? Amazon asked. Yeah, but how are we going to get to Sky Island? Luffy asked. At this time, the left and right sides of the melee were caught by a pair of crab claws. What is that? Everyone became very panicked. That's the famous product of the White Sea, the express shrimp. After Amazon finished speaking, the express shrimp grabbed the Mary and rushed towards the higher level of the Beihai Sea. Of course, the express shrimp goes up along the cloud road. Everyone take care of it, Sukang reminded, it's so fast. Well, there's a road up there. Some of the partners were scared, some were excited, and some were smiling calmly. This is incredible, Sanji said. The clouds seem to have turned into strips of road. Zoro said, of course this kind of ghost thing cannot be formed naturally. Usopp said, maybe this is the so-called expressway, Sukang guessed. There is an exit. There seems to be something written on it, Chopper shouted. Sukang raised his head and saw a big sign on it which read, Island of Gods, Island in the Sky. That's not the exit, that's the entrance. Luffy became even more excited. The cloud above the head was a beam of light, and everyone showed excited expressions, including Sukang. Finally, the melee broke out of the sky, and the express shrimp threw the melee out and returned to the highway. The Mary landed on the clouds. What they saw in front of them made everyone excited. It's an island, it's an empty island, Luffy shouted. The sign just now said Kingdom of Gods, Robin recalled. Yes, it's exactly the same as the place name written on the map Luffy found, Nami said. It means that the large sailing ship that suddenly fell from the sky in front of us has really been here. They also saw this scenery 200 years ago. Let's dock first, the adventure has just begun, Sukang said. It will definitely be fun if you go on an adventure. Luffy jumped down. Are these soft clouds under this island? Usopp accidentally fell down and found that it was not submerged. I'm coming to Sky Island. Luffy and Usopp ran away. I want it too, Chopper naturally jumped down. I'm going to change clothes too. Nami naturally planned to go down as well. Sukang, where should the anchor be dropped? Is there a seabed here? Zoro asked. Don't worry about it, it's fine, Sukang said. The scenery here is very good. Zoro couldn't help but praise. That's right, look at those 3 idiots who are so excited, there's really nothing we can do against them. Wow, Sanji also took off his shoes and jumped down very excitedly. Aren't you the same? Zoro couldn't help but complain. At this time Nami was pecked many times by the grumpy guide bird. Nami immediately apologized. I'm sorry. The guide bird then flew away. I forgot to let it go. Nami looked at Sukang aggrievedly. This island seems to be inhabited by people. You shouldn't have to worry about food and drink if you stay here. He can fly back as long as he works hard. It's a bird, so it's very convenient. Zoro said. By the way, where's the anchor? Nami asked. Thrown into the clouds, Zoro said. It seems to me that the continuous clouds they are talking about are probably the foundation of this island, right? Zoro guessed. Sukang gave a thumbs up. That's right, I didn't expect you to think of this. It looks like this place is like a sea with islands floating on the ground. I wonder if we would have ended up in the same place if we hadn't been washed up, Robin said. Anyway, I won't find anything strange when I see anything now. There are so many incredible things I saw from beginning to end. The only thing that is certain is that Sky Island is here, right? Nami also jumped to the point. In the clouds. Look, just feel it with your body and you'll know. There's nothing to doubt about this reality. Come on. Don't worry, you can step on it with your feet. It's no big deal. Nami ran away with a smile. Robin looked at Sukang and Zoro and asked, what about you? I'm going down, Zoro nodded. Since we've arrived, let's go down and take a look, but the historical text should be in a Piado. Sukang said. Where is that place? Robin asked. It's a forbidden area on Sky Island, right? Anyway, let's get down first. Sukang jumped down directly afterwards. As expected, the soft clouds were very interesting and healing, as if he was sleeping on soft alpaca hair. What a taste of adventure! Robin also raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Navigation or landing are actually a kind of adventure. I have never thought about it before. Then Robin also walked off the boat. After everyone landed at Angel Beach, they started playing with clouds. Some slept on the clouds and some started to build clouds into adults. Nami saw a pavilion with 2 deck chairs in the pavilion. The deck chairs were also made of clouds. People here should have the technology to process clouds, right? Nami guessed. The touch of this cloud is different from the previous one, more like fur, Chopper said. It's really leisurely. It would be great if I could take a vacation here. Sukang also wanted to spend a week here, but this time he could only stay on the empty island for 1 day. At this time, Zoro found a fox out of nowhere, and then everyone heard the sound of playing a harp. Above the clouds stood a very graceful woman. This woman was playing the harp. She had small white wings on her back and blonde hair. She didn't look like a bad person at all. That's an angel, a real angel. Sanji's eyes were completely straight. Navel, the angel looked at everyone and said something that was difficult to understand. Sissy, come here. The angel called the little fox over, slowly walked over and said, Everyone, are you here from Landhigh? Yes, we flew up from below. Do you live here? Luffy asked. Yes, I am a resident here, Sister Angel said. At this time, Miss Angel slowly approached and said, Welcome to Angel Beach, the kingdom of God. Do you want to drink that? Sister Angel naturally asked Luffy, and Luffy thought he had just chewed the fruit with his teeth. Yeah, Luffy handed this thing to the angel, who borrowed the coconut and said, The shell of this coconut is very hard, and it can't be broken no matter how you bite it. This one needs to be from the inside. Sister Angel easily made a small opening in the coconut with a knife, inserted a straw and handed it to Luffy. Please. When Luffy drank it, it was so delicious that his tongue curled up. Hey, is it really so delicious? I want it too, it's so delicious. Usopp was very envious, so he took a sip himself. My name is Cornish and she is the cloud fox here called Sissy. If you have any questions, I will try my best to help you, Cornish said very politely. Please listen to me, your eyes have healed the fire in my heart. Sanji started to talk promiscuously, but Nami raked his ears. Get out of the way, Nami looked at Cornies and said kindly. Great, we happen to have a lot of questions. All in all, this place is incredible to us. Okay, if you want to know anything, just ask, Cornies said. Sukang and Zoro saw the person coming from a distance and then said, It seems that someone is coming. Cornies took a look and then explained, That's my father. Cornice belly button. Father belly buttons. The two sides greeted each other, and at this time Cornish's father was riding a magical vehicle. What is that? What is that sitting thing? Nami asked very curiously. Are you talking about Weiba? Cornies asked. It is said that it is a powerful motorcycle. In fact, there is a better explanation, that is, it is a jet ski, but now it is not on the water but on the clouds. Weiba? Nami repeated, seeming to have some impression of the word. I'm sorry, I'm rude, I have to stop. Cornish's father did not stop well but fell to the ground with a crash and then asked everyone. Everyone, is there anything wrong with you? Zoro couldn't help but complain, take care of yourself first. Nami then looked at Luffy and asked, Luffy, have you brought that thing up from the bottom of the sea? Yes, of course I brought it, Luffy said while sipping his drink. I see that's the boat recorded in Rolando's diary and it can run even if there is no wind. Nami reacted. Corny's father asked, Cornies, are they your friends? Yes, I just met them. They seem to be from Blue Sea, Cornies replied. Really, when you come here you must be confused about many things. By Beihai has frightened everyone, I'm sorry, Corny's father apologized. Where, Usopp and others naturally said very politely. Cornish's father then said, I haven't introduced myself yet, my name is Pagia, I'm sorry. Sukeng also responded very politely. No, we are the ones who are embarrassed. Sukeng then made a simple self-introduction. Father, have you caught any fish? Cornies asked. Yes, a great harvest, Pagia said, and then began to invite everyone. By the way, I wonder if you would like to sit down in the humble house and taste the local delicacies of heaven and sea together. Is it okay? I want to go, I want to go. Luffy, as the top foodie in the team, is naturally extremely interested in eating. Want to cook Sky Island cuisine? I'm going to help too. Sanji is naturally very interested in cooking. At this time, Nami asked, I'm sorry, this one has no sail and does not need to be rowed. Why can it sail on the sea? Cornish said, don't you know DLAL? At this time, Luffy also boarded the Waiba, opened it, and immediately fell into the Sea of White because he couldn't control it. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have borrowed the power of that little brother, Pagia said. By the way, I wonder what will happen to people with abilities in this sea. Maybe Luffy will float, Sanji said without any worry. Not long after, Sukeng saw Luffy slowly sinking into the Sea of Clouds. It's sinking, but it still doesn't work, Zoro said very calmly. Ah, that's not good. Naturally, Chopper was the only one who was anxious at this time. Really? Sukeng was very speechless. Every time at this time, he could only rely on himself. Sukeng directly spread his wings and flew into the Sea of Clouds. Then, he used the property of the fruit that was not afraid of water to roam unscrupulously in the Sea of Clouds. Soon, Sukeng found Luffy, who was completely powerless. Maybe it's because this cloud contains elements of the sea. Sukeng finally caught Luffy and sent him out. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have lent it to beginners. I'm sorry, Pagia apologized. In order to make full use of the power of the whole, Waiba's hull is made very light. If there are small waves, it will turn left and right. If you are not familiar with the sea, this thing is very flexible, I'm sorry, Pagia said. I've been practicing since I was a child and I didn't know how to ride until recently, Corny said. Is Waiba so difficult to ride? 10 years of training is almost enough. However, at this time, Nami has mastered Waiba very skillfully. This guy is sensitive to the weather and waves. Therefore, when the direction of shaking changes, she can quickly get used to the movement in the opposite direction. She is indeed a genius. Sukeng couldn't help but praise. Seeing Sukeng start to praise, Sanji, Luffy, and others also started to praise. Wow, Miss Nami, you are the best. So handsome. It's amazing, it's unbelievable. Pagia was also a little hard to accept. After all, this thing is really difficult. How did she learn it? It's really difficult. Luffy knew how difficult this thing was, so he admired it very much. Writing something like this requires a certain amount of skill. You can't learn it, Luffy, Nami was just stating a fact. Luffy's expression changed and he couldn't help but cursed. Stupid Nami, we are going to Uncle's house, come down quickly. Stupid Nami. It's really ungraceful, Sanji couldn't help but cursed. You guys go ahead, Uncle, can you lend me this powerful guy to ride for a while? Nami asked. Okay. Be careful on the road. Pagia naturally didn't think too much when he saw someone using this thing so well for the first time. Nami rode the powerful boat and sighed. I never thought there would be a boat in the world that doesn't have to worry about the wind direction and can go wherever you want. It seems like a dream. I wonder if it can be used on ordinary seas. Hey, what kind of construction site is there? Usopp climbed to a very high position and asked. That's a construction site dedicated to mining and processing clouds, Pagia explained. Can the clouds still be mined? Zoro also found it amazing. Did you all come to Babyhai via the Cloud River Road? Pagia asked. The road to the Cloud River refers to the winding sea road, Zoro asked. There is a cloud canal built artificially using the island clouds mined here. The clouds in this nature can be divided into two types. The ones you came in before were sea clouds, and the soft ones floating on the sea can be walked on. That kind is called island cloud, Pagia explained while leading everyone to his house. No matter what kind of cloud it is, it's not an ordinary cloud, Zoro told the truth. Yes, the reason for this is that the condensation nuclei that create clouds are different. If I remember correctly, your blue sea seems to have a mineral called seafloor stone, Pagia said. Robin, who was silent, also immediately asked, Halu stone, does this have anything to do with that? Yes, it contains a kind of keratin particles we call pyrobroin. When volcanic eruptions erupt into the sky, these keratin particles change density when they condense with water vapor, forming sea clouds, river island clouds, etc. Pagia seemed to be speaking very clearly, but no one present could understand what he was saying. In short, the clouds here are divided into natural sea clouds, island clouds, and artificial clouds, 3 different types of clouds. Please come in, this is my home. Peja finally led everyone to his home, so high. The scenery is great, Luffy said excitedly. You can also see Nami's power, Chopper also said excitedly. At this time Luffy climbed up and looked far away and Sanji asked, "Hey Luffy, what are you doing?" "Nami, why is it so easy to ride sink?" Luffy was still a little unhappy. "How childish," Sanji hit Luffy. "It hurts like hell, you made me bite my tongue, Sanji," Luffy complained. "Uncle, where is the kitchen?" Sanji asked. "Yes, here." Next, Sanji went to the kitchen to help his uncle and together they made kondao dishes. Others stayed in the living room. Robin asked, "I'm sorry, Miss Cornies, you just mentioned DLAL. Can you explain it more clearly?" "Okay," Cornies explained. "Let me think about it, how can I explain it better?" At this time Chopper was sitting on the chair looking lazy while Luffy picked up a shell. Cornies guided Luffy to speak into the shell and then pressed the top. Finally, the voice just now was recorded. What an amazing thing, it can actually record sounds. Zoro and Robin were both surprised. Sukang was very calm. In his time, no one used this kind of thing. "Is this shell the dial you are talking about?" Robin asked. "Yes, this is a sound shell," Cornish then explained. "It has the habit of recording and playing, and it is a shell here in Bay by Sea." "But isn't there an ocean floor here?" "Where do these shells survive?" Zoro asked. "There are fish reefs in the shallows of the Sea of Clouds," Cornies explained. "But I still can't figure out how it made Weiba move," Robin asked again. "The power source of Weiba is this." Cornies picked up a shell and said, "Although it looks smaller, its principle is the same as Yinbei." Cornish picked up the shell in her hand and started blowing. It turns out to be a hairdryer. Sukang also found it interesting. "This is called a wind shell. It can store wind and then discharge it naturally. As for how much wind it can store, it depends on how big the wind shell is. Install the wind shell at the stern and you can start the boat." That is the Weiba. After Cornies gave a simple explanation, everyone had a certain understanding. "So that's it, it relies on this to supply wind and then it runs around," Usopp understood. "It's great to be able to ride the powerful." Luffy is still in the uncomfortable state just now. "Actually, there are many types of vehicles such as skate-type and skateboard-type vehicles," Cornish said. "I'm so exhausted just learning how to control the tyrant. I really want to ride it. I really envy that guy. It's rare that I already have one." Luffy said. "Do you also have a Tyrannosaurus?" Cornish asked. The ship he accidentally saw was in tatters. It was just something from 200 years ago. It couldn't possibly move. Usopp said. "This is not necessarily true because the dial used originally was the remains of a shellfish. As long as the shell is damaged, its function can be said to be semi-permanent," Cornies explained. At this time, Robin pointed to a shell in front of the table and asked, "Are there other types of shells?" "What is this?" "That one is called Dengbei. There are also flame shells that store fire. Clamshells that store flavor. There are also various types of image shells that have residual images." "So fun." "So fun." Chopper also saw New World. "In short, our life in the sky is closely related to shells, so the culture of Sky Island can be said to be a culture that coexists with the energy of shells," Angel Cornish said. Everyone was completely immersed in this wonderful world of Bay. Sukang didn't talk much from the beginning. For him, although he had never seen these magical shellfish, many things were still possible in his time. While everyone else was immersed in the world around them, Sukang slowly closed his eyes. Although only a few minutes had passed, he had already spent a long time in the world arranged for him by the system. Don't forget the secret code for armed color Haki. When Sukang decided to study, his mind was transported to an empty room by the system, and a huge weirdo appeared in front of him. The system told Sukang that as long as he defeated the weirdo in front of him, his weapon color could advance 1 level. When 10 bosses were defeated, Sukang's weapon color would completely return to its original state. Generally speaking, after successfully signing in, the system will directly give Sukang an ability. But now Sukang needs to come to this world by himself and fight with the enemy for a long time, just like playing a game and playing a dungeon. Sukang felt very relaxed at first, but when he started fighting this weirdo, he realized that the weirdo in front of him was not that easy to fight. The skin on his whole body is quite hard, and he moves very fast. More importantly, this guy's attack power is amazing. Sukang will be in tragedy if he touches him. Therefore, Sukang has been fighting the weirdo in front of him for a while. As for this weirdo, his whole body is black, which is obviously the color of his armor. Rasengan, Sukang used his teleportation to instantly appear in front of the armed monster. Due to the huge size of the armed monster, Sukang was able to hit him with 1 blow. The Rasengan hit the weirdo hard. However, Sukang felt as if he had been hit by a piece of iron. This guy is so tough. After Su Kang's attack failed, he immediately dodged. Sure enough, as soon as Su Kang teleported away, the weirdo used his hardened fist to hit Su Kang's position hard. This guy is very fast and powerful. The most important thing is that his whole body is covered with armor. Even the Rasengan can't break it. This was the first time Su Kang encountered such a strong opponent. Facing a domineering enemy, Su Kang couldn't use elementalization to avoid damage, so he could only find ways to deal with it. Sharingan. Su Kang activated Sharingan, predicting the opponent's attack very well. Su Kang used Rasengan for the second time. This time, Su Kang used his fruit ability, used the devil's wings to rush down from a high place, and condensed a super large Rasengan in his hand. Yes, this is massive Rasengan, an extended version of Rasengan. Such a big Rasengan is like the energy bomb in Dragon Ball. Even if it hits a tailed beast, it should be able to cause some considerable damage to it, let alone an armed monster. The blue light of the massive Rasengan instantly engulfed the armed monster in front of him. Su Kang could clearly feel that the Rasengan in his hand knocked the monster away, and this move landed firmly on the opponent. However, at the next moment Su Kang was shocked again. The armed weirdo was actually resurrected in another place. What is going on? Is this guy permanently immune to death? If so, why fight? Su Kang complained while taking out his Shura. With one draw of the sword, black sword energy was released. This sword energy is sharper than Rasengan's striking ninjutsu. In an instant, the armed monster in front of him was cut in half. This time, Su Kang saw with his own eyes that the strange man in front of him broke into two halves. However, what Su Kang couldn't understand even more was that the weirdo in front of him actually appeared again. This time, there was no longer one weirdo but two. What's going on? Every time you get knocked down, there will be divisions. What exactly is going on? If this continues, this guy will never be defeated. Su Kang shook his head and said. The two weirdos rushed forward and once again waved their black arms and hit Su Kang. Devil's Fist. Su Kang chose to fight head on this time. Boom! The fists of the two weirdos collided with Su Kang's fist, and a wave of air spread out instantly with Su Kang as the center. Su Kang could clearly feel the pain from his fist. Oh my god, these guys are too hard. Su Kang fought one against two. Although he did not lose, he felt the difficulty of defeating them. At this time, the system finally came out. Host, what are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? Isn't this the secret book you gave me, the secret book for the first level of armed color? Su Kang replied. This is not the first level, but the first level, the second level, and the third level. The system then explained, it seems that you do not understand the rules here. The reason why these guys exist is to let you realize domineering power. If you want to leave this place, you must realize the armed domineering power to a certain extent. Otherwise, you may never be able to leave here. In addition, time in this world stands still. You can't say that, however long has passed here, only 3 seconds have passed in the outside world. In other words, the faster you understand, the faster you can get out. If you can't understand, you will have to stay here forever, the system said. So I want to know how to defeat these guys. The first time I blasted a person, the second time I hacked a person to death. Will these guys spawn endlessly? Su Kang said while dodging the attacks of two armed men, he asked. You're in violation. You can't use swordsmanship or ninjutsu. You have to fight these guys hand to hand. The more you understand, the more their numbers will increase. But please don't worry, the space here is infinite. Take your time, the fruit ability can be used. After the system finished speaking, it disappeared again. This guy? Su Kang shook his head. Forget it, since he won't let me use it, then I won't use it. Su Kang then turned off his Sharingan and simply started to use the fruit's ability to fight these two armed weirdos. Although Su Kang did not use Sharingan, demons are naturally extremely sensitive to the surrounding environment. The two weirdos attacked Su Kang. Su Kang did not try to dodge, but directly released his second form. The first form is a demon shadow, and the second form is a demon transformation. It still maintains the human body but has many characteristics of the demon, such as having horns on its head. At this time, Su Kang directly started a head-on confrontation with the weirdo. Boom! Su Kang knocked both of them to the ground with one punch. Originally in the first form, Su Kang could only fight evenly with the two. Now in the second form, with the blessing of the devil's power, Su Kang's full ability has been significantly improved. At this moment, the two weirdos disappeared. 10 weirdos suddenly appeared on the spot. 10. Forget it, come on 100. It doesn't matter. Su Kang squandered the demonic power unscrupulously, bringing the power of the second humanoid demonic form to its fullest. Hey, Su Kang walked through the many weirdos like a ghost, and finally defeated these 10 armed weirdos very easily. As Su Kang expected, the number of weirdos increased again this time. Su Kang couldn't count the exact number, but Su Kang estimated that it was probably several times more than before. 50. Keep fighting. Su Kang felt a little bit familiar every time he fought, and this time the familiar feeling in his heart became more and more obvious. Domineering. Su Kang could feel that he seemed to have gradually realized domineering. Su Kang clearly felt that his fist had become much harder than before. After all, the more armed monsters you kill, the more you understand. But this time, Su Kang used these weak domineering powers, coupled with his demonic power to easily knock 50 people to the ground again. Although he was a little tired, Su Kang already felt that he had gained a lot. Finally, Su Kang was able to attach the armed domineering energy to his arm. At this time, Su Kang saw densely armed and lustful weirdos in front of his eyes. Already 100, that's amazing, you are worthy of being a host. As long as you kill these 100, you'll be happy, the system said mysteriously. 100. Come on then, Su Kang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and rushed forward. Primary armed color domineering. Facing 10 enemies and 100 enemies, the gap was not as big as usual. Su Kang became very confused. However, at this time, Su Kang was able to use his armed domineering energy normally. Su Kang covered his hands and feet with armed colors and rushed towards 100 weirdos at extremely fast speeds. Devil Shock. Now that Su Kang has learned the weapon color, he can naturally combine his fruit ability with the hardening of the weapon color. The original power of the devil fruit had already made Su Kang very powerful, not to mention the added aura of armed domineering. I can feel my surging energy. This is not just the power of the devil fruit but a brand new energy. Is this domineering? It seems that no matter what kind of haki it is, it mainly depends on whether the user is strong. If the user is strong, then the haki will also become stronger. Su Kang feels that domineering is like a kind of temperament in a person. The more expert he is, the more exaggerated his domineering attitude may be. Hardening the armor color. After Su Kang had covered the armor color, he began to use various demonic powers. The Devil's Fist, Devil's Claw, and Devil's Wings spread out. Su Kang had never found that his ability was so powerful. In less than a moment, the 100 weirdos in front of him were knocked to the ground. It's too strong, the armed color is too domineering. If it were before, even if it could kill these people, it would take a long time. Su Kang had to admire his new ability. However, the matter was not over. At this time, the system appeared again and said, "Congratulations, host, you have completed the entry test. Now the last item of the entry test is practice. Although 100 weirdos have been defeated, you haven't defeated their fused versions yet." System, what do you mean? Su Kang was shocked. That's what it means literally. After the system finished speaking, the 100 armed perverts who had just been defeated by Su Kang stood up slowly in front of them. Their bodies seemed to be attracted to each other and finally joined together and turned into a super huge stone man. This super stone giant has an extremely terrifying and huge body. Anyone who sees it will be amazed. This. System, are you kidding me? Is it endless? How much longer do you want me to fight? Su Kang was speechless. He had been beating these armed and perverted monsters for a long time. This one is different. This is the last one. As long as you defeat him, your armed color haki will be completed at the elementary level. Don't forget that you are now learning the armed color secret code, and it is the first level, second level, and third level. The system said. Okay, since you are sure this is the case, then I will give it a final try. Su Kang then looked squarely at this super stone monster. According to the old rules, ninjutsu and swordsmanship cannot be used, so Su Kang once again used armament haki. This time, Su Kang brought his armed domineering power to the extreme, and the armed colors on his hands and feet became even harder. Su Kang slowly walked to the stone giant. The stone giant was not that gentle. When he saw Su Kang, he immediately wrapped his whole body in armed colors. Then, he waved his arms and began to attack Su Kang. The stone giant's huge arms smashed down and the sky was suddenly dark. Boom! After he hit the ground, the entire ground collapsed instantly. Even Su Kang was a little unsteady on his feet. Fly! Su Kang spread his wings and hovered on both sides of the stone giant's body. That's it now! Su Kang found the gap between the stone giant's attacks and charged directly towards it. As Su Kang's weapon color has evolved little by little, Su Kang's defense has also become stronger. At this time, Su Kang knocked the stone giant to the ground in an instant. Roar! The stone giant seemed extremely angry and punched Su Kang. Su Kang didn't expect that the stone giant would be faster than before, so he immediately used his wings to defend himself. Who would have thought that the wings were not covered with armed colors, so Su Kang's wings suffered a devastating blow. Ah, this was the first time Su Kang was in such pain. He was punched by such a terrifying giant. Su Kang was naturally helpless. Damn it, Su Kang accidentally suffered a loss. The giant could also feel that Su Kang had hit a wall, so he naturally pursued him. Hole, how dare you hurt me? Who am I? The person who ate the super devil fruit. Su Kang's whole body then changed, and his whole body instantly switched from the second form of a humanoid devil to the third form of a devil. Su Kang has completely turned into a demon. Armed color hardened, Su Kang shouted, and at this time his whole body was covered with armed color domineering energy. Immediately afterwards, Su Kang came to the stone man at an extremely fast speed. Down with Lei Uzi, Su Kang punched out, and this punch instantly created a powerful shock wave. After the stone giant was hit by the shock wave, he fell to the ground. It's not over yet. Su Kang then began to wave his arms again and again, and countless shock waves began to bombard the stone giant in front of him. The stone giant was in great pain, but there was nothing he could do about it. At this time, Su Kang used his full power and beat the stone giant unilaterally until he was unable to fight back. What can an armed giant do? When faced with Su Kang's terrifying and indiscriminate attack, one can only bear it, and not everyone can withstand Su Kang's level of attack. After a while, the armed giant lost his balance again and fell to the ground. It can be clearly seen that there are many piles of stones on the ground which are all fallen from the stone giant. The last attack, Su Kang disappeared immediately, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the stone giant. Go to hell, giant! Su Kang punched him with all his strength. His whole body was like a spear, and his whole body seemed to be exerting force. Putch, a voice passed by. It turned out that Su Kang's whole body had penetrated the stone giant in front of him. The stone giant did not expect it and finally fell to the ground, with his whole body scattered into small stones. Su Kang's demonic state was quickly lifted and he returned to his original state. Solved. Su Kang smiled a little. Congratulations, host, you have defeated the entire monster. You have successfully mastered the elementary level of armed color Haki. Although it is elementary, it is enough for you to deal with most situations. Now, I will send you back to that world as a reminder. You in that world are a guest in Paige's home, the system reminded kindly. I understand, okay, let's teleport. No matter what I say this time, it will be rewarding. However, I always feel that the delay is still a bit long. After Su Kang finished speaking, he returned to Paige's home on Kondao in the blink of an eye. Others had no idea where Su Kang had gone. At this time, Sanji had prepared the meal. When Su Kang looked at it, his mouth was watering. There are all kinds of island cuisine in front of you, which will definitely make anyone drool when they look at it. Okay, it's done. This is a full meal with Sky Island specialties, fruits and seafood, Sanji said. Great. Chopper, Luffy, and others immediately started to move. Su Kang had just had a fight, so he was naturally hungry and started to eat with everyone else. It's so delicious. Usopp and others looked at Su Kang in surprise while eating. What's going on? I've never seen Su Kang eating with us so ungracefully, Usopp complained. In the past, Su Kang always maintained his demeanor as a captain, but this time Su Kang couldn't control so much. Why do you care? I'm really hungry. Su Kang ignored Usopp. However, these shrimps are really delicious and I don't know how to describe them. Usopp was even more annoyed after eating. Sanji slowly walked to the balcony, blew out a puff of smoke and said, "Where is Nami now?" "Isn't she at sea?" Luffy asked. "No," Sanji said. "That guy must have gone somewhere else to play. Leave her alone." Usopp said. At this time, Corny said nervously, "Father, is there any problem?" Pagia also looked unhappy and said, "Cornies, I also have a bad premonition. I'm really afraid that this will happen." What's wrong?" everyone asked. "In the kingdom of God, there is a place that you cannot step into at any time. That land happens to be right next to our island. If you ride a powerful horse, you will arrive there in a short time," Corny said. "A place where you can't even step into? What is that place?" Usopp asked. "That's a forbidden place, that's what people call it, the place where God lives, the island of God, Apiato," Corny said. After hearing about God, Luffy naturally asked immediately, "God, are there really gods?" "They live in that place that is absolutely forbidden to set foot in." "Yes," Cornies answered affirmatively. "Are the gods you are talking about the gods that people talk about? Are there any gods living on the empty island?" Chopper asked. "Yes, our Skypiea is the so-called kingdom of gods, ruled by the almighty god Enel," Corny said. Almighty God. Enel is omniscient and has control over everything in the world. He has a panoramic view of everything we do anytime and anywhere, Corny said. "Anytime and anywhere now?" Luffy asked in surprise. "Of course." Cornies answered affirmatively again. "Is that almighty God looking at me now?" Chopper also looked a little nervous. "God?" Zoro drank a cup of tea but nothing else changed. Su Kang finally felt full and stood up to digest. Su Kang didn't want to say anything more about Enel. This guy just relied on the power of the thunder fruit to dominate. "Su Kang, Zoro, don't you believe in the existence of gods?" Chopper asked weakly. "Who knows whether there is a god in the world or not? It has nothing to do with me, because it doesn't matter whether there is a god or not. but I will not deny those who believe in gods. After Zoro finished speaking, he looked at Su Kang and asked, Su Kang, what do you think? Me, I think even if there is a god in this world, it cannot be Enel. This guy is just a fool who ate a devil fruit and has great strength. Su Kang's words showed complete disrespect for this god. You can't say that, God will hear it. Cornies immediately persuaded. So Cornies, have you ever seen the almighty god who lives in the place called Apiato? Sanji immediately changed the subject. No, how is this possible? We can't get involved in Apiato, absolutely. The sacred place Apiato is a taboo place, Cornies said. However, when Luffy heard about the places he was not allowed to set foot in, he immediately became excited. Really? It's a place you absolutely cannot set foot in. Seeing that something was wrong with Luffy, Usopp immediately persuaded him. Hey, Luffy, what are you thinking about? You need to understand that people say that is a place that cannot be set foot in. It means that it is a place that is absolutely not allowed to go. Luffy. However, at this time, Luffy was completely immersed in his own excitement. That's it, it turns out there are places that you can't go to. Haha, Luffy's expression at this time could fully reflect what he was thinking. Everyone couldn't help but complain. This guy definitely wants to go there. But if it is a god, even if we break into his home, we will be forgiven. Gods are tolerant, right? Luffy asked. That's not true. After all, breaking the things prescribed by God is blaspheming God. Really? It doesn't matter, I'm the same anyway. At this time, Luffy didn't take everyone's warning seriously. Chopper looked at Luffy in surprise and said, in other words, even if God doesn't forgive you, do you still want to go in? So if you go to a forbidden place, what will be the consequences of Apiato? Robin had heard Su Kang say Apiato before, and now that someone said it, she was naturally interested. Then that will, Cornies is a little afraid to say it. What will happen? Everyone wants to know. Then there is no way to come back alive, at least that's what the people here think, Pagia said. No ... can't make it alive. Everyone is a little surprised. After all, Nami is very likely to enter Apiato. It's really worrying. Miss Nami, it would be better if she didn't get close to Apiato. Pagia was very worried. Sanji was really worried about Nami, but Luffy had already packed his bags and was ready to go. Let's go rescue Nami together. Luffy looked happy, simply wanting to take an adventure. After finishing this plate, let's go, Luffy planned to eat everything on the plate and leave. Sanji scolded, Miss Nami is in danger, but you are still in the mood to eat. What if something happens to Miss Nami? Leave quickly and eat again when you come back. However, Luffy was immersed in the world of eating. Su Kang, let's go with Miss Cornies. The sun has gone down after this guy finished eating. Let's go together, go to Apiato, Sanji said. Cornies was a little embarrassed, but we don't know if she really went there, and if she accidentally offended the almighty god Enel, the consequences would be really disastrous. God Enel looks so scary. Chopper is also a little afraid of him. God Enel, God, Zoro also muttered, Luffy, let's go. Su Kang was direct and violent. He caught Luffy and rushed directly to the Mary. After waiting for a while, Pagia also followed. I'm sorry, the wind is blowing against me now. It will take a long time to get to Apiato in this direction. If this ship is also used as a power source, it shouldn't be difficult. I'm sorry. Sanji and others asked. So how long does it take to get there now? This question can only be asked to Feng. Pagia said, really, will it take a long time? Luffy asked. Uncle, is there a way to get there quickly? Usopp asked. Who can change the direction of the wind? Everyone is at a loss. At this time, Luffy was like crazy. He took out the damaged Waiba from the boat and then planned to drive over. However, as soon as he took it out, it sank when he sat on it. This idiot, Zoro, Sanji and others were unable to complain about Luffy. Pagia saw this Waiba and then took the initiative to ask, is this your old Waiba? If it can be repaired, I will help you repair it. Uncle, you can repair it, Luffy was surprised. I happen to be a shell boat technician. Then I'll trouble you to practice it, Su Kang said politely. Afterwards, Uncle Pagia started to repair Waiba for everyone, while the others started to pile up cloud people when they had nothing to do. Boom! Sanji was very worried about Nami, so naturally he kicked Usopp away. Look, what are you doing? Nami is in crisis now. However, during the process of repairing Waiba, Su Kang and others discovered that many people seemed to be walking nearby. Uncle, what is that? Luffy asked. Suspicious ship over there, wait a minute. A voice came from the direction of the person not far away. Who are those guys? Luffy asked. Su Kang couldn't help but complain. It turned out that the people in front of him didn't come over step by step at all. They all lay down on the ground and started crawling forward. Why are those guys crawling? Sanji asked. I don't know, maybe because they are perverts. Usopp's reason made Su Kang want to laugh. Everyone stops moving forward, the leader said. Finally, these crawling people finally stood up. Hello, Hasso belly button. What do these guys do? Everyone couldn't help but ask. The leader glared angrily and said, That's you. You are the 8 illegal immigrants from Qinghai reported by the surveillance officer, right? You must accept the sanction of God. Illegal immigrants, what is that? Luffy didn't understand what was going on. Is this really the case? Peja also asked in surprise. You have no room for excuse. We have received the photos taken by Amazon, the surveillance officer of Heaven's Gate. The leader took out the photos of everyone. How could this happen? Is there any misunderstanding, Captain McKinley? They don't seem to be such bad people. Page naturally interceded for his friends. Illegal entry into the country, Sanji also couldn't believe it. The entry fee seems to be 1 billion and we did not pay it. Robin remembered what happened before. But didn't the mother-in-law say you can come in without paying? Usopp said. That's what she said. Chopper said the same. The captain named McKinley didn't care about everyone's explanations and said, it's useless. Stop making excuses and admit your crime quickly. But you don't need to panic. Illegal entry into the country is only an 11th level crime under God's sanctions. If you are willing to accept the punishment, you can become a safe tourist immediately. Captain McKinley said, What? This kind of thing should have been mentioned earlier, otherwise it would give everyone a false alarm. Tell me what the punishment is. Sanji immediately felt that the problem was not big. It's very simple, you just need to pay 10 times the entry fee. As long as you pay it on the spot, the crimes you committed can be written off on the spot. One person has 10 billion IK, that is, 8 people are 80 billion IK. Grams, Captain McKinley said. 80 billion, so if IK is replaced by Bailey, how much would it be? Usopp asked. Peel, is it the common currency of Qinghai? If converted into Peel, 10,000 IKs equals 1 Peel. Captain McKinley said. Let me think, how much? Usopp is very bad at math and can't figure it out at all. Robin immediately said. Then 80 billion IK is equivalent to 8 million Bali. It's too expensive. Do you know how many tons of rice you can buy? *** whole. We worked hard to get to heaven, why do we have to pay so much for entry fees? Who can accept it? Sanji cursed. What are you talking about? Then when you first entered the country, couldn't you just pay 800,000 Baileys? Captain McKinley said. That's very expensive. Sanji obviously didn't want to pay. McKinley then said, We the White Berets are directly under the priest. Resistance to this unit will only increase the penalty. Please be aware. Forget it, ignore them. Instead of this, go find Miss Nami. I'm worried to death, maybe she is crying somewhere now. Sanji turned around in disgust with his companions. Yes, hurry up. Luffy also ignored McKinley at all, let alone Su Kang, who was not even afraid of gods. Then, as soon as the wind direction changes, we'll set off to find Nami, Luffy said excitedly again. Usopp knew that Luffy just wanted to take risks, so he naturally tried his best to persuade everyone not to worry. He held the white beret steady while dragging Luffy. He was afraid that Luffy would offend God and get everyone into trouble. However, things are not that simple. Captain McKinley first misunderstood that Luffy destroyed the wagon and then guessed that the wagon was stolen. Fortunately, Usopp arrived in time and came to the rescue again. I really don't know what this guy Usopp has to be afraid of. Su Kang, Zoro, Robin, and others were lying on the sofa very peacefully. Usopp, Chopper, and Luffy had nothing to do, so they went fishing. However, they accidentally dropped a particularly large and powerful fish. Seeing that the fish was about to rush towards Corny's, Zoro was naturally the hero to save the beauty. After knocking the fish over with a knife, Captain McKinley said they had violated the Environmental Protection Act, a Class 9 crime. Luffy was very interested in this fish, took a bite, and was convicted of theft again. Zoro couldn't help it anymore and planned to draw his sword and chop down Captain McKinley, but of course Usopp stopped him. His remarks just now have constituted the crime of intimidation, which is a level 7 crime. Captain McKinley became more and more deceptive. Just don't do anything. Usopp had an idea and then he and everyone started to sleep. However, everyone snored and committed environmental damage. This is a crime of the 6th degree. Unexpectedly, snoring was illegal, which made Su Kang's patience run out. Not to mention Luffy, even Su Kang, who was very patient at this time, wanted to fly away the berets in front of him, Captain McKinley. However, with a low score of 3 points out of the gate, the most important thing when arriving at Sky Island was to defeat Enel. As for other matters, Su Kang still followed the policy of not causing trouble as much as possible. But just when Luffy couldn't hold back his violent temper, Nami had already come back riding the power bus. Luffy. Don't resist these people. But they are very annoying, Luffy said impatiently. Nami, hurry up and use your private money to pay the 7 million fine for illegal entry, Usopp said. Great. So you can just pay the fine. Although he said this, looking at Nami's expression, you can guess that this guy must have a completely different idea in his heart. 7 million Baileys ... It's too expensive. At this time, Nami directly controlled the power to hit Captain McKinley's face, and the captain was directly knocked away. Oops, as soon as I heard about the unreasonable fine amount I accidentally, the reason Nami gave was also very speechless. Uncle, thank you for the powerful weapon. Nami exchanged the powerful weapon to Pagia. No, compared to these you are in big trouble now, Pagia said. Everyone run away, as long as you have anything to do with their god you will be in big trouble, Nami said. Su Kang could feel that Nami should have had a little contact with Apiato and saw the scene in the original work where the adventurers were killed by Enel's direct thunder. I want to ask, what kind of crime was this? Zoro asked. It may be a crime of obstructing official business, which is a 5th level crime, Pagia replied. Great, it's only level 5. Usopp said happily, it's not good at all. If you are convicted of a 5th level crime, you will be named by God Enel and sentenced to the punishment of floating in the clouds, Corny said. Yun Pulu, everyone is curious about this strange criminal law. What is that, floating clouds? It sounds very comfortable, Luffy said. It's not comfortable at all, it's a death sentence. Corny's words shocked everyone. Death ... death penalty. Zoro glanced at Captain McKinley and said, he seems to have completely fainted. However, it seems unreasonable to have the death penalty in the kingdom of God, right? It's true, there really is a death penalty. The so-called cloud floating is the execution of putting the prisoner and the boat on an island cloud with nowhere to escape, and drifting in the sky until they turn into bones. It is the death penalty, Cornish said. That's it, no wonder the ship suddenly fell from the sky. Robin seemed to understand something. Robin, what are you talking about? Usopp asked. Didn't a large sailboat called the Sint Bliss fall from the sky before? That ship was probably sentenced to this kind of capital punishment 200 years ago, right? Robin made his own inference. Usopp also thought of the previous ship and finally swallowed in fear. At this time the Barace shouted, Hey you guys, do you know what you did to our captain? Nami walked over slowly and said, I'm sorry, I just slipped a little. What? It slipped. Naturally, these beret members were a little disbelieving. No, how should I put it, it was accidental. Nami saw that these people were not easy to deceive, so he changed his explanation. Well ... it just happened like that. It can also be said to be an accident. Accident, you call this an accident? That's right, it was an accident. You also know that it is difficult to ride a Speedmaster, and today is my first time riding a Speedmaster, so I didn't control the steering wheel well. I was really reckless, sure enough beginners can't force it, you think so. Everyone just watched Nami's performance quietly, but no one said anything. After all, Nami also wanted to get rid of this crime with everyone. MJU4 NDA20C3 Autumn 1 NDA1 MZU1 ODU equals. However, Luffy said with a dull head, this guy is very handy as soon as he rides on the Vibrant. I don't know if Luffy is really stupid or he is still worried about what happened just now, so he said this. I'm sorry, I think it's better to bandage Captain McKinley's wound first, I'm so sorry. Page temporarily relieved everyone. Yes, Captain McKinley. Then please move him to a humble house to recuperate, Pagia said. Thank you for your assistance, Hasso Naval. The members of the Barace carried McKinley away, and before leaving they asked everyone to stay here and not move. The funniest thing is that even though they were carrying their own captain, they still chose to crawl forward. It was hilarious to see a group of men crawling on the ground while carrying people who needed treatment. Corny said at this time, I know that none of you are bad people, so take this opportunity and run away quickly. After Corny's finished speaking, she ran away immediately. We'd better do what she said. I saw terrible scenes with my own eyes and saw very scary things on the island, Nami said. As expected, you went to the forbidden place they mentioned, the Holy Land, Zoro said. There are places that must not be entered and there are very scary guys. Luffy's eyes were filled with passion again, clearly showing that he really wanted to go. What other gods, gorillas, they are all vicious guys anyway, let's set off first no matter what, let's set sail. Nami has decided to leave the Sky Island, but Sukang can see that Luffy is still interested in that. Apiato was very curious. In order not to implicate the Cornish woman, everyone raised anchor and sail, planning to leave. However, Luffy was standing on the beach at this time and did not leave. What are you still doing, Luffy? Nami asked. Why are we running away? Luffy asked. Because the situation is not good, Nami replied. There have been many bad times, Luffy replied. Because it's not just us who will suffer this time, maybe even the father and daughter will be arrested, Nami said. The two of them didn't do anything wrong, the person who caught them was wrong. Luffy is a straight-tempered person who won't turn around at all and will tell others his inner thoughts without reservation. That's right, Nami doesn't know what to say. How long are you going to keep arguing? Let's go, Usopp urged. How many times do you have to tell me before you understand? Staying here will only become more and more dangerous, and the father and daughter will also be implicated because of us. Nami made the truth very clear again. It doesn't matter whether we walk or not, Luffy replied. Sukang, tell me, what should we do now? Nami could only look at Sukang helplessly. Sukang knew that Nami wanted to use him to persuade Luffy. However, Sukang's mission here is not over yet, therefore it is impossible for Sukang to leave the empty island. Sukang then shook his head and said, Sorry Nami, this time Luffy is right, we have no reason to leave. At this time, a voice came from the beach. Please run away quickly, hurry up, Corny said. However, Captain McKinley at this time was already alive and kicking. If you dare to protect this group of criminals, you and your daughter will not be exempted from guilt. After all, those people have treated us rudely and committed crimes such as obstructing the execution of official duties, which constitutes a fifth-level crime. He is a felon who must be sentenced to death, Captain McKinley said. Nami immediately explained, I told you it was just an accident, damn it, leave quickly. Nami tried to pull Luffy away, but Luffy still didn't move. Catch them. At this time, Captain McKinley issued the order to attack, and then his beret troops began to fire cloud arrows. When Sukang saw that the other party had taken the initiative to attack, he naturally teleported over from the ship and fought side by side with Luffy. Luffy asked Nami to go to the ship first, and Sukang and Luffy fought against the berets together. The cloud arrow shot by the bow and arrow in front of me created a cloud trajectory after being shot. What is this, cloud? Luffy had never seen such a strange fighting method. Sukang, on the other hand, simply avoided it. Go. White berets, the berets jumped up. They stepped directly on the cloud bridge just now. There seemed to be some strange device under their feet that allowed them to rush over along the path of the clouds. Luffy and Sukang both jumped to avoid it. Hey, the white beret smiled evilly. What's going on? Luffy asked, somewhat confused. Up, the white berets chose to rush over together this time, and Luffy already felt something was wrong. He immediately turned around and ran, but there was no device under his feet, so he ran very slowly. Dizzy, it's so soft when you step on it that it's hard to run, Luffy couldn't help but said. Don't even think about escaping. The white berets were chasing Sukang, and because Sukang could move at high speeds, there was no need to worry that these people could catch up with him. Even if they followed the trajectory of the cloud, Sukang could move at high speeds. Kang can also leave these people far behind him. How stupid to actually want to escape from our hands. Captain McKinley showed a slightly disdainful look, seeming to be extremely confident in himself and his men. So that's it, Skates, you guys are really interesting. Luffy soon knew what was going on. Isn't it easy for Luffy to avoid these people? Using the elasticity of rubber, he can grab a tree and fly away directly. Sukang was even more exaggerated. He spread his wings directly and turned into a demon, and then there was nothing more. These people couldn't defeat Sukang and Luffy at all. After everyone saw this magical scene, they all complained. It's amazing, the arms are actually stretched. People can actually fly in the air, it's really, how to do it. Could it be a devil fruit? Some people in the white berets were still talented. Rubber fireworks. Luffy then easily knocked all these white beret troops to the ground. Sukang didn't even take action at all. It was enough to leave it to Luffy to deal with these people. At this time, there were still some people who wanted to make a sneak attack, but they were all eliminated by Zoro, Sanji, and others. Now that the fight has started, there is no point in staying on the ship now. Nami, how many Baileys do we have left now? Zoro asked. There are still 50,000 Baileys left, and we can only last for another day or two at most. Nami said. Why are we so poor? Luffy asked. As a captain, you really can't do anything if I don't tell you this time. You should think about how to spend money, right? Luffy taught him a lesson. It's all used for your food, Sanji immediately told the truth. Very good. In short, this battle was successful according to the B formation I instructed. Usopp started bragging again. Of course, only Chopper was fooled. Cornish and Page on the beach both showed expressions of shock and disbelief. He actually defeated the white berets. It stands to reason that people from Qinghai would have poor athletic ability here. Corny's also found it a bit incredible. At this time, a voice came from the jungle. Haha. That's so stupid, you idiots who don't care about life and death. You have no way out. If you just listen to me, everything will be fine. We, the white berets, are the gentlest law enforcers in the kingdom of God. If it were their words, but it's not that easy to talk to, haha. You have now become a level 2 criminal, but no matter how you cry or make trouble, the priests of Apiata will personally sanction you. Captain McKinley made. Intimidation, then Captain McKinley disappeared. What's going on? Luffy still couldn't figure out the current situation. It's nothing. Anyway, the main show hasn't started yet, but the priests are all pretty good. It just so happens that you can hone your fighting skills. Su Kang said as if he fully understood. Everyone saw that Su Kang seemed to know what was going to happen, so they naturally stepped forward to ask. Didn't that old woman say that? We can go there, but once we come here we will enter the country illegally. This is obviously fraud, I'm going to sue her, Nami said. It's absolutely true, but even if the party is and the old woman says she can't go, we will definitely force her to enter the country, and the result will not be the same. Usopp told the truth, but Nami didn't want to hear it. In short, something bad is going on. If you are identified as level 2 criminals, there is nothing we can do to help you. At this time, Pagia and Cornies were already far away. Why are you so far away talking to us? Nami asked. Forget it, it doesn't matter, we are already used to being chased anyway. Hehe, compared to this, why did you come back? Luffy asked Nami. We can finally go to that place for a big adventure. No, we are looking for you, Nami. Luffy looked very expectant. What a big adventure, how scary are those guys on that island? Didn't I say that? If you haven't seen it, you will feel scary if you do, Nami couldn't help complaining. Although I don't know what their gods are, their inexplicable power is real. In short, I will never go to that ghost place, Nami said. Then we'll go by ourselves, you can wait here. Luffy still didn't give up the idea of going. No, the pursuers will come back, we have to leave the country quickly, Nami said. You said leaving. Stop joking, which one do you think is more important, risk or life? Luffy asked. Of course life, second is money, Nami said. Then am I next? Sanji walked over lustfully but was punched away by Nami. By the way, speaking of which, we only thought about how to get to the Sky Island, but we never thought about how to get back. Is there a safe way back? Usopp's question got to the point. Can we return to Qinghai? Usopp asked. At this point, it's no longer safe. There is a way, just go to the end of the cloud, Corny said. Where is that? That place is in the far east, but if you want to go there, you have to go back to the lower White Sea first. Okay. Once you get there, you can go back to the original Qinghai, Usopp said happily. No, I don't want to go back yet, Luffy acted quite tough. Do you want to stay here and be executed? Usopp asked. Anyway, if you continue to stay, Cornies and Uncle will get into trouble. Although no matter how we escape, it is difficult to escape from the hands of those guys. In that case, it will be the same no matter where we stay in this country. Since our position has been exposed, it is even more important to leave here quickly. Yes, Nami said. Okay, everyone get ready to sail. Nami and everyone turned around and walked towards the direction of the Meli. Luffy went to pack some delicious food, Usopp went to get some ship parts, and the others got on the ship with Nami. Zoro persuaded, you know right, even if everyone objects, that guy still wants to go. It doesn't matter, I don't want to go, Nami shook his head. Su Kang said, Nami, I know what you are worried about, and I can probably know what you saw near the island of Apiado. Our ultimate enemy this time is God. As I said before, this God is not a god at all. He is just a person who gained great power by eating the devil fruit. He has several priests under him, and his maximum power is only this. Nami's they will never be our match, don't worry. I have absolute confidence that I can beat this guy. Only Luffy and I can defeat God Enel. Su Kang was very confident, and this temperament naturally affected Nami. Oh, I know. Immediately afterwards, Cornies told everyone how to leave the empty island, but when she said it, she felt a little unnatural. Only Robin and Su Kang could see this subtle change in expression. Robin and Su Kang looked at each other and could understand the meaning in each other's eyes. Goodbye, Cornies. The people on the boat quickly waved goodbye to Cornies. When Cornies left, Robin immediately asked, Is there really such a current? Of course, Nami didn't doubt Cornies at all. Su Kang shook his head. I'm afraid there won't be such a current, Cornies lied. As long as we leave here, we will be guided to Apiado. It seems that this battle is completely unavoidable. Su Kang couldn't help laughing. Nami asked with a look of disbelief. Is this really true, but why did Cornicy deceive us? Forget it, I'm just guessing, let's let the facts prove my guess. Su Kang was not sure but naturally left a glimmer of hope for Nami. At this time, Usopp, Sanji, and Luffy all stayed at Angel Beach, and the friends on the boat were actually waiting for the three of them, but something wrong happened immediately. The ship shook very strongly and then the Meli started sailing on its own. Why is the boat moving? How should we stop it? Nami desperately tried to stop the boat but found that it was impossible to do so. There seemed to be something at the bottom of the ship carrying the Meli forward. What is this? What's going on? Nami asked in surprise. Did you catch the current in advance? Zoro asked. No, it doesn't feel like it. Eventually, what was under the boat washed up. What is this? Su Kang replied, this is Beibei's famous product, Super Express Shrimp. Where is this guy going to take us? Zoro asked in a panic. Everyone jump off the boat. Zoro had a bad feeling. However, countless empty fish followed the boat at this time. It can be said that the melee cannot stop at all, and there is no need to stop because the boat will eventually enter a Piado. That is what Sukang thought this time the place to be reached. Sukang still needs to find Enel and practice with him using his own weapon color. We can't escape. Even if we escape, there should be other prepared traps waiting for us. No matter what we do, I'm afraid it has already started, Robin said. In this case, we might as well stop thinking so much and just accept this reality calmly. I told you we will be fine. Sukang still behaved so calmly. Everyone finally gave up on the idea of doing something. Okay, let's go back to the island again. Nami slumped on the deck. In the end, the melee was completely away from Angel Beach and the home of Pagia and Cornish on the beach. As time passed, the melee had arrived in a forest. The Super Express shrimp dropped everyone at a certain location and then disappeared. What exactly is this place? Chopper asked. At least one thing is certain, this is the inside of a Piado. Nami said. This looks like an altar of living sacrifices, Robin said. Living sacrifice, altar, Nami repeated. What is a living sacrifice? Chopper asked. It is to offer living sacrifices to gods, Nami replied. So I thought I was being cooked and eaten alive, Chopper thought. The meaning is similar. No matter what method you use, you must finally dedicate your life to God, Robin replied. So we will still be killed in the end. Chopper was a little timid and was so frightened that he fell off the boat. Fortunately, Robin used the flower fruit to save Chopper. There are many sky sharks behind Chopper, empty sharks. Chopper then escaped to the ship again. However, because Zoro was worried about Chopper, he jumped directly into the sea of clouds and did not come out for a while. Don't worry, this guy won't die so easily. Sukang had no intention of saving Zoro. After all, Zoro was the second male lead and would not die so easily. However, a while passed and Zoro still didn't come out, which made everyone a little worried. Zoro. At this moment, the empty shark suddenly appeared. Zoro held his weapon in front of the empty shark's mouth, and the empty shark did not swallow Zoro in one bite. Zoro, Chopper and Nami both shouted with great concern. Zoro was once again taken into the sea of clouds by Kongsha. It sank again. Chopper was very worried because Zoro still didn't come out this time. Could he be eaten? Nami asked desperately. Will this guy be killed by an empty shark? Then he is not Zoro. Sukang still has absolute confidence in Zoro's strength. Ah, Zoro must have been eaten. Chopper once again showed a desperate expression. If he was eaten, the clouds would be dyed red, Robin replied. Why do you say such terrible things so calmly, Robin? Nami couldn't help but complain. At this time, Zoro shouted loudly. It's so annoying. It was obvious that the empty shark had been defeated by Zoro. Zoro slowly walked up the steps, and the empty shark was already floating on the sea of clouds, obviously having been beaten hard. It's really nerve-wracking. It seems that he is quite difficult to deal with in the water. Zoro said, Did you just knock out the shark with your fist? You are obviously a swordsman, but where did your so-called swordsman's dignity go? Nami couldn't help but curse. You're so annoying, Rory is so annoying. Zoro didn't really want to pay attention to Nami. At this moment, more empty sharks suddenly came around. When Chopper saw it, he immediately said, Wow, there are so many empty sharks coming. There are many more empty sharks swimming over. If we deal with them one by one, the sun will have to wait until it sets, and we will never reach the other side, Zoro said. Even so, we can't just sit here and wait for death, right? Robin felt that he had to do something. Zoro twisted his clothes and said, That prawn really took us to an incredible place. Is starving here the so-called punishment of heaven? Robin asked. Would God use such an inconspicuous method? Zoro also expressed doubts. As far as I know, no, this guy might make a thunder and kill us. Sukang made his own guess. Smashed to death. The bottom of the boat is like this now, and it can't be launched into the water. You want to find a way to repair the boat first, Chopper? Zoro said. You asked someone to repair the ship, what are you going to do? Nami asked immediately. If I want to find a way to enter the forest, I want to use the boat as our base first. Luffy and the others will definitely come here to find us. As the saying goes, if you get lost, just stay there, Zoro said. Sukang felt that this saying was probably made up by Zoro. After all, Zoro was probably the most serious road idiot. But what are you going to do after you go to the forest now? Chopper asked. Didn't they say there is a god on this island? I want to meet him for a while to see if he is as godly as Sukang said. Although Zoro was not as excited as Luffy, he still looked eager to give it a try. Stop it. Why are you going to meet that inexplicable and scary guy when you have nothing to do? Nami also felt that Zoro's behavior was a bit redundant. Who knows, let's see that guy's attitude first. Zoro also said a bit condescendingly. Don't forget, gods also have priests. Gods can't be offended anyway. Is this common sense? Nami put his hands on his waist and warned. Sorry, I never pray to gods or Buddhas. Zoro said very domineeringly. I don't believe in God at all. Why are I afraid of offending God? Zoro's fearless appearance made Nami very desperate. Nami had no choice but to pray to God and make it clear that she had nothing to do with Zoro. Sukang looked at the side and wanted to laugh more and more. He couldn't help it anymore, so he said, "To deal with Enel, only Luffy and I are more suitable candidates. The others should deal with the priests." Logia ability users are difficult for ordinary people to touch, touched just like Crocodile. "But can't he touch it?" Zoro and others asked. "That is his own weakness. As soon as he comes into contact with liquid, Logia's special ability will be destroyed. In other words, he will not be able to elementalize temporarily. However, other Logia users, such as Ace, will not learn Haki before they learn Haki." "You can't touch them," Sukang said. "Domineering, what is it?" Zoro was a little confused. "It seems that you haven't come into contact with this knowledge yet. Let me tell you a little bit." Sukang probably talked about domineering and finally made Zoro, Robin, and others understand. "But Luffy doesn't know how to be domineering. Why is he suitable to deal with the god Enel?" Zoro was not stupid at all. He reacted immediately and asked. "He is a rubber man. As a thunder and lightning man, Enel's thunder and lightning are ineffective against him. As for me, I just learned Haki. Although it is very basic, I can at least hit Logia's ability users." Sukang then said after showing off his abilities, his hands were directly armed and his color hardened. Naturally, everyone looked at him in a daze. "However, there's nothing wrong with meeting this guy, right? We're going to meet him sooner or later anyway. Rather than doing nothing here, we might as well go find him, right?" Zoro looked at Sukang and asked. "You're right." On this point, Sukang still agreed with Zoro. "That vine looks like it could be used," Zoro said as he looked up and saw a vine. "Yes, that's a great idea. Can I go with you?" "Sukang and Mr. Swordsman," Robin asked. "Okay, let's go." Sukang planned to leave right away. "Wait a minute, Robin, are you going too? Where are you going?" Nami asked immediately. "Look at this. This altar has been built for at least 1,000 years. Seeing something with such a long history, my body can't help but feel ready to move. The longer the history of a place, the more heritage will be sleeping there. If we can, how many gem fragments can be picked up to subsidize the ship?" Robin's words instantly touched Nami's heart. "I want to go too." Nami immediately raised his hand. "Weren't you still scared just now?" Chopper asked. Later, using vines, Robin, Zoro, Nami, and Sukang swung into the forest one after another, while the melee was handed over to Chopper. Together, everyone headed towards the interior of the forest. As we walked, Zoro took the initiative to chat with everyone. "Where is this god?" Zoro asked. "If it were God, he would have seen through our every move, right?" Robin replied. "It would be easier if he was willing to come out on his own," Zoro said. "Maybe he saw us and was just waiting for a suitable opportunity." Sukang also made a random guess. "It would be great if we don't come out. You have no idea how terrifying this god is." Nami couldn't help but recall the terrifying scenes before. "God, please stay quiet and please bless me to find the treasure." Nami began to pray uncontrollably again. "Anyway, even if we walk along the river, we don't make much progress. Why don't we cross the river and go to the other side to have a look?" Zoro asked. "That's right," Robin nodded. "But how are we going to get over? Should we swing across with vines like we just did, or should we find a piece of wood?" Nami accidentally fell into the sea of clouds, and a sky shark suddenly rushed out of the sea of clouds. He almost swallowed Nami into his mouth, but fortunately Zoro reacted quickly and kicked the air shark away. A *** hole, how come it's even here? Absolutely not, I definitely can't live in this river. I don't want to throw myself into a trap and become the bait for the empty shark. Nami was really frightened by the empty shark just now. However, even if you keep walking along the river, you may not reach the other side, Zoro advised. If you want to go, Zoro, just go by yourself. At this time, Nami backed down. Hey, if you're so scared, don't come with me in the first place. Zoro couldn't help but want to quarrel with Nami. It was Robin who made the two temporarily stop arguing. You two, take a look at the land here first. Robin squeezed the earth. Is there something wrong? This is on the ground, Nami said. Don't forget this is an empty island. Robin then turned his head and looked at Sukang. Indeed, there is no soft feeling here. Zoro also felt it. Yes, didn't I say before that Sky Island is built on island clouds? It's been a long time since I touched the land like this. Why is this island different? Nami also didn't react for a while and then looked at everyone looking at Su. Sukang couldn't help but look at Sukang. Yes, that's right, just like I said before. This is part of Gaia. It was washed up into the sky by the sky currents and finally formed here. Therefore, only here has land. Sukang expressed his previous views again. It seems like this is an incredible island and it seems worth investigating, Robin said. Everyone then explored some more. At this time, Nami suddenly said, Huh. Did you feel anything moving? Really? Zoro said he didn't feel anything. I said, Robin, Sukang, did you see anything? Nami asked. I don't know, I didn't see anything, Robin said. I didn't see anything, but I felt like there was someone there, right? Sukang's words made Nami think he was joking on purpose. Maybe it's a monkey, Zoro guessed. Monkey. Who knows? I think we should go to the other side of the river, Robin suggested. It seems that you are also one of the living sacrifices. Where are the others? Come together so that I don't have to run around. What do you think? The priest smiled coldly and seemed not to take Sukang seriously. As far as Sukang knew, Chopper would naturally become a living sacrifice if he stayed there and would be killed by one of the priests. In desperation, Chopper blew the whistle. Sukang shook his head and said, "No, you can explore how you want. I can just go back. It's faster and more convenient for me." "No, what if we are attacked by the sky shark again?" Nami said with some fear of death. "No, don't be nervous. I am not here now because your partner is dead. Unfortunately, there are other reasons why I am here," the priest said. When they arrived, a priest was destroying the melee. "I said, what was that sound just now?" Nami asked. Immediately afterwards, the priest finally said, "In this case, I have no choice but to crush you to death, but before crushing you to death, there are some things I must tell you in advance." "Sukang," Chopper said as if he saw a great savior. At this moment, an aerial crocodile suddenly rushed out and rushed in the direction of Nami and Zoro. Robin didn't know what to say. However, seeing Chopper desperately protecting the melee, Sukang still chose to take action. "Since you have to take action, then do it." Sukang did not take the other party seriously. After all, in this world, if Sukang didn't insist on changing the plot would generally not change much. In fact, even if the priest does not destroy the melee, the keel part of the melee is no longer working. "Don't forget my ability." After Sukang finished speaking, he spread his demon wings and flew in the direction of the melee. "I am Sky Island Priest Sky Knight Shura. This is my mount, a 3-foot-long bird named Panleg. Your friends are rushing towards this place desperately. Secretly on this island, there is a creature composed of us. There are 4 areas that the priest is responsible for. According to the regulations, when the target enters one of the areas, other priests cannot take action against him, but this living sacrifice altar does not belong to any one area." What? Phew, Sukang appeared in front of the priest in an instant. Nami collapsed on the spot and said, "Thank you. It's really funny. Are you worthy of God Enel to take action? What a strong tone. Don't resist and die obediently. This way you can die more comfortably." The priest still did not look down on Sukang. At this time, Sukang heard a whistle. In other words, this is a free area, which means that no matter who wants to take action they can, but they must wait until the tester in a certain area dies before they can start. Both parties look down upon the other, and both feel that the other party has a bad tone. "Hey, you wanted to destroy our ship, but you didn't say hello to me. Do you want to die?" Sukang looked at the person in front of him coldly and said. Sky Crocodile fell into the sea of clouds, and Robin couldn't help but said, "Today is really your disaster day." Naturally, he was talking about Nami. Robin then discovered the stone steps again and said, "If you go further, you might be able to find more clues." If I guessed correctly, Chopper must have blown the whistle. He must have encountered danger and summoned the Sky Knight Ganfu. Sukang told what he had guessed. "Let's rush back immediately." Zoro and others were more concerned about Chopper's safety. "I told you to stop joking. B*********. D. Zoro punched the crocodile away again, and when the crocodile rushed out, its mouth was locked by Robin with countless hands. Chopper immediately said in a panic, "So, Luffy and the others?" "Well, don't ask yet, don't move." Zoro looked solemn, ready to fight. Sukang had nothing to say about Nami's fear of death. No matter how many times he told her not to be afraid, Nami just wouldn't listen. Robin also showed a serious expression, while Sukang showed no change at all. "I don't want to fight you because you are not worthy. Go back and ask Enel to come out and fight me," Sukang said. "Other reasons?" Chopper was stunned for a moment and then immediately responded. "So, as long as Luffy and the others come here to save us, we can escape." Although he was very unhappy, the priest in front of him still nodded. "Yes, that's what it is if you escape from this free area. But don't worry, the reason why I came here for other reasons is that if there are exceptions to the original rules of sanctions, the form will change slightly," the priest said. "Exception?" "Yes, for example, when you encounter 3 or 4 living sacrifices and use vines to escape to the forest on the other side without permission," the priest said. Chopper didn't react for a while, and then he realized that the culprit was Zoro. The sins of the escapees must be paid for by someone's death. This is the truth called sacrifice in the world. Although you have come back, those people have not come back yet. In order for them to be more capable after witnessing the death of their partners, deeply realize the crime you have committed and just obediently dedicate your life to God. Sky Knight Shura said a lot and finally pulled out his sword. "Go to hell." Why would Sukang let this priest kill Chopper and himself? Sukang had already deflected his sword. Oh, I don't see that you still have 2 attacks, but can you block all my attacks? After Shura finished speaking, he took his own weapon and started to attack Su Luo in various ways. Kang came in, but while attacking, Shura was shocked because he had the power of seeing and hearing and could predict the short-term future. Amazing, I didn't expect that there would be someone like you in Qinghai who could fend off all my attacks. It seems that even in Qinghai you are considered a master. Shura praised Su Kang and then immediately said, however, there is no such thing. If you use it, you will still die in my hands in the end. At this moment a figure appeared. Facing Shura, this person directly launched an attack. I kept you waiting. Sky Knight, at this time Chopper saw that the Sky Knight was also coming, and his confidence was naturally greatly increased. After all, there were 2 people on his side, 2 against 1, so he couldn't lose, right? Su Kang immediately stood in front of Chopper while the Sky Knight fought against the priest. This is a rare visitor, Ganfu. Shura and Ganfu both had mounts, so naturally they flew up on their mounts and started a sky battle. This is really a match, let's strike harder, peer, Ganfu said. What does the old immortal of the previous generation do to me? Just play with him cross-legged. Sky Knight Shura didn't think he would lose to a smelly old man. This island doesn't need 2 gods. The 2 of them fought with each other, but Su Kang seemed a bit redundant. Finally, the Sky Knight stretched out his hand, seemingly using the platoon attack shell, and easily solved the Sky Knight, which moved Chopper to death. You still need to work harder, peer, come on. Ganfor had no intention of letting go of the Sky Knight and continued to chase him. Asterisk hole, you came here with your mind ready, right? You are already a criminal. I will let you see what will happen to the fool who offends me. The trial of rope. The Sky Knight opened his hand. Fighting against this Ganfuer with all his strength, the 2 of them fought very excitingly. Su Kang just silently protected Chopper from the side. Sometimes it feels good to appreciate other people's battles. The speed of both sides was very fast, and Chopper couldn't help but say, I can't see what they are doing at all, they are so fast, so powerful. Fortunately, I can see clearly, Su Kang said. I no longer have any illusions about being able to negotiate with you, Ganfuer said while fighting the opponent. You are still so indecisive. The Sky Knight still continued to fight Ganfuer without stopping. Suddenly, Ganfu seemed to be unable to move. Why can't you move? What did you do? Ganfu asked. Haha, did you get tricked? I don't have to answer the dead man's question. Seeing that the Sky Knight's fire sword was about to pierce Ganfuer, Su Kang appeared again. This time Su Kang used the weapon color he had just learned, domineering. He used the weapon color hardening and completely deflected the opponent's fire sword. What? This is impossible, just relying on the body. Who is this guy? Ganfu also looked at Su Kang with an expression of disbelief. Don't underestimate the Qinghai you talk about. Any Shichibukai there might be able to kill the god you talk about. Su Kang then kicked away the Kangshan Knight and the bird beneath him. On the kick, Su Kang also used weapon color hardening. Yes, Su Kang has been able to use the weapon color to harden. On his hands and feet, Su Kang's attack power is already very strong, not to mention the fusion of the weapon color. The hands and feet turned pitch black as hard as steel. Who is this guy? Ganfuer had never seen an armed and domineering person, but he felt that Su Kang was not a simple person. The rope trial is not that simple, don't think about passing it easily. This time, Sky Knight Shura made a comeback again and rushed towards Su Kang. HMPH, you are so weak. Even if you can use the mental network you mentioned to predict my movements, you still won't be able to react. What I said must be right. Su Kang then used super speed tactics, using his teleportation and the demon's high-speed movement to rush towards the Sky Knight at extremely fast speeds. Su Kang's speed was so fast that it was unimaginable. How is that possible? The Sky Knight watched Su Kang disappear. In his mind, the Sky Knight predicted that he would be knocked away, but Su Kang was clearly far away from him. However, the next second, Su Kang appeared in front of him. You can predict me and I can predict you, but does this make sense? In the face of absolute strength. What Su Kang said is not wrong. To use the heart network, you must concentrate. If you are beaten unilaterally, your mind will be disordered and you will not be able to use it. Su Kang really beat the opponent stupid this time. Su Kang directly exerted his armed domineering power to its maximum, using the power of his first form to rush directly. The demon's impact made the surrounding empty sharks become timid. Bang! The body of Sky Knight Shura disappeared in front of his eyes like a cannonball. This is actually so strong, it seems like you can be immune to this guy's special ability. Who are you? You're from Qinghai. Ganfuer finally couldn't help asking. Su Kang replied, me, I'm just a Qinghai native. Okay, now that this guy has been defeated by me, then I will go back, Su Kang said. Wait a minute, is it true that every Qinghai person is as powerful as you? As a former god, Ganfuel naturally didn't know about the situation in the outside world, so he asked Su Kangdo. That's not true. If everyone was as powerful as me, I'm afraid the whole sea would become unstable. Sukang left a look in his eyes which left a deep memory in Gan Fuer's mind. Sukang, thank you, and Sky Knight. Thank you too, Chopper expressed his gratitude to Sky Knight. Sukang quickly flew back to the place where everyone had separated just now and found that everyone was still where they were. However, Nami has climbed to a very high place and is looking around with a telescope. Sukang informed everyone that Chopper was fine, and then everyone heard an explosion. What happened to the explosion? Everyone asked, but of course no one could answer everyone's question. No matter, let's move forward anyway. Nami continued walking forward along the huge branches. Both Zoro and Robin were a little confused. What did you see? Could it be that you saw God? Zoro asked. No, even if I tell you, you probably won't understand. Really, this kind of road is not easy at all, Nami complained as he walked. Didn't you say it would be faster to take this route? Robin said. Stop being pretentious. What exactly did you see? Zoro asked. Don't ask any more, just shut up and follow me. We have to find a way to reach the coast first, Nami said. By the way, help me, Sukang. Nami naturally got angry when she saw that Sukang could fly and was still behind her. You are such a fierce person. Didn't you say you were going to lead the way? When you ask people to follow you, you should be the one at the front, right? Zoro complained to Sukang. Coast, Robin responded. Yes, I want to get closer to confirm. I still can't believe my eyes, Nami said. I also care about something. Although I haven't found any evidence yet, if these ridiculous assumptions are true, it would be interesting. Maybe my purpose of living can continue, Robin said in a deep voice, but it's just a hype. In that case, what does the right eye of the skull mean? Usopp asked. Right here, what Rolando wants to say is the entire island, but now only half of the island is left, so no one can solve this mystery, Nami said. After working on it for a long time, it turns out this is what happened. Usopp finally understood. So that's it. Zoro finally understood. Treasure, treasure. Luffy was naturally even more excited now that he knew the location of the treasure. How do we get there? Sukang is not a roadie. He got there easily, but he still has a team. Next, we just need to move straight in this direction, but in the meantime, we can't leave the ship alone, so we are divided into 2 teams to act today. There is absolutely no mistake. There must be a huge amount of gold waiting here. Follow us. Nami raised her glasses confidently. Nami usually doesn't wear glasses, but of course this is an exception. After the combat meeting was concluded, Sukang had an idea. He knows how to use wood clone, so he plans to use wood clone to protect the melee, and he will search for gold with the other team so that neither party is wasted. This idea is naturally supported by everyone. After all, it seems that this is the safest method at present. Eat up, go find gold tomorrow. It will also be sunny tomorrow, right? Luffy asked. Of course, because we are above the clouds. By the way, the night is already very deep. We have to put out the useless fire quickly. This will only let the enemy know our position. Robin, who has been vigilant for many years, said. Luffy said without paying attention, Did you hear what you said to be stupid? Usopp, she actually told us to put out the fire. You can't blame her. After all, Robin was a woman living in darkness not long ago. She just didn't know it. What Usopp and Luffy said made Robin very confused. What do you mean? Robin asked. Unexpectedly, Luffy and Usopp laughed crazily. When it comes to camping, we should have a bonfire party. People can die, but fire cannot be extinguished. This is the way to be a human being. What Usopp and Luffy said were simply idiots. Nami scolded, just stop it. You should know how dangerous this forest is, right? I don't know, Luffy said very confidently. There are priests and gorillas. Even without these, the forest at night is dangerous enough. There may be beasts and monsters. As a normal person, Nami naturally thinks normally. Hey, Luffy, can the campfire stand be like this? Zoro and Sanji have already prepared the campfire stand, Nami said speechlessly. How come you are so motivated? It doesn't matter, Miss Nami. It's better to say that beasts are most afraid of fire, Sanji said without fear. As a result, countless pairs of eyes flashed out from the depths of the forest behind. Suddenly, a wolf walked out of the forest and Chopper translated. It probably meant, you guys are so noisy, go to sleep you brats, a bunch of idiots. You guys don't want to compete with us for territory, right? No, we were dragged here by force. Chopper was translating for everyone while conveying his meaning, but Nami finally made an impulse and knocked out a bad wolf. At this time, the surrounding atmosphere was getting worse and worse. Countless wolves were already watching, and they were ready to take action at any time. The wolf who just spoke stopped the wolves, and Chopper quickly translated for his friends. Stop, even if you come together, you are no match for them. Miss, your punch just now was really powerful, I like you very much. Afterwards, Luffy started the bonfire party again. This time, not only the Straw Hats and the others attended the party, but also the surrounding wolves. Robin looked at everyone with a smile at the end. Sukang slowly sat next to Robin and said, "How are these friends?" "Interesting fellow, I never thought my life could be like this," Robin said. "Fool, anyone can choose their own life. What kind of person you become is not your ability but your choice," Sukang said. "Do I have a choice? I hope I do." Robin was slightly worried as he spoke, but Sukang deliberately didn't notice it. At this time, a voice sounded. "Have even the Cloud Wolf been tamed? I think these are the only ones who dare to make such a fuss on Enel's territory." The person who spoke was naturally the Sky Knight, the former god Ganfer. "Old man, are you okay? I didn't expect you to be so tired from dealing with a priest." Although Su Kang was very disrespectful, he did not mean to be disrespectful. Ganfu obviously understood and immediately said, "I just think you care about me. I'm not in any serious trouble. I really caused you trouble. I originally wanted to save you." "What you said is enough. If Chopper hadn't blown the whistle and called you here, Su Kang wouldn't have rushed over." Zoro told the truth. "Indeed, I can't predict every detail. Thank you, Sky Knight Ganfer, for saving Chopper and our ship." Su Kang also thanked him. "Wow, weird old man, do you want to dance?" Luffy asked. "Is Miss Cornish okay?" Ganfur replied, "Don't worry, both father and daughter are at the old man's home, and no one can find them." "That's it, great, I'm worried about her," Sanji said. "Great, they are all fine, okay, let's throw Chopper up," Usopp suggested. "Why?" "Ha ha ha ha," Chopper immediately laughed after being thrown up. Everyone played and joked together unscrupulously and had a bonfire party. Su Kang was also more relaxed than ever before. "I heard what you just said. The original name of this island was Gaia, right? Then you must not know why this place is now called the Holy Land, right?" Ganfuer said. "For you Qinghai people, the ground here is a natural thing, right? But this is something that cannot exist in the sky. Although the island clouds can cultivate plants, they cannot allow them to be born, neither green leaves nor soil. This there is nothing in the sky, we call it Bass," Ganfu said as he pinched a handful of dirt. "For people living in the sky, it is our eternal longing." Ganfu told everyone Ba's message, and the bonfire party gradually came to an end. Everyone ends up camping, who's in the tent. Immediately afterwards, Usopp stood up as if he was going to the bathroom but saw someone knocking on the Mary, as if someone was repairing the Mary. But who could it be in the middle of the night? Usopp was confused and surprised. There should be no one on the ship. Due to the heavy fog, it was difficult for Usopp to see clearly, but he was able to confirm that there must be someone on the ship repairing the ship. Usopp yelled, thinking he saw a monster, and collapsed to the ground in fear. After Zoro came out, he thought Usopp was asleep and carried him back. Finally, everyone fell asleep, but only Su Kang had not closed his eyes. Su Kang stood up, walked slowly to Ganfuer and asked, "Ganfuer, there is no need to pretend to be asleep. Are you worried?" "Yeah, now that you've discovered it, I'll get up." Ganfuer then slowly stood up. "You are very strong. I really don't know who is more powerful among you now," Ganfu said. "You'll have to fight to know this." Although Su Kang said this, he was very confident in his heart. "I didn't expect that your partner could defeat Shadley. Now he is completely enemies with Enel, and Sandia will never let go of this great opportunity. What does Enel want to do and what is his purpose?" I don't know, this guy is very strong. If you want to fight him, please be careful," Ganfu said. "I understand, thank you for your concern," Su Kang responded. In the past, Su Kang might not have been able to deal with Enel. After all, Enel was a Logia. However, now that his weapons are hardened, he can actually touch him. Coupled with Su Kang's various powerful abilities, he naturally has a 100% chance of defeating him. Confidence. The night passed quickly. As soon as the sky dawned, Usopp discovered that the Mary had been repaired inexplicably. "Look, I just said there was someone yesterday," Usopp complained. Everyone was very surprised and said, "What? The golden Melly has been repaired. I saw it, it really wasn't my dream. Even the broken mainmast has been repaired. That was not mentioned." "Really, it's hard enough to stand up such a heavy mainmast," Robin said. "However, to put it bluntly, the cultivation is really bad," Sanji said. "There are still good people in this world, ha." Luffy also felt very lucky. "Someone did come, I saw it," Usopp said again. "But in this borderland, who will come to help us repair the ship? In a Piato besides us, aren't there only enemies left?" Zoro asked. "But isn't this flight mode?" "Usopp," Luffy said. "Yeah, speaking of which, I'm also very concerned about it." I said, "Why does the guy who helps us repair the ship know what the Mary originally looked like?" Usopp was puzzled. "I actually knew that he had no comb, wings, or tail." "Who did Usopp see?" Chopper asked very curiously. "No matter how you think about it, you can only say that it was just a dream." Zoro didn't believe it either. Robin looked at Su Kang and smiled. "At that time, we will be the Monopoly Pirates. We can buy whatever we want," Nami said. "In order to ensure the safety of the ship, I plan to use my clone to guard it. As I said before, if any enemies attack on the way, a lot of trouble will be avoided," Su Kang said. Sukang's true body naturally went on adventures with Luffy and others. During this period, we will leave the island on the Mary. It is also very dangerous here because we have to rush to the coast near the ruins as soon as possible. Let's meet there and then escape from the empty island. Nami planned after a while. Okay, everyone look at the map. The route of the exploration team is like this, go straight south. In the right eye, there should be ruins or something. Of course, you must be careful of all kinds of enemies and then take the gold with you. Come back, Nami said. Hey Luffy, why don't you always listen to what others say? Since it's the skeleton's right eye, of course it's on the right side. Are you an idiot? Zoro also cursed. That's great, you can eat meat now, Luffy said excitedly. Forget it, no matter how many things there are, we still have a lot to do. Nami didn't care much about who repaired the ship as long as it wasn't damaged. Yes, because it's scary, Nami said. By the way, Sukang, are there any restrictions on your clone technique? For example, will the strength be reduced, or will it be uncontrollable at a distance? Sanji asked with interest. The west side. Not the east side, Chopper said speechlessly. What's the matter with you? You talk about gold, why don't you come? Luffy asked. So, are we leaving? That's great. No, it has the same strength as me, and it is an independent individual. Of course, he is the product of my will, so there are no restrictions, Sukang replied. Afterwards, everyone regrouped again and walked towards the south. What you said is simple, Zoro complained. It's really interesting. Do you really hope to encounter enemies and surprises? Robin asked. Chopper nodded and said, well, no problem. These guys are really interesting, haha. Sukang looked at Robin and said, I would be very happy to investigate the ruins. Robin agreed. Of course, Nami nodded, so her safety was guaranteed. Arriving in this very exaggerated jungle again, Zoro walked in another direction. Afterwards, the Mary set sail again, and Sukang also used wood clone, leaving his clone on the Mary. Oh, it's so peaceful, I didn't meet even half of the priests, it's really bad luck, Zoro said as he walked. There were indeed many things that happened next. The melee was thrown on the altar before, Sukang flew directly over, and then used his own ability to put the melee down. What did you say? Nami's eyes changed, and Chopper shook his head in fright. After everything was ready, Nami started to explain briefly. You obviously want gold, but you don't take risks. Nami is so weird and perverted, Chopper complained. I probably know who repaired the ship, but you won't believe me if I tell you, so I won't tell you anymore. Sukang deliberately let it slip, but everyone was still very interested in the ship repairer, Sukang said. I think Meili built it himself. After Sukang finished speaking, everyone immediately lost interest. Everyone thought what Sukang said was nonsense. How could the ship repair itself? Zoro, what are you doing? The west side is here, is it true? I've really lost to you, a road idiot. Luffy couldn't help complaining. We should be going to the south, Chopper, please tell them both. If you don't know the way, just follow me, Sukang said to Chopper. Sukang looked at Kaido, and Kaido looked at Sukang and then said together, you two are really evenly matched. Chopper was smiling but suddenly stopped laughing. Sukang also felt that something was not right around him, but he couldn't explain it, so he didn't care so much. Everyone continued to move forward. Something doesn't feel right, Robin said. What are those huge tree roots with strange patterns? Luffy couldn't help but ask. Tree roots? Why do the tree roots move? Zoro asked. It turned out that this was not a tree root at all, but the body of a snake. At this time, the giant snake spit out the snake letter and roared. Here, we encountered a giant snake, and on the other side of the melee, Ganfuer, who was recovering from his injuries, finally planned to spread some knowledge to everyone while they were sailing. Shall I tell you about the history of this country? Until 6 years ago, I was still a god. Ganfu said, did you hit your head, uncle? Usopp thought Ganfuer had a brain twitch. The Pegasus immediately split open and bit Usopp's head. Keep talking, keep talking. Sukang waved his hand and the ugly Pegasus relaxed. Thank you. Usopp looked at Sukang and thanked him immediately. Ganfuer continued. A Piado appeared in Kaido here. As you know, it is said that it was 400 years ago. It is said that Kaido before that was a very peaceful and tranquil island. It was occasionally visited. The only supplies brought up from Qinghai by the sea currents are very precious treasures to us people of the sky. All the bass on the Sky Island came to the sky by accident. However, it is impossible for a bass as big as a Piado to come into the sky. It is simply a miracle. Liu O, a citizen of the sky, naturally regards this place as a holy land given by God and is very happy. But there were already aboriginal people on Bass, so the battle for Bass began and those aboriginal people were Sandians. Ganfuer said. Are they those gorillas? Usopp asked. So they were residents of Gaya Island before? Sanji asked. Yes, they must have been forced to follow the island and fly into the sky. Ganfuer replied. What a powerful venom. Lock you up first, wood-style Senliuo Wangxiang. Sukang put his hands together and directly used the powerful wood-style ninjutsu. Countless entangled roots instantly grew out of the ground and caught the huge python. The divine team just mentioned who were oppressed to do hard work would occasionally get a boat and escape. Of course they are enemies to the Sandians, so naturally they would not let them go. Therefore, they must have admitted the wrong person. What? But you kicked them off the island, Nami confirmed. By the way, you have been talking about this last night. What is gold? Ganfu asked. The reason why I became a Sky Knight is to help the fugitives escape to other Sky Islands smoothly. Because they are criminals, they can no longer stay in this country monitored by Enel. Ganfu said, this guy is just like a catfish. Watch me chop you. Zoro was about to make a move when the giant python with strange patterns came over very quickly. Really, it's too much to have your life on the line just because you admitted the wrong person. Sanji also felt it was a bit unreasonable. Why is it so big? Is it also because of the environment of the empty island? Robin asked. Sukang, Robin and Zoro shouted. Why did those Sandians who just wanted to take back their homeland attack us? When we first came to the sky? Sanji asked. Ah, Chopper and others were so frightened that they jumped up and down. Isn't that your fault? Sanji and Usopp complained together, and then both of them were bitten by Pegasus. At the same time, on the expedition team's side, Luffy shouted, run away. It's a python. He is really a difficult person to deal with, Ganfu said. This guy is so huge, how can he be so agile? Zoro couldn't help but say. But for the Sandians, no matter who is the god, the situation has not changed at all. They just want to take back their hometown. Ganfuer said, the big devil, no, it's worse than that. Ganfer then said, when I was still a god, he suddenly led troops to attack from who knows which island in the sky. He defeated the god team and the Sandians led by me to a complete defeat, and then ruled a pa. Yado, that was 6 years ago. Now most of the members of the god team are doing hard work under Enel's force. I don't know the details. That's really sad, Nami said. That's right, as you said, thank you for the medicine, I'll take the medicine first. While Ganfuer was taking the medicine, Nami asked, so where is the god Enel? Where did the god Enel come from? Let's retreat for the time being, we don't need to fight this thing here. After Sukang finished speaking, he realized that his friends had already run away. A monster of this level is not something that ordinary people can deal with. Leave it to me, Sukang rushed out, a few points faster than the giant python. Listen to what you said, God Enel is simply a terrifying demon king, Sanji said. When we first arrived at Angel Beach, we thought it was a paradise. Who knew it would be like this? The once golden land has really flown to an incredible place. Nami was also a little sad. Yes, the people of the sky took away their hometown for their own selfish desires. For the next 400 years, the war between the people of Sandia and the people of the sky has been uninterrupted. The people of Sandia just want to take back their hometown. It's just my hometown, Ganfuer replied. That's awesome. Only Luffy was excited. So this guy is not only strong in strength, he is also cunning in ruling others. Sukang's wood clone also commented from the side. That's it, Ganfu also nodded. Wow, the giant python spit out a mouthful of venom which can corrode anything. Earth-style wall. Sukang had already used the Earth-style wall. The huge earth wall stood in front of him, blocking out the venom. However, soon the earth wall was also corroded by the venom. Wood-style 4-pillar prison technique. Sukang used his wood style again. The giant snake was not only entangled, but also surrounded by huge wooden pillars. The people on the boat were confused. After all, there were very few people who had never heard of gold. What kind of move are you doing? Is it also your fruit ability? Enel will accuse people like you who come from abroad with unwarranted crimes, and then let the residents of the island guide them to the place of sanctions. This will make the people feel guilty. When people feel that their actions are sinful when their hearts are at their most vulnerable. Enel knows this very well and creates the lost lambs himself and rules them as if he were a god. What did you say about the wood style just now? That's a kind of ninjutsu that can only be found in the ninja world, Sukang told the facts. Such a big poisonous python was trapped by you so easily, it's simply too powerful. Luffy turned into a fanboy and was very curious about the ninjutsu Sukang had just used. By the way, where have our friends gone? Sukang then noticed that except for Luffy who was with him, everyone else had gone away. What should we do? Luffy, why don't we go to the destination for now? Maybe we will meet them, Sukang suggested. Okay, let's go look for gold, Luffy nodded. The two then set off towards their destination together. As for the melee, everyone was still moving slowly above the Cloud River. Since there was no wind, the Mary used the crow's impact shell as power and slowly sailed forward. At this time, Ganfu continued to tell everyone some things. When I first met you, I called myself a mercenary because you Qinghai people couldn't keep up with the Sky War here. Sky battle? What do you mean? Usopp asked. Then put that bucket there, said Ganfer. Bucket. Although Nami was confused, she still did what he wanted. You guys watch it. Ganfuer said after he finished speaking. Try to break this shell with all your strength. It turns out that Ganfuer put the shell on the bucket and hoped that everyone would smash it. Then Sanji hit it with a huge hammer, but the shell was not damaged in any way. I asked you to be lighter, but I didn't ask you to be lighter, Usopp also said. No, I used all my strength. It's like this shell absorbed all the impact. Sanji seemed to feel something. Then you point the shell at the empty bucket below and press the top of the shell on the back, Ganfer said. He is a user with the power of the thunder fruit. He has abilities similar to electromagnetism. After using the Haki of seeing and hearing, he can receive blessings. As for the priests, he probably imparted some Haki to them, right? Sukang said. Heart net. That old man doesn't know how to use it, so he doesn't know how to explain it, but it is said that the heart net is actually a kind of listening ability. It seems that as long as a person is alive, his body will make some kind of sound. By listening with this sound, you can understand your opponent's next move, and if you practice it, the hearing range will become wider. Speaking of which, Chopper also mentioned that kind of bird. Is this the so-called sky battle? Usopp asked. No matter what it is, it depends on the person who uses it. For example, if the heat shell used for heating when cooking is mounted on a gun, it will become a fire gun that can heat freely. The previous Sky Knights used this kind of gun. Weapons, Ganfer said. Usually it is fixed on the hand with a glove or wristband. If the strike position is accurate, it is powerful enough to kill ordinary people, Ganfer said. Then this thing is really useful if you get used to it. Even Sukang couldn't help but nodded. It's very simple. As long as you kill the enemy while he's still predicting your movements, that's all, Sukang said lightly. That so-called heart network is partly due to one's own domineering power, and partly due to Enel's fruit ability. What's the meaning? And everyone felt that Sukang had been talking for a long time without saying anything, but they also became more curious about Enel's abilities. Although I didn't fight Enel, I did fight one of the priests. This is the impact shell, which can absorb the impact from the outside world and release it freely, Ganfu explained. Sanji did so and the bucket was smashed instantly. For another example, if you put a flame shell that can store flames in the bird's mouth, the rare fire-breathing bird will be born, Ganfer said. He only wants 5 people left. Sukang also expressed his guess about Enel. Of course it can be used repeatedly, Ganfu said. The initial state is to record the impact force and then it can be released without restriction. That kind of power, how should we contend with it? Usopp also seemed a little powerless. However, I can probably talk about this ability. Sukang stood up at this time. Seeing and hearing, domineering, what is that? Everyone saw that Sukang seemed to know, so they asked. The Shenmen Gate can hear the voice of the entire Apyato, and Enel can hear the voice of the entire country. Only this power is still a mystery, and it is because of this power that the people of the entire country have no peace all day long. Ganfu said, even if you want to escape now, it's useless. I guess Enel wants to play games. There are 3 colors of Haki, the Conqueror's Haki, the Haki of Knowledge, and the Haki of Arms. Yes, that glutinous rice ball priest used this ability, Usopp said. Don't forget this is a double-edged sword. If you don't use it well, you will die. Ganfuer reminded him again. Sukang nodded and said nothing. Isn't this thing just? Sanji recalled something. So what is the heart network that can predict our movements? Does it have any principle? Sanji asked. I heard that there was a more powerful shell on the ancient Sky Island, a kind of shell called the volley shell. It is on the verge of extinction. It can release 10 times more power than the impact shell. However, due to the impact of the volley shell, if it is too powerful, even the user's life may be in danger. It is a double-edged sword, Ganfu explained. Enel wants to play a game similar to Battle Royale. Sukang smiled. Priest Shenbing, how many of us Qinghai people and Sandia people will be left after 3 hours? It's too early to say this now. If you want to enter the second half of the Great Channel, you must master Haki, because there are so many people with Logia ability in the second half, and Haki masters are like crucian carp crossing the river. In Sukang's mouth, Enel's the ability doesn't seem to be very strong. But the enemy knows what we will do next, so how can we kill him? Usopp and others continued to ask Sukang, trying to find a way to defeat the enemy. I would like to ask, is this a one-time consumable or can it be used repeatedly? Sukang asked. Yes, it is impossible for Qinghai people who are not familiar with the types of shells to see through these tricks. The same is true for the numerous processing clouds. After training, the warriors of Kandao can use them flexibly, and they can use them flexibly. Of course the people inside are helpless, Ganfer said. Thunder fruit, what exactly is it? Usopp asked. Really? I saw a person near a Piado and he was instantly swallowed up by lightning. I guess that was his ability. Nami was still a little scared. What, 5 people? Where are the others? Are these guys going to be killed? Usopp and others shuddered for a moment. Of course, don't forget that he is Enel. Sukang didn't say anything else. Everything seemed to be developing towards the result Enel wanted. The words were divided into two parts. At this time, Luffy was singing a song and walking on the right path with Sukang. I have to say, your singing is really ugly, Sukang said to Luffy mercilessly, and Luffy smiled slightly and continued singing. For this reason, although Sukang was speechless, he had no other options. After continuing to walk for a while, Sukang seemed to feel something, and Luffy and Sukang hid behind him. Just listen to one sound. Boom. A man with wings fell to the ground, and not far from him there was a Sandian. What are you doing here? Although Sukang had never met the person who spoke before, he could basically guess his identity based on the temperament of the person in front of him. It's you, Luffy naturally thought about it when he looked at the person in front of him. Didn't I advise you to leave this island immediately? The man said. You are very annoying. Wherever you go, I will be free, Luffy said. Of course it's not your freedom because this island belongs to us Sandians, the man said. Your name is Wiper, right? Sukang suddenly interrupted. Yes, Qinghai people, I don't seem to have seen you before. Who are you? Do the Qinghai people have a leader? Wiper said. You can say that, but we can't leave before our mission is completed. I think our goals are the same, Sukang said. Mission target. What are you talking about? Wiper didn't know what Sukang wanted to say. Your purpose is to drive away Enel. Our purpose is also to drive away Enel. Why can't we do it together? Sukang said. Drive Enel away. Just you. We don't need your help, but why do you want to help us for no reason? Wiper seemed a little wary. We are here for the gold, Luffy said directly. Gold, that's it. So that's what it's for. Wiper's expression changed instantly, and when he wanted to say something, he suddenly said, Forget it, I have nothing to say anymore, and I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. I just want to get rid of you. What, this is the simplest and most direct thing, Luffy grinned, obviously looking forward to this battle. You two come together, you're just from Qinghai. Wiper seemed to be like the other Dekong Islanders, not taking Sukang and Luffy seriously. However, Sukang and Luffy both looked at each other and smiled. Sukang said to Luffy, Leave it to you, this guy is too weak. Great, leave it to me. Luffy obviously wanted to challenge Wiper in a duel from the beginning, and now he really got his wish. Then I'll leave first and leave some marks for you along the way. Sukang didn't want to pay attention to this battle. As the protagonist of the pirate world, Luffy would naturally not be defeated by the Sandian Wiper. Sukang ignored this battle and walked towards the correct south at an extremely fast speed. Yes, the other partners have all separated, Sukang said. That's right. Robin knew that Sukang's actions must be neither serious nor serious. Don't worry, don't be afraid, I'm not here to harm you, Enel said slowly while showing a weird smile. Dong dong dong, Sukang could feel the vibrations in the forest. The Sandians and the divine soldiers, as well as the Sandians' leaders and priests, were at war. Robin held up a piece of the relic and said, This is too much. This should be a private house in the original city. As expected, it was swallowed up by the forest. I wonder if the ruins of the city are still intact. Robin was talking when suddenly a man in white clothes came to the house. Above, Sukang's wood clone has already rushed out. It seems that this forest is getting more and more lively, Robin said. Thank you. Sanji almost died and immediately expressed his gratitude to Sukang. I have encountered an enemy and am fighting, but I am not interested in the opponent, Sukang said. Come down quickly, it seems you don't know much about the historical value of the so-called ruins. Robin got a little angry for the first time. You ask me what I want to do. I am ordered by God to use the slashing shell in my hand to deal with the Sandians and you Qinghai people. After the magic weapon finished speaking, Robin said directly, Six-wheeled flower. The magic weapon was instantly broken. Hello everyone, I am the god Enel. Enel appeared on the spot with a smile. However, Sanji was about to be struck by lightning in the next second. At this time, Sukang's wood clone is already on the ship waiting for the arrival of boss Enel. Originally, everyone was sailing normally on the melee, but not long after, a bolt of lightning flashed here. Enel, Ganfu looked at Enel and naturally had a lot to say. You're here, where's Luffy? Robin asked. Captain Sukang, if you had taken action just now, that guy wouldn't even be able to destroy the ruins, right? Robin looked at Sukang and asked. Ah ha ha, it's really surprising that you can withstand my thunder and lightning. I guess you are not an ordinary person among the people of Qinghai. Enel sat on the railing of the ship in front of him and said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, countless arms grew around the magic weapon in an instant. Robin crossed his hands, spread his palms and said, Anchor flower. Then what are you here for? Genshin Ganfu asked. You be asterisk 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 D. Sanji rushed over and wanted to kick Enel away. And Chopper will accidentally meet the priest. What are you so proud of? It's a woman. This road leads to the shrine of the gods. If you continue to move forward, you will be disrespectful to the gods. The person who looked like a magic weapon said, "Your tone is really cold. We haven't seen each other for 6 years, the god of the previous generation, Ganfer." Enel looked at Ganfer and said, "It's okay, Sanji, stay back. Only Luffy and I can deal with this guy." Sukang waved his hand and everyone stepped back obediently. "What is this place?" Sukang looked around and found that the surrounding buildings were somewhat different from the huge trees in Apiado. At this time, a series of sounds came from the forest. Sukang knew that according to the plot, Zoro would encounter Sandia's warriors and win in the end. "What do you want from me? What do you want to do?" Robin asked very directly. Armed color, Sukang directly used the armed color to harden and resisted the thunder and lightning falling from the sky. After a while, I found Robin and others. Sukang smiled naively and said, "If I take action, the entire ruins will disappear." "Ganfer, don't be so angry, right? We haven't seen each other for a long time. How about you act happy, right, Ganfer?" Enel said very calmly. Asterisk hole. "What did you just do to Sanji? If you dare to beg for mercy, I will consider letting you live," Usopp shouted. Sukang was a little speechless. Even though Sanji had nothing to do, Usopp still had to stand up for Sanji. Naturally, Enel teleported to Usopp's side, preparing to kill Usopp instantly. However, Sukang naturally would not let Enel get his way. When Enel stretched out his fingers and wanted to discharge electricity, Sukang also teleported to Enel's side and firmly grabbed Enel's wrist. "Stop or I will kill you," Sukang said calmly, speaking as if it were the truth. "Kill me? You're just from Qinghai, but you still want to talk so loudly." Enel was very tall, so he looked down at Sukang from above. Sukang stared back at Enel without showing any signs of weakness, and then his eyes instantly opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Immediately afterwards, a magical scene happened. Enel suddenly found that Sukang's body in front of him had transformed into countless crows. "What is going on?" "Discharge." Enel kept discharging, but found that he had also turned into a crow. Bang! Sukang kicked Enel away and Enel fell into the Cloud River. Everyone present was stunned. How could it be to give Enel to him so easily? Nami didn't know what to say. What happened to that guy? Why was he motionless just now? He looked like he was stupid. Usopp also felt a little strange. Why does Enel feel so weak, or did Sukang do something? Sanji was also a little unbelievable. This guy maybe can really defeat Enel. Ganfear thought the same. "What did you just do?" Sanji couldn't help but ask. "It's nothing, it's just a trick, it's all deceptive." Sukang hesitated and Enel reappeared on the ship. Asterisk hole, "Qinghai man, what did you just do to me?" Enel said angrily. "Since you are fighting with me, don't look into my eyes, otherwise you will be pulled into the illusory world by me. Let me remind you." After Sukang finished speaking, he revealed his Sharingan. Naturally, nothing happened to the others, but only Enel would be cast Genjutsu as long as he stared into Sukang's eyes. Although Sukang is not yet a main Jikayo Sharingan, his eyes can still perform some commonly used Genjutsu. "HMPH, your tricks are of no use to me. I can get rid of it by stimulating myself with thunder and lightning. Is this all your ability?" Enel is obviously not that easy to deal with. "We are not who, we are the deputy commander of the magic army and you actually gave up Brother Shadley." The two said very funny. "To be honest, I am also one of the participants, so I have to go," Enel said. "What do you mean?" Ganfer asked. However, the residents of these empty islands are really simple-minded because they only regard this island as a huge piece of bass. "I don't know your eldest brother," Nami shook his head. Sanji, Usopp and Sukang stood up and said, "If a man dares to take responsibility, we did it. I will never forgive you." The two captains were ready to fight. "Only God knows, from Qinghai your name is Sukang, right?" Enel asked. "Wait, God Team has been released?" Ganfewer asked. At this time, a pair of people who looked exactly the same appeared on the melee. These two people seemed to be magic weapons. "Gold. What are you talking about?" Shen Ganfewer didn't know what gold was not long ago, so he naturally didn't know the meaning of this sentence. "My name is Xiao Wu." "The magic team led by the old man," Ganfewer replied. "Even if you can resist with armed colors, your body is still made of wood, and it will easily disappear if you use too much electricity." Enel said, "I just want to find the legacy of Sandola, the golden city that once prospered in Qinghai in the distant past." "Admit it. My name is Zhang Wu." "You have to defeat them quickly and then go after Enel. I don't know what that guy will do to his old subordinates." Sukang smiled coldly. The reason why he didn't take action this time was that it wasn't time to deal with Enel yet. After all, he happened to be just a wood clone now. "Who are you?" Nami asked. "Next time I will kill you." After Enel finished speaking, he disappeared with a whoosh and he couldn't catch up even if he wanted to. "You guy, what are you thinking about?" Ganfu asked. Nami and others also covered their mouths in fear. For them, even though Sukang was here, Sukang couldn't protect everyone. Then Sky Knight Ganfer also participated in the battle, 4v2. Everyone obviously had an absolute advantage in numbers. Unfortunately, as soon as the game starts, there will be a final battle. Only those who win in this survival game are qualified to get that large amount of gold. Do you hear it? The hustle and bustle of this lively festival. Brother, what do you mean? Nami naturally didn't know. Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp killed a priest, and that was Shadri, Su Kang said. As long as you don't say anything, I won't do anything. Enel said calmly and then returned to his previous position. If you want to go faster, it's very simple, just step back. Su Kang took a step forward alone as if he wanted to do something. At this time, Ganfor had almost recovered and shouted, Peer. Hell also. That's why I said that you are simple-minded. No matter the existence of gold or its value, the only ones who don't know about it are you people living in this country. But Su Kang also smiled and shook his head and said, This is just the most basic genjutsu. It's just to destroy your prestige. Say it. If you want to say anything, just take this opportunity to say it because soon you will dead. They are really a group of outstanding talents. However, the big project that took 6 years is almost coming to an end. At the same time, this also means that this island is no longer of use to me. I am here to say goodbye to you, that's all. Enel added after finishing speaking. The reason why we took this island by force is the same as the reason why the flies from Qinghai entered this island, and the reason why the Sandians insist on returning to their hometown. In other words, everyone is eager to return to the island. Everything you get on this island is the same. Remember, when we invaded this island 6 years ago, your men who were captured by us were still working very hard for me, God Enel said. The eldest brother of our triplets was killed by you. What do you want to do? We should defeat them quickly, Ganfu said. Yes, so far this is the fastest speed. Su Kang slowly moved forward, obviously ready for the enlargement move. Su Kang, don't damage the Mary, you can do anything else, Usopp immediately shouted. Su Kang said, of course. Next, let's watch my performance. Swift body. Su Kang's wood clone is naturally also able to perform teleportation techniques. He uses ultra-high-speed teleportation, which is so fast that even if it is predicted by sight and color, it has no meaning. Bang. Bang. Su Kang suddenly struck out with his left and right hands, which were wrapped in black weapon color. Then 2 Rasengans were condensed in his hands. The left and right Rasengan quickly turned into a big ball Rasengan, and then Su Kang directly lined it up towards the 2 magic weapon deputy captains. Due to his high speed and the fact that Su Kang's 3 Magatama Sharingan locked the opponent, Su Kang's double Rasengan instantly attacked the 2 people, and the 2 people's bodies flew out directly and landed in the sea of clouds. Among everyone was dumbfounded. How long did it take Su Kang? 3 seconds or 5 seconds? He actually killed the other party instantly. This guy has so much strength, what's going on? It seems that the clouds are calm and the wind is light, and they are not using their full strength at all. Su Kang's strength was once again recognized by everyone. At this time, Su Kang was also exploring ancient ruins with Robin. This is the commemorative monument of this city. It should have been built by their descendants after the city's demise, right? Sandora, this is the name of the ancient city. In the year 402 of the Heiyuan calendar, it was about 1100 years ago from now. The city prospered for a while, and the time of its demise was 800 years ago, which coincides with the 100 years of blankness that left no one left in this world. Could it be said that this island, do you know the lost history that was interrupted on Earth? This is the map of Sandora. If you go to the city center, you may be able to learn more and maybe find lost historical relics. Robin looked at Su Kang and said, Okay, let's go. If you don't want to go first, I'll stay. Su Kang said, Why? As soon as Robin finished speaking, a male voice appeared. This is such a lovely lady. I am the commander of the divine army serving the god Enel Dashin. Dashin said to Robin, What do you want from us, Mr. Shenbing Captain? Robin asked. Stop talking nonsense. After Dashin's words fell, Su Kang immediately said, Robin, step back, leave this guy to me. Don't destroy the ruins, Su Kang plays. Su Kang did not expect that Robin would still want to protect historical relics when his life and death were at stake, and he had a greater liking for Robin. I know, in that case, let's use this move. Su Kang clasped his hands together and said directly, Wood-style Sen Luo Wangxiang. Immediately afterwards, countless plants stretched out directly from the ground, and the branches and vines on the plants immediately wrapped around the mountain god soldier in front of them. Nami looked at Su Kang, who said, You decide, navigator. 2 hours have passed in the survival game. A lot of people should have been eliminated, right? Su Kang said. Miss Nami Hasso, a female voice rang. HMPH. Is that all? Full of punches. Dashin broke free from Wood-style's restraints in an instant and hit the ground heavily. Who is that kid? Su Kang pointed to the kid on the boat. The child was obviously very wary of others and even said that he was a warrior of Sandia. The sounds are disappearing. A lot of people are disappearing, Elsa said. It's okay, you've done a good job, thank you. After Robin finished speaking, he and Sukang walked towards the center of Sandora. Sukang then turned around and apologized. I'm sorry, Robin, I still let him destroy some things. By the way, what should we do now? Uncle Pagia asked. Wow, that's great, Nami was naturally very excited. I guess they got separated, Sukang said. Wow. Miss Angel, you're here. Sanji's eyes turned into loving ones again. This wind escape is so powerful that it can naturally spray the mountains in front of you to the ground with one shot. I just crush you to death, it's too inhumane. It depends on your own life. Sukang then used all his strength to throw the mountain in his hand into the air. In the end, he didn't know where the mountain was thrown. Cornus, uncle, why are you here? Nami felt a little unbelievable. At this time, little Aisha suddenly fell to the ground, crying and showing a very painful look. Nami, Sukang and others were also very confused and immediately went up to ask, what's going on? You suddenly between. It should be Enel, right? Sukang confirmed. It's the heart network, Aisha. Can you feel who feels very similar to me? Sukang asked. In this case, we have no choice but to practice wind escape and practice empty bombs. Sukang used the wind escape of one tail in Hawkage. Nami then looked at Sukang, her meaning was obvious. Is this still the Waiba we picked up? Sanji was also surprised. This little one is called Aisha. Let's get back to the subject. We have opened a road on the sea using the new river made by Yunbei. From here, you can directly enter the bay by sea before being discovered by the enemy. Uncle Pagia quietly said. By the way, what you are saying now is so mysterious. Why is the horn so loud? Sukang couldn't help but complain. Devil's grip. Sukang just grabbed the opponent and the devil's hand held the enemy tightly in his palm. Nami stuck out his tongue and said, anyway, let's sail the boat to the agreed coast first. I think they will be fine. In short, as long as they are together, no one can be their opponent. While Nami was driving normally, he suddenly heard a loud noise, followed by a very noisy horn. And this Waiba is no ordinary Waiba, its power is extraordinary. Uncle Pagia said, sorry, I was careless. By the way, I have one more thing to give to you. Then Pagia returned the repaired Waiba to Nami and others. Yes. Uncle, you are too strong, you can cultivate so well, Usopp also praised. This guy is really a pervert, Sanji cursed. Aisha said there are no groups of 4 on this island. At most there are groups of 2. If there are 4 people acting together, I will definitely feel it. At this time, Nami has mastered Waiba perfectly, and Uncle Pagoya and Cornies couldn't help but praise it. I see, wood style can extract the enemy's chakra. Enemies in this world do not have chakra, so they can completely escape wood style with their huge strength and some special abilities. I was careless. Sukang also understood instantly. Thing. Yes, there is someone who feels exactly the same as you and now he is with someone. Elsa said. However, Nami still looked at Aisha in surprise and said, Heartnet is a skill that only priests and gods can have, right? Aisha said with tears in her eyes. I will use the net as soon as I am born, so I am afraid. How terrible it is that the sound keeps disappearing, you will not understand at all. Are you crying again? Nami asked. I'm not crying, idiot, people from Qinghai. Idiot, Aisha also said very forcefully. Aisha's power bus seemed to be broken. We happened to pass by when she was attacked by the sky shark. Corny said, what on earth do you want to do? Nami felt that this child must have wanted to do something to go to such a far place alone. I don't know, but I can't do nothing, right? Lackey, everyone. Elsa is still immersed in sadness. Sukang, friends, are you really safe? Nami also asked Sukang with some worry at this time. Sukang nodded and said, don't worry, that's my true body over there. Although my true body is separated from everyone, he must believe in you and that's why he's separated from you. Sukang and Robin also officially walked towards the city center of Sandora. Robin read a book, then looked around and said, this should be the city center. But it doesn't match the map of the memorial monument. Is it because of the impact from the sky that the city was torn apart? Robin then walked through the ancient tunnel with Sukang. After passing through, Sukang and Robin saw the towering buildings in front of them. Although most of them had been eroded by plants, they could still see their former glory. Walking to an inscription, Robin squatted down and started recording something. Sukang, on the other hand, had nothing to do and was alert to the surroundings. Maybe Enel would appear around them. After searching for a while, Robin asked, it's really strange, is this the former golden city of Sandora? The size and topography are indeed completely different. The most unnatural thing is, as long as there's an entrance above, could it be that? Robin then began to walk quickly towards the steps. Robin, who was immersed in his own world, walked quickly, while Sukang followed Robin behind him. Immediately afterwards, Robin entered the palace above the steps and started digging using the fruit's ability. Naturally, Sukang also helped. Soon Robin discovered that he could go below. Su Kang come together. After Robin finished speaking, he jumped down. Su Kang also jumped down directly. He didn't expect that there was such an open scene in the ruins. Sure enough, there is a cave in this ruins. It is obviously a ruin in Qinghai, but it is surrounded by island clouds. I find it strange. It turns out that the upper ruins are just the upper part of the city that was exposed after the island clouds eroded it. The lower part is there should be more, Robin said. Well, after 1,000 years, the sea has changed, and the glorious city has ended up like this. Let's go and see it together. Su Kang was also very interested in this golden land of the past. The two of them walked down the road and pushed aside the vines. Finally, Robin saw a cave entrance. Robin said excitedly. Kang, catch up quickly. Su Kang didn't expect Robin to be able to run so fast, so he was stunned after following him together. The sunlight is extremely dazzling. This underground ruins actually hides a very majestic ancient city. 800 years ago, the city of Sandora suddenly perished. I didn't expect it to be like this. It is still so spectacular and majestic now. This is the Golden City, Sandora. Robin could feel it when he spoke, her excitement. That's right, there must be a historical text here. Su Kang probably remembered that there should be an inscription recording history here, a historical text. There, soon Robin discovered the historical text, but after walking over, Robin found that it was not the historical text, but he recognized the person who wrote the word. Robin touched it and said, "It's so simple and unpretentious. The ancient text of the historical text. There should be no one else who can write this text except the person who wrote the historical text. Keep the true meaning in your heart. Remain silent, we are the ones who weave history, and we are with the bells of the bell tower. Yes, there is indeed a huge golden bell here, and it is recorded in Rolando's diary. All the books in the town have been burned, and the city's history has been cut off." Robin didn't know whether he was talking to himself or to Su Kang. The historical text was transported to this city for storage. It is absolutely true. This city once fought with people who were hostile to him. The golden city of Sandora turned out to be destroyed by fighting to protect the historical text. If it is true so, the big bell tower located in the center of the four altars must have a text that tells the true historical text. Maybe that is the real historical text. Robin and Su Kang then walked towards the location of the big bell tower. And not long after, on the Mary, Elsa shed tears again and said, another voice disappeared. Aisha, everyone felt that something was wrong with the child. I can't stay here anymore, I'm going to find Lackey and the others. Aisha then jumped off the boat impulsively. Wait a minute, no, Nami's persuasion was of little use and Aisha had already jumped off the Melly. Really? Nami then took off her shirt, jumped into the water and went to chase Aisha. After Su Kang and others heard the sound, they came out and found that Nami had caught Aisha. What are you doing? Let me go quickly. What I want to do is my own business. Aisha struggled and Nami naturally held on tightly. Although it's none of my business, I can't just ignore it, right? Besides, you're still a child. I'm a warrior. Okay, I know you are a warrior. Even if you glare at me, I will not be afraid, Nami persuaded. After persuading for a long time, Nami sent Aisha back to the Waiba. At this time, the huge poisonous python just appeared in front of everyone. Ah, no way, Nami and Aisha were both frightened. Damn, what kind of snake is this? It's so huge, Sanji was also a little surprised. Why is there such a big guy? Nami and Aisha were both frightened. I can only rely on Su Kang's clone to fight this guy, hurry up. Usopp naturally pushed Su Kang out. It's you again, huh? Why should I say that to you? Su Kang looked at the huge poisonous python in front of him. Neither of them made any move. Sharingan. Su Kang opened the Sharingan and discovered that there was a life response in the poisonous python's belly. No way, has Luffy been swallowed into the belly of the poisonous python? Su Kang also asked doubtfully. At this time, the poisonous python began to go crazy and seemed to be in great pain. Ah, help! Nami and others were in trouble. Quickly use the power to run around. Being attacked by such a giant python is no joke. That's the forest over there, Pagia shouted, but it was too late. Nami, Aisha, and others had already gone to the forest. Damn it. You protect Uncle and Miss Angel, I'll come right away. Su Kang then flew up and rushed in the direction of the giant python just now. Su Kang just flew towards Nami and others. Protecting Nami and Aisha was naturally the task of Su Kang Wood Clone. At this time, the giant python was suffering from various attacks from within itself, and was in great pain, so it began to go crazy in various ways. The most lively place at this time is naturally underneath the Shrine of God. At this time, the priests, Sandians, former gods, the Straw Hats, and the huge python began to prepare for a big melee. Su Kang finally caught up with Nami. Nami. It's Su Kang, how are Enel's men behind? Su Kang replied, when I was chasing you just now, I thought they were in the way, so I got rid of them. Shall we go back? Wait. What is that? Nami saw the huge bean vine in front of him. That's a giant bean vine and Enel's shrine should be at the top. Elsa said, and then Elsa's heart network came into play. Wepper is there. He is still alive. Let's go. Zoro, Luffy, and Uncle Sky Knight are also there. We'd better not look back. Sukang said. There was no other way. Nami could only continue to rush forward. Sukang knew that although he had eliminated some of the magic weapons, he was afraid that more would gather soon. Enel's purpose was to gather everyone in the upper ruins, and then watch everyone kill each other, and finally take the surviving ones with him. 5 people heading to the infinite continent. At this time Nami, Sukang and others had appeared in the upper ruins, and Sukang also saw everyone. Catch them and never let them get close to the shrine of God, said the divine soldiers who were chasing Sukang and others. ***, this is so annoying. Sukang then formed a seal, fire-style Phoenix Sage fire technique. Boom, small flame balls rushed towards the magic soldiers behind him. Sukang had already activated Sharingan and had completely locked onto the magic soldiers behind him. Therefore, these flames fell on the magic weapon very accurately. What's going on? This guy can actually summon fire. Is he a devil fruit user? These magic soldiers were also killed or injured under Sukang Fire-style's sudden attack. Wiper saw Aisha, Zoro saw Nami and Sukang. Elsa, what are you doing here? Wepper asked. Nami, Sukang, aren't you on the boat? Zoro asked. What are your intentions, people from Qinghai? Leave Aisha quickly. Wepper shot Nami indiscriminately. Ganfer quickly left Nami and Aisha. Aisha also cursed, Devil, Wepper, you are a devil. Why did you come here? Ganfu asked. Because there is a huge snake. As soon as Nami finished speaking, he and the Sky Knight were swallowed into the snake's mouth. Look at you, what good things have you done? Sukang looked at Wiper and couldn't help but curse. It's not because of you Qinghai people, Wiper said forcefully. These fools. Zoro was also very embarrassed. He didn't expect that his partner would be swallowed in one gulp. At this time, a priest launched an attack on Zoro and Wepper at the same time and said, You are all in trouble now, and you are still here caring about others. Save it no matter what, none of you can be saved. Sukang wasn't too worried about everyone's comfort. There was Luffy in the snake's belly, so it would be great if everyone reunited. Let me give these two a treat. Next, it's you, Qinghai native. The priest in front of him looked at Sukang and said, Deal with me, is it just you? Although this Sandian is not a comrade in arms, he is not an enemy either. In this case, I will help him. Are you ready? Sukang pressed his hands together, intending to start fighting with the priest. That is, Sukang was about to take action when he saw Chopper, who was on the verge of death. Sorry about that, wait a moment. Sukang didn't care about others and immediately teleported to Chopper's side and started medical treatment with his sage jutsu. The troublemakers are gone for now, then let me give them the final blow, the priest said. You be ***D, how dare you give Wiper to? Some Sandia warriors were ready to protect Wiper. Is this man who is like dust before God really so important to you? Said the priest known as Wepper is our heart, together we carry the glory of Sandia, in order to regain the hometown that was taken away. You Enel's pawn cannot understand the bonds of Sandia, said the Sandia people. Even if I could understand it, I wouldn't have sympathy or resonance with you. In other words, it's completely meaningless. Was also ready to fight. Go to hell, the Sandians began to attack Who knows, besides there are still a few magic weapons left at this time, and also has a dog named Sheng Sheng who can stand on 2 feet. Holy. Just use that move, said. Then Sheng Sheng quickly jumped into the air and drove the Sandia warriors into a cage. This is the true face of the Iron Trial, the White Thorn Death Match, said a magic soldier. Even if you don't trap us, we will never escape. Zoro slowly stood up after recovering. Idiot, not only can you not escape, the things surrounding you are white thorns. So what? Zoro asked. That is to say, you will definitely not be unharmed if you encounter it, right? Wepper kicked the magic weapon onto the white thorns, and then the magic weapon was killed directly. After I finish everyone off, where should I go out? Zoro asked. It's better to wait until you resolve this matter before you think about it, said. There are 9 more and 2 more, said. We have to find a way to deal with the giant python first. Nami is inside, and there is also Chopper's savior. As for Wepper, who was also thinking about Aisha at this time, a Sandia woman suddenly appeared. Lackey. Wepper. Listen to me, I'm here to send a message to the mantis. Run away, Wepper, don't fight, Enel is in the woods. Enel is the thunder itself that humans have revered as a god since ancient times. Get out of here quickly, Wepper also warned. Hello? Lackey heard the thunder and lightning behind him. When Lackey turned around, Enel had already appeared behind her. Are you calling me? Enel asked lightly with the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Enel, don't do this, Enel. Stop. At this moment Wiper was in a state of confusion. She has given up fighting, Wepper begged bitterly, grabbing the white thorns and leaving blood behind, but he remained indifferent. Lackey, don't attack him. Lackey, run away, Wiper shouted. Boom! Lackey fired 2 shots, but the bullets penetrated Enel. After all, Enel is a Logia user and making oneself elemental is a very basic ability. Lackey looked nervous and didn't know what to do. At this time a magic soldier attacked Wiper from behind, but Wiper remained indifferent. Run away. Bah! Enel was about to kill Lackey instantly when a figure appeared next to Enel again. At this time the man once again firmly grasped Enel's wrist. Bah! Enel's body was clearly covered with electricity, but his figure still stood firm. How is this possible? He actually withstood Enel's lightning. Who is this person? Lackey was also shocked. It's you again. Enel was obviously very impressed by Sukang. Sorry, I should have told you last time that I won't be merciful to you next time I see you, right? Sukang said lightly. No way, this guy actually threatened Enel. The White Thorn is here, how did he escape? The Divine Soldier and the Priest Ohm were also very puzzled. Just now Sukang was still in his prison, why did this thing have no effect on Sukang at all? What, a mere Qinghai person is so brazen here? Just now it was just 10 million volts. Do you want to taste my stronger power? No matter who it is, as long as he challenges me, I will never let him go. Enel was about to launch a move when Sukang immediately said, Wait a moment. You know you're afraid now, let me hear what you have to say. Enel frowned slightly. I want to ask, do you have any last words? If not, you can die, Sukang said lightly. Although Sukang was just a wood clone at this time, he still had his own arrogance. Go to hell, 20 million volts. Enel directly discharged his whole body. This time the power was twice as powerful as before. Even Sukang's wood clone was burnt all over. Seeing that Sukang was hurt this time, Enel was very proud and continued to make his lightning power stronger. Enel, this guy, won't be able to come back for a while. Let's explore with peace of mind. The corners of Sukang's mouth raised slightly. Only he and Enel understood how exaggerated the power of the kick just now was. The Golden City Sandura should have a golden clock in its center, but there is no such thing now. There may be historical texts engraved on the bell tower. If I am not wrong, this city was destroyed to protect historical texts. The bell tower with the text should be hidden somewhere now. Finally, there is something you don't know about either. Robin smiled and observed, there are traces of something being moved, it's still very new. What exactly was moved? Maybe it's gold, Sukang guessed. At this time, both Zoro and Wepper focused their attention on the giant python. They rushed towards the giant python as fast as possible in order to rescue everyone who had been swallowed before. Ninja Technique 5 Continuous Bullets Jutsu. Sukang first used 4-pillar prison to trap Enel, then used Senliuoingxiang to entangle Enel, then used Shadow Clone to create 4 clones, and finally used 3rd generation's 5 consecutive moves. Bullet technique, and he didn't come back. What does this mean? Enel was completely stunned. He never thought that he would be kicked away. 6 and 2 left, Ohm said to himself. Interesting, is this your devil fruit ability? I said you are not an ordinary person, and now it seems that it is true. Enel understood Sukang's ability more or less. This full-force kick from Sukang's wood clone, blessed by the power of the devil, shattered Sukang's wood clone. Hey, this is minecart track. Robin looked at Sukang, who was also a little confused. Sukang pulled out the Shura and blocked it directly in front of him. At the same time, a demonic shadow formed around his body. In the belly of the giant python, Luffy also met Nami and Ganfu Aisha, and everyone started chatting with each other. Such a series of attacks fell on Enel. Although Enel could use his elemental ability to avoid them, don't forget that Sukang is armed and domineering. If that's the case, where exactly is it? Shura, Sukang pulled out his Shura. Although it was a wood clone, his weapon still retained a lot of its previous power. Wood-style 4-pillar prison technique. He struck the taiko drum on the right, and thunder and lightning appeared from the taiko drum, and then turned into a phoenix-shaped thunderbird and flew towards Sukang's direction at high speed. However, Sukang's next move broke Enel's cognition. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Enel directly used his little trick this time. However, at this time, the priest Ohm and his pet dog Sheng Sheng would not let them save their companions so easily. At this time, the melee in the upper ruins was still continuing, but the morale of Enel's magic soldiers had obviously suffered a devastating blow. Sukang's wood clone has been maintained for a long time. Now the chakra has been almost consumed and he can only deliver the final blow. And this last blow is too powerful. Unexpectedly, he almost kicked him out with one kick. A grand finale. Enel's mind went blank and a mouthful of blood spurted out. This was obviously the most serious injury he had ever suffered. In other words, the purpose of Su Kang using so many ninjutsu was not to actually attack Enel, but to wait for Enel to become elemental and reveal his flaws. Ninjutsu Shadow Clone Technique. As soon as the wood clone disappeared, Su Kang harvested all the intelligence and information. Really? Su Kang's trick succeeded, and he took advantage of Enel's elemental transformation to fly out and then kicked him. However, you dared to attack the god. Now you will be punished by heaven, right? Priest Ohm thought that Su Kang paid the price of death just to attack the god Enel. The undefeated god in their eyes was actually kicked away by a Qinghai man. I'm not sure, Su Kang shook his head. As expected, Enel laughed. Yeah, ha, I'm a god. No matter how powerful a mortal's attack is, it can't touch me, don't you understand? Even if you are already strong in front of me, you can't touch me. No chance at all. Wood-style Sen Luo Wangxiang. Ah ha, it's wonderful. Even if it was washed up into the sky, it still remains such a majestic city, Sandura ha. If the legendary city was covered in clouds, it would not be able to show its heroic appearance. I was the one who discovered it, but the idiots of the previous generation didn't notice this city at all. The person who spoke was Enel, but when Enel saw Su Kang, he was shocked again. Su Kang from Qinghai, aren't you broken into pieces? Why can you appear here again? Enel looked at Su Kang, unable to calm down for a long time. Miraculously, Enel didn't even notice Su Kang's presence when he spoke. What did you mean just now? That was just my clone. I know everything that happened just now, it doesn't matter. You can ignore my existence for the time being and say whatever you want. Su Kang did not put Enel at all in eyes. Who is this person? Robin has never seen Enel. Although he has guessed the identity of the person in front of him, he is still not sure. I am a god, Enel introduced, looking at Su Kang very warily. The partner around you is also amazing. She should be an archaeologist, right? It took me several months to discover this ruins. If I could read the words on the ruins, I could have discovered it so easily. Enel was obviously interested in Robin, but the gold you want is no longer available. You came a few years late. Enel said. Gold, so you really didn't see it. You moved them away, right? Robin asked. That's a really good thing, only I deserve to own those shining metals. Enel said. So is the golden clock that's supposed to be here? Robin asked. Golden bell? Enel thought about it for a moment but seemed to have no impression. Robin felt a little happy and thought, this guy doesn't know. At this time, Enel ate the apple in his hand and then said, I am very interested. What did you know after reading the text? No, it's a pity. If you didn't see it when you came here, then he didn't come up to the sky. The huge golden bell that Sandura is proud of and the big bell tower that houses him is the bell tower that I'm looking for. Robin replied. No, wait, it came to the sky 400 years ago. When this island flew into the sky, that was on the island of gods, the day Apiato was born, it is said the loud sound of the bell spread throughout the country, but the old people on the island called it the song of the island. Is that so? Is that clock made of gold? It's so wonderful. The game is about to end. There are only 8 minutes left. Let's look for that golden clock all over the country. Ha 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 ha, Enel laughed. At this time, Robin looked at Su Kang, and Su Kang also understood what Robin meant. Since the golden bell of the bell tower is here, the historical text should also be here. But at this time, Enel suddenly felt a little absent-minded. It seemed that some enemies had broken into the surrounding area. It seems that a maggot came from the edge of the island. Immediately afterwards, Enel stretched his hand towards the sky, and then endless thunder light emitted from his whole body. Finally, Enel released the thunder and lightning. However, at this moment, Su Kang took action again. Wind escape great breakthrough. Among the 5 elements escape technique, Feng Clay is also the same in the pirate world. Su Kang's great breakthrough actually disrupted Enel's ability. It was obvious that Enel did not hit the target he wanted to hit. Qinghai native, Su Kang, do you insist on seeking death? Enel looked at Su Kang with a very serious expression. What was he doing just now? Robin seemed to realize something was wrong and asked immediately. He was planning to deal with our partners just now. I stopped him. Don't worry, this guy will never hurt our partners because I am here. Su Kang felt quite reliable at this time. At this time, Enel looked at Su Kang and said, the game is almost over, it's almost time. Let's come to an end. The final plan is about to be implemented. Final plan? Robin was also a little confused. God is calling you. At this time, Enel once again raised his hands above his head, using his heart network to give orders. Gather common peoples. Immediately afterwards, Enel's whole body was filled with thunder and light again, shining so brightly that Robin couldn't even open his eyes. Discharge, Enel said. This time Su Kang did not stop Enel, but quietly watched Enel perform. I have to say that the power of Enel's discharge is quite amazing. The entire upper ruins seem to be affected by Enel's move. What are you doing? Robin asked with some confusion. I will summon your companions to come here to Sandora. Enel said, this man is a Logia user, what an amazing power. Robin couldn't help but sigh, but for some unknown reason, Robin compared Su Kang with the Enel in front of him. In fact, Robin, I still feel that Su Kang is stronger. Due to Enel's discharge, the entire upper ruins began to collapse in various ways, and the Sandians fighting below, as well as Zoro and the huge python, were all affected. Ah ha ha ha, let's move into the finale, Enel shouted excitedly. Su Kang did not stop Enel at this time. Enel's original intention was to gather everyone, not to kill everyone. However, immediately after, due to the collapse of the upper ruins, those familiar faces also appeared here together. At this time, Enel saw this huge python and said directly, annoying snake. Then a bolt of lightning was released, and the giant python was struck instantly, and then its whole body was scorched by lightning. At this time, Wiper saw Enel and naturally launched an attack directly. Nami, Zoro, Robin, Su Kang, and Chopper, who had received medical treatment, both woke up at this time. Ahaha, the game is not over yet. Yes, it is a boring game. You and the people behind you are all participants, Enel naturally told Wiper. Immediately afterwards, the Straw Hats headed by Luffy walked out from behind Wiper. Welcome, all glorious survivors, you have worked hard to get here, let me praise you. Ha 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 ha, it's nothing, it's just a small game. Look at the 3 hours after you stepped into this island, 82 how many people are safe in the survival game including me? Enel said. Although there are midway participants, I also admit that he is qualified. My prediction is that there will be 5 survivors. In another 3 minutes or 3 hours, there will be 5 survivors. In other words, there are not 5 people here yet. You should know what will happen, right? God's prophecy must not fail because it is absolute, so who wants to disappear? Enel asked. Or do you do it yourself? Or should I do it myself? Enel asked. Su Kang stepped forward and said, Wepper, Zoro, Robin, me, Ganfu, aren't there just 5 of us? Do you think I'm stupid? My heartnet noticed that there are 2 more people, Enel said. Su Kang felt that Enel must be talking about Nami and Chopper. Chopper was because Su Kang had just rescued him, and Nami had just been hiding from the python's belly and had not come out. She thought he hid himself very well. Enel looked at everyone and looked at everyone. Afterwards, everyone aimed their weapons at Enel. Just disappear. Everyone said in unison. Enel smiled evilly and then said, how audacious, ha 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 ha. Want me to disappear? This is really ha 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 ha. Enel seemed to have heard a very funny joke and laughed wildly. You are indeed the survivors of the game, but you don't seem to understand who you are talking to. It seems that you still do not understand the existence of the so-called gods, the immortals who long for the happiness of the empty island, and the warriors who want to take back their hometown. The blue pirates with golden ideas, although in this world full of troubles it doesn't matter what they want, but there is something wrong with this country itself. Enel told everyone. At this time Ganfuer spoke. If you have time to say these boring things, tell me the location of the god team and what is your purpose. Go back to the palace, Ganfer, Enel said. Once the god completes his journey, he must return to the place where he should return, Enel said. Go back? Are you leaving Sky Island? Ganfu asked. Yes, I have a place I should go back to. On the empty island where I was born, people think that is where God exists. People call it the infinite land, Enel said. There is an endless vast land there. That is exactly the dream world I am pursuing. It is the infinite land that is most suitable for me. Enel's words were already slightly crazy. It is extremely stupid to talk about earning a small place like a Piatto. Listen up, there are deep reasons for your fight, think about it carefully. It is not a cloud, but it is born in the sky. It is not a bird, but it lives in the sky. This country rooted in the sky is an existence that goes against nature. Earth has its own destination, humans have their destination, and gods have their own places to return to. Enel gave a long speech. Su Kang couldn't help but dozed off. Don't you want it? It's not like I'm going to say anything right. As a god, I just abide by the laws of nature. In this world where people exist, there is no god at all. Ganfuer was obviously very angry. Yes, it was like this before, Enel said while picking at his earwax. If Su Kang knew that the outcome would be like this, he would naturally not let Ganfuer die. After all, he did not have the knowledge to predict the future. Enel threw the golden stick in his hand into the air, and then used his Logia ability to quickly avoid Ganfuer's attack. 30 million volt Thunderbirds. In this world, God exists, and that is me. After Enel said this, Ganfu fell to the ground. You be asterisk 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 D. Ganfu finally couldn't bear it anymore. He took the lead and cursed, "Are you a devil?" "Yes, I will drag everyone down from the sky." Enel's crazy words shocked many people. Ha 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 ha, even if you are a god, so what? Then I will be a mortal who dares to kill gods. Su Kang snorted coldly and was ready to fight. Enel said calmly, Old God Ganfu hahaha. Have you been worried about the people in the God team? 6 years ago, your 650 subordinates who were defeated by our army and put under my control just completed the work I assigned them this morning. Did I say that on this island? Now you are standing here, it's a pity that there are only 7 of us on this island. Enel pinched a stone and crushed it into sand. The meaning it expressed was very clear. This level of power is simply beyond the reach of mortals. Do you want to destroy this country? Ganfer asked seriously, looking at Enel in front of him. Robin, Nami, Zoro, Wepper, and others were all shocked. I didn't want to kill them, but when I told them my future purpose, they came to kill me in a rage, hahaha. Enel laughed. Don't be so self-righteous. Enel, the name God is just the title of the leader of this country, Ganfuer said. Since Shura is in the normal Shikai state, he releases unprecedented energy from the beginning. A wave of air suddenly rose around him. Yes, that's why we want to get rid of all their families as soon as possible. Enel's thinking can no longer be understood by Ganfer. This guy doesn't care about the life and death of others at all. You, a Qinghai native, are indeed very strong, but you may not know the difference between us. I am a real god, and no matter how strong you are just a mortal. As for Enel's Thunderbird, it also looked very domineering. The power of thunder and lightning and Su Kang's sword energy finally collided together. You, Ganfuer, was also a little angry. Zoro and Robin were also stunned. Then Enel sat cross-legged. Even among Logia's abilities, they are called invincible abilities, the Thunder Fruit. Everyone present was a little dumbfounded. Then, it happens to be the time of prophecy. However, there is still one more person, and I have to deal with one more person. Enel wanted to say something else, but Su Kang had already stepped forward. Nami Chopper, there is no need to hide. Next, this guy will be left to me, Su Kang was quite confident. Shura/. What a strong collision. It stands to reason that when the old god treats Enel, he will survive for a few rounds. But he didn't expect to be killed instantly in the first round. This time both sides used relatively powerful tricks from the beginning, and Su Kang directly used his Zanpakuto Shura. This is nature, Enel said calmly. There are still their families on Angel Island, Ganfu said. Thunder, how can humans deal with that kind of thing? Nami was also a little desperate. 5 million, 10 million, 20 million, discharge. Enel directly condensed the lightning into a slender lightning and finally directly eliminated Ganfuer. Then Enel was even more shocked, because in his mental network he could predict that Su Kang had predicted his actions, which was difficult for him to understand. Su Kang can actually see through his movements what's going on. Shura/. Enel's expression changed again. Since Su Kang learned the domineering power of the armed color, he directly covered his hands and his Shura with the armed color. At this time, Enel seemed to have accumulated some great tricks, and the surrounding atmosphere became more and more depressing. The other party obviously doesn't understand the network, but he can see through all his actions. What's the reason for this? One used the teleportation technique among ninjas, and the other used the power of Logia's thunder and lightning. The two sides fought very excitingly for a while. Don't worry, I will let you see part of my ability, I promise to let you. Why do you have such strange eyes? Who are you? You are definitely not an ordinary Qinghai person. Not to mention what is there, as long as Su Kang does not follow the location of the plot, he will not get the sign-in reward, and the sign-in reward is an unprecedented benefit for Su Kang. After the attacks from both sides collided with each other, the two sides began various melee battles. Enel then finally asked, "Is it because of those strange eyes?" Robin seemed to notice some small details, but the specific situation was still not clear. "I am a god, a real god." Enel's eyes then became very fierce, and the thunder and lightning all over his body boomed again. "Very good, are you serious? This is the right thing to do. After fighting for a long time, you didn't even show your true ability. Aren't you looking down on me? I didn't expect this guy to be so strong. I can know his next move, but I don't have time to attack him. I have to defend myself." What's going on? Although Enel's mental network is useful, it doesn't have any way to attack Su Kang in a real sense. Su Kang once again used the Zanpakuto in his hand to block Enel's discharge. Enel's attack was not just that. This sentence made everyone else stunned. "Enel, since you claim to be a god, how can I, a mere human being, be able to penetrate your eyes?" "I will never forget it." Su Kang smiled and then he disappeared. "I said I would defeat you and I just want to defeat you. Are you afraid?" Su Kang stimulated Enel and he succeeded. "What's going on? Why can you see through my movements?" "Mate, am I scared?" Su Kang's super speed movement and Enel's super speed movement are both very fast. Enel then smiled and said, "Don't you want to go to the infinite continent with me? In that kind of place, only people like you and me can realize our ambitions." With the weapon color, Su Kang's attacks can touch Enel. That is our dream place. Enel directly chose to poach at this time, but Su Kang naturally would not accept it. And soon Su Kang became more and more courageous as he fought. Su Kang, who was fighting very heartily, directly activated the three Magatama Sharingan. Su Kang couldn't dodge Enel's thunder and lightning, and Enel couldn't dodge Su Kang's series of attacks. But this also prevented Su Kang from freely using Logia's elementalization. In other words, the battle between the two at this time was basically a head-on confrontation. Discharge. So why are you absent-minded? It's all just because my eyes can lock you. In other words, your every move can't escape my grasp. Su Kang was also very proud. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. Enel did not stop his attack because of what Su Kang said. This time, Enel is clearly trying to get his place back. Enel used his golden stick to hit the taiko drum on his left shoulder. The thunder and lightning he created instantly appeared from the taiko drum, and then formed into a wolf-shaped thunder wolf and ran towards Su Kang at high speed. Although both have 30 million volts, the Thunderbird and Thunder Beast are slightly different. The Thunderbird is more of a swift one, while the Thunder Beast is more swift. The high-voltage electricity rushed towards Su Kang, and Su Kang naturally would not sit still and wait for death. Although he cannot be completely insulated from lightning like Luffy, Su Kang's armed Haki and his demonic body still make him immune to lightning. Plus the Zanpakuto in Su Kang's hand. 30 million Thunder Beasts seem to be very powerful, but for me it's still a bit immature. Block him. Su Kang held Shura in his backhand. Faced with the Thunder Beast that was rushing towards him, Su Kang just blocked it like this. Immediately afterwards, lightning overflowed, and even others who had not encountered lightning were affected by this huge lightning. So strong. This is the first time I've seen such a level of fighting, Nami couldn't help but say. Is this still a human battle? It's really a battle like a god. Chopper also said quietly from the side. I didn't expect that Su Kang could block the thunder and lightning easily. I didn't expect that he could block Logia's attack. Robin knew that Logia was powerful, so after Su Kang blocked the Thunder Beast, Robin was naturally the most surprised. Of course, Ganfer, Wepper, and others were also shocked and speechless. How is that possible? Why do you block my lightning strikes one after another? What on earth is that black thing on your body? As a mortal, you shouldn't have the ability to rival me. Enel has never seen this kind of scene before, so he is really a little frustrated at the moment. But before Su Kang could say anything, Enel immediately said, Well, from Qinghai, your name is Su Kang, right? Infinite land, where will I build the true kingdom of God? You have such superb abilities, so I warmly invite you. Only the people chosen here can live in that land, and you, even the chosen one. Enel showed his talent-loving side, and it was obvious that he was not willing to waste more time here with Su Kang. Enel wants to kill everyone present without any bloodshed, and going to the infinite land is the most important thing at the moment. 200 million volts max. Thor, after Enel finished speaking, all the lightning in his body was released. Su Kang used the color hardening of his weapon, the first stage form, and the Shura in his hand to block the thunder and lightning attack. **** hole, very good. Since you dare to disobey God, then I can only seriously destroy you. Enel then became completely serious, and this time he did not intend to let Su Kang go. When Su Kang saw the Thunder Dragon rushing toward him with great momentum, he felt both excited and excited. It was like riding a roller coaster. Although he knew he couldn't fall, he still felt a wonderful pleasure. Ah ha ha ha. You don't have to worry, I already know it in my mind. Just think about the actions you took, there is only one possible place. After Enel finished speaking, Robin's face immediately showed panic. When ordinary people face such high-voltage electricity, they will be blackened by electricity in just a moment, and then fall to the ground. This time, he beat the taiko drums on both sides, which shows that the ability Enel used this time was the combination of the previous Thunder Beast and Thunderbird. Your strength simply exceeds my imagination. Although I don't want to destroy you, but you insist on dying, I have no choice. In this case, let you taste what hell is like. Enel's whole body was extremely dazzling. Can I block it? Su Kang seemed a little unsure. No matter what, this is still 200 million volts. Su Kang said without thinking, no need, what's fun on the moon? There's not even the sea, so how can we take risks? 60 million volts, Brontosaurus. Seeing that Su Kang had no intention of leaving here with him, Enel finally made up his mind. Today's 60 million volts are no longer so easy to carry. Yes, Robin confirmed. This time, Enel did not continue to be shocked. Since Su Kang could block the 30 million volt Thunderbirds and Thunder Beasts, blocking the Thunder Dragon seemed to be no problem. Even Su Kang felt a little numb in the lightning. Refuse? Why, that is my decision. If I stay here, I will only go to hell with this country, Enel said. I can't even bear the survival game for so many hours. Even if my old subordinates live there, they will only lower the standard of the country, Enel said. Sukang knew that this move was Enel's strongest single move. It seems that if I don't defeat you, you will stop me from doing everything, right? Enel then said. I will give you one last chance to join me, otherwise you will die without a burial place. What I'm thinking must be the same as what you are thinking. You seem to be surprised. Do you think using this condition will put you in an advantageous position? It's really superficial, Enel said. At this time, Sukang stood in front of Robin again. Enel's whole body was then filled with lightning again, but this time Enel's lightning was much stronger than usual. You and I, who have no partners, have nothing in common. Come on, don't waste time, let us solve all this. Sukang was already ready to fight. Enel struck the taiko drums on his shoulders and displayed the thunder and lightning he created from the taiko drums, eventually forming a huge thunder dragon and rushing towards Sukang. With Sukang's current strength, Thunder Dragon still blocked it forcefully. All the armed domineering energy was released, and the demonic power was catalyzed to the maximum. The Shura in his hand was also drawn out, forming a sword energy to resist Enel's most powerful move. The same is true for Enel's trick now. I hate women who make small calculations. Enel's whole body was filled with lightning, and he was ready to kill Robin instantly. What if we refuse? Robin said directly. You mean the golden clock? Enel asked. What on earth is that guy talking about? Nami couldn't understand what Enel said. Sukang no longer cares about hiding his strength at this time. Indeed, you should be able to do it with your ability, but if you destroy this country randomly, you will lose even the things you want, right? Robin asked. Thunder and lightning have been an energy that unites thousands of worlds since ancient times. But now, after Enel's 200 million volts were used, a bigger blue lightning Enel appeared directly in front of him. This Enel slapped Sukang with a palm. Looking at the power, it was obvious that it was going to tear Sukang apart easily. And Sukang was hit head-on by such a high-voltage lightning, obviously he would not be fine so easily. While resisting the thunder and lightning, Sukang quickly raised his defense, trying to resist all Enel's attacks with brute force. However, at this moment, Sukang's eyes seemed to have a new change. I don't know if it was affected by the system's image or the Enel lightning. Sukang felt that the strength all over his body seemed to be concentrated in his eyes for a moment, and his eyes felt a little numb for a moment. In addition to numbness, Sukang felt that his eyes were itchy. Just when Enel's lightning was powerful, Sukang felt a little pressure. Sukang felt that his eyes had undergone great changes. Sukang felt that his body could withstand the surrounding thunder and lightning. Sukang looked around and discovered something incredible. In addition to the demon that originally possessed his body, there was actually a huge phantom of bones. Could this be Susanoo? Although he was Susan in his first form, the feeling of absolute defense was still very obvious. Even with Enel's powerful high-voltage lightning, Sukang could still resist it. What is this? Sukang's special move. Sukang seems to have never used this kind of thing before and always feels that this kind of thing looks very dark. Zoro said, this kind of power is very depressing and seems very evil. But it is also very powerful. Robin couldn't help but say, is this your companion? It feels a bit different from just now. Even Wiper felt it, and Sukang felt that with his current state, he could continue to improve Susanoo's state. Drink, Sukang shouted and poured more chakra into his Mangekyo Sharingan. Then Susanoo, who originally only had a partial skeleton, now became a complete skeleton, and then he had a lot more chakra. Flesh, and muscles finally merged into the shape of a human being. Sukang did not stop Susanoo's evolution, and the huge human body was then covered with armor. Sukang understood that Susanoo had evolved to this point temporarily and wanted to continue evolving. However, because Mangekyo had just been opened, Sukang was not so accustomed to Mangekyo Sharingan. Even Enel was shocked at this time. Why is Sukang so strong? Sukang, this matter is not over yet, Enel said. Hey, the dignified god actually disappeared from the spot. Amaterasu, Sukang looked at Enel and said the word Amaterasu. Enel, you should have finished attacking, right? Is it my turn next? Sukang smiled coldly and then pulled out Shura. At this time, Enel directly chose to run away, which even Sukang did not expect. Sukang uses Zanpakuto Shura, so Susanoo also has a very handsome sword on his waist. At this time, Enel also exerted his single-body ability to the extreme. After beating Enel away, it was not over, because at this time, Enel must be recuperating and planning to start his own plan and run away in advance. 1 palm, 2 palms. Enel used the God of Thunder to slap Sukang countless times and the lightning flashed, but Susanoo's clothes were not torn at this time. 200 million volts. Will 200 million volts be ineffective on you? This is impossible. Enel didn't believe it at all, but reality easily defeated him. Wiper was also surprised and had already sat on the ground, forgetting the environment he was in now. Now it is only upgraded to Mangekyo Sharingan, not Eternal Mangekyo, so Sukang has not reached the level of unlimited use of Susanoo. At this time, Susanoo seemed to be synchronized with Sukang, and he also pulled out the sword from his waist. Immediately afterwards, Sukang pulled out the Shura and slashed at Enel's Thunder God. At the same time, Susanoo naturally did the same, launched an attack on Thor. Luffy and Sukang are no longer on the same level. He stared at everything in front of him and said, "Impossible, what kind of strange trick are you doing? Is it also your fruit ability? What on earth is going on?" After just using it for such a short period of time, Sukang already felt quite burdened. It's not over. What can you do now? Run away with your tail between your legs, or can you defeat me in this state? At this time, Sukang was like a demon. In comparison, Sukang now Kang is more like a villain. Ha 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 ha, Sukang couldn't help but laugh. The god Enel actually ran away in front of everyone at this moment. The 200 million volts also attacked Sukang again without any restraint. Immediately afterwards, Enel's body was inexplicably ignited by black flames, and Enel screamed in pain. When Susanoo Sukang slashed Enel's Thunder God out of sight with one strike of his sword, Sukang's sword had already been placed on Enel's neck. "Enel, you lost. If I had tried to kill you just now, you would have been dead," Sukang said calmly. "You guy, you should know how much you weigh, right?" Sukang did not chase Enel because Sukang's eyes had already begun to bleed at this time. Enel gritted his teeth. Ever since he ate the thunder fruit, he had never suffered such humiliation. Fortunately, they are on the same front now. If the Sandians really offended Sukang, they would be more terrifying than Enel. Although Mangekyo is good, it still can't be used many times. It's better to use it unscrupulously after being promoted to eternity, Sukang thought in his mind. It is impossible to bear the heart-burning pain, but don't forget, Enel is Logia's ability user. Susanoo, Sukang didn't stop him at all and allowed Enel to attack. At this time, Sukang possesses the 4 powers of armament, fruit power, Zanpakuto power, and Mangekyo Sharingan power. This level of defense is beyond the scope of Enel's understanding. However, reality kept slapping Enel in the mouth. "Don't believe it. Since you don't believe it, then please feel free to attack me." At this time, Sukang was no longer afraid of Enel. Even if Enel attacked him at will, Sukang would not feel any pain. Hole. "Do you think you can do anything to me with your mortal strength?" Enel is still so tough until now, he never thinks that he can lose to Sukang. So strong. The friends also saw it this time. Sukang's strength had already surpassed Luffy by countless streets. "That guy, where did he go?" Wepper and others also asked in unison. Enel being beaten away was originally something that was hard to believe for them. "I don't know, but I will try my best to follow him." Sukang looked at Chopper and said, "The wounded here are left to you, Chopper." "Okay," Chopper nodded, and then began to use his medical skills to rescue his injured friends. "Wait, I want to go with you." At this time, Wiper, a Sandian, also stopped Sukang. In order to regain his lost home, Wiper naturally wanted to fight hard. However, Sukang shook his head and said, "You are no match for him. You must be thinking of using the volley shell to kill him, right? It is true to think so, but that thing will not work on him. People in Logia will be immune to external attacks. If you want to hit them, you can only use Halo stone weapons or learn armed Haki. In other words, even if you pass now, you will die." Sukang persuaded Wiper for a long time, but Wiper was still very stubborn and wanted to go. "Okay, since you have to follow, just follow." Sukang didn't stop Wiper anymore, but Sukang's speed was too fast, and Wiper couldn't keep up even if he tried his best. At this time, Enel had already arrived next to his ship Arc Proverbs. However, at this time, Luffy and Aisha finally walked out of the giant python's mouth. However, Sukang had already arrived in front of Enel at this time. Enel was now seriously injured all over his body. He looked at Sukang in front of him and cursed, hole, "Do you still want to stop me?" Sukang smiled slightly and said, "No, you can go to whatever infinite land you want to go to by yourself. But before that, I want to make you paralyzed, otherwise you will destroy Angel Island. Besides, we still need some gold." Gold! That kind of shining thing, only gods are worthy of possessing it. Enel was clearly on the verge of death, but he still cared so much about the gold. Sukang knew that Enel was difficult to deal with, so he directly used the power of the devil fruit and opened it up directly. The massive Rasengan itself became a little different. The person who spoke was none other than Luffy, who had already appeared in front of Sukang and Enel. "And your so-called companions. Their life and death should have nothing to do with you, right?" Enel was obviously a little unclear about the concept of companions. "Do you want to use electric heat to attack me?" While fighting, Sukang also roughly understood Enel's intention. "In that case, let's kill you." Sukang directly opened the three Magatama Sharingan, locked Enel, and appeared in front of Enel with a teleport. 100 million volts discharge. Of course, Enel was not beaten blindly. He also used the discharge in time. He wanted to use this move to kill Sukang in front of him in seconds, but Sukang in front of him suddenly turned into a piece of wood. Enel's mental network can only predict a very short future, but Sukang can predict the opponent's attack trajectory more accurately, so all Enel's attacks cannot touch Sukang at all. Is that why you have such strength? If so, why do you want to stop me from destroying Angel Island? You shouldn't have anything to do with them, right? Enel asked. Bang! Sukang's massive Rasengan struck Enel, and Enel also used the power of thunder and lightning to block. A person as sad as you naturally doesn't understand what companionship is. What is friendship? What is bondage? Because those things are of no use to you. But for me, it is because I have gone to these companions. I became stronger only when I went to where I wanted to go and did what my friends were supposed to do. Is there someone from outside the world? Although Enel didn't know where Sukang came from, he still named a few possible locations. But how can it be so easy? Sukang's Sharingan eyes stared left and right, and he had completely seen through Enel's intention. Huh, are you from another land? Lei Yejin. At this time, Enel stood up and turned his golden rod into a golden spear. After this move, even Enel spurted out blood and fell to the side, lingering and gasping for air. Sukang, what you said is so good, I can't forgive this guy. He injured the strange uncle and his companions. So I'm going to beat him away, Enel's. Absolutely, Sukang did not deny it. What? Enel didn't expect Sukang to be so fast, however it was still a step slower than Sukang. Immediately afterwards, Sukang had already condensed a big ball Rasengan in his hand. Rasengan, Sukang shouted with great momentum. The two began to fight at close range again. On the one hand, Sukang used the ninja's teleportation technique, and on the other hand, he used the power of his devil fruit to greatly increase his speed. Although he could not move at the speed of light, Sukang's speed was no less than that of lightning. Sukang said, "Do you know why you exist? Because you are a supporting role. Playing Kakuzu is to highlight the protagonist. In this world and the entire plane, you are just a character who has little impact on the story. To put it bluntly, you are just a small part of the story, and your arrogance as a god is only your sorrow. Who are you, demon, logia, paramecia, or animal type?" Enel wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked. Behind, Enel's reaction was not dissatisfied at all. Since he was the lightning itself, he immediately used Logia's unique ability, commonly known as opposing waves. Immediately afterwards, Enel raised his breath and started a close combat with Sukang. How is it, God Enel? I'm not serious yet. I haven't used 100% of my strength yet. At this time, Sukang was very good at it. When dealing with Enel, Sukang felt very relaxed. Sukang had already condensed a massive Rasengan, and just like that, Sukang slapped the massive Rasengan down hard. At this time, Sukang's body disappeared again, and at that moment, it had reached the top of Enel's head. Me. It can be said that I belong to these three types at the same time, right? No one can define my fruit because there is no such fruit in this world. I come from other worlds. I wonder if you can understand this, Sukang asked. On the one hand, Sukang's strength has made great progress due to the activation of Mangekyo. On the other hand, Sukang just severely injured Enel, and now Enel cannot use his strongest strength at all. Therefore, what I am doing now is just what I should do as a partner. What Sukang said was very exciting, but after finishing these words, a voice came out. Sukang of the three Magatama Sharingan, coupled with Demon Possession and Shura, is simply a good hand in melee combat. Now that Enel is fighting hard in melee, Sukang is naturally very happy. Luffy. Why are you here? Sukang's heart tightened after seeing Luffy. The victory was already completely certain, but Luffy's sudden appearance made Sukang a little confused about what to do. Are you from Qinghai again? Looking at your skills just now, you are also an Esper, right, from Paramecia? At this time, Enel was not so nervous after seeing Luffy. HMPH, you guy with long ears actually injured the strange uncle. And you also hurt our companions, now let me beat you away. Luffy looked at Enel in front of him and said angrily. Ha, Sukang, if every Qinghai person is as skilled as you, it might be easy to defeat me. However, the fact is that this guy is a complete idiot. Ha 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 ha, you guys are the people of Qinghai always so confident. Enel released thunder and lightning for no reason at this time. Upon closer inspection, it turns out that Enel is relying on electrotherapy to heal himself. Enel can not only perform first aid through self-electrotherapy, but also temporarily paralyze himself through electroshock therapy and temporarily ignore his own injuries. This time Enel was obviously tortured by Sukang. Not light, Sukang didn't stop Enel either. Both sides felt that the other was a fool. At the beginning, Enel encountered something that also left him speechless. That is, there is something called rubber in Qinghai, and the boy with the straw hat in front of him is obviously a person with the rubber fruit ability. Facing Luffy's various attacks, Enel was able to deal with it very easily. Luffy's reaction ability was relatively slow. Facing Enel, who guessed every step of the opponent, he was directly at an absolute disadvantage. At this time, Enel pointed his finger to the sky, and a thunderbolt immediately came from the sky. This lightning instantly hit a landmark building on Angel Island. The entire Angel Island was still doubtful about Enel's approach, but now it is really sure. The end of the world is coming. No matter how powerful Luffy is, he is no match for Enel at this time, because Enel is a master of the Heart Network and a user of Logia ability. Now it seems that Enel's IQ still exceeds that of many enemies. The same is true for Luffy. At this time he was smashed to the bottom of the boat by Enel just like in the original work. How disgusting. Isn't there a way to avoid that move that can see through the movements? Luffy also asked. Therefore, when Enel wanted to kill Luffy instantly, he discovered that Luffy really couldn't conduct electricity. Humph, don't you think this is all amazing? At this time, Enel began to boast again. Just a reminder, Sukang, you promised not to interfere in the fight between us and don't lie to God. Enel smiled and didn't say much. The ship called Ark Proverbs is somewhat similar to a spaceship. After being powered by Enel, it has also undergone considerable changes. Luffy, don't be anxious, let me tell you his information first. Sukang originally wanted to report his information to Luffy, but Luffy, a person with a very strange brain circuit, naturally rushed directly to Enel. And Enel showed no sign of weakness and faced him directly. Of course, whether it's life or the earth, well, please disappear. Preparations for the banquet have already begun. Who are you talking about? Is it the Straw Hat Boy just now? It's ridiculous, he's already like that, how can he stop me? Enel is still so arrogant and paranoid. At this time he still insists on believing in his own strength. Is invincible. Look, the Ark Proverbs has floated up, guiding me to the infinite land, Enel said with some fanaticism. After speaking, the entire Ark Proverbs had completely floated. That's right, these things are thunderclouds. Proverbs will expel thunderclouds containing super strong airflow. Soon, Yun will increase the energy and shroud the entire island in darkness. They will follow my signal. It turned into dozens of thunder and lightning, destroying this country, Enel said. I don't have time to deal with you now. And this kind of gloomy black cloud is an ominous omen for both the Sandians and the Sky Island residents. The circuit of this ark's ultimate function suddenly opened and began to operate. It is called Proverbs, the savior of the desperate world. Come on, Proverbs, activate. After Enel finished speaking, a large number of Proverbs suddenly appeared, dark clouds. Even if this guy is not afraid of thunder and lightning, he will definitely be afraid of being attacked by the electric heat after being smelted by my thunder metallurgy. Enel said very proudly. It seems that you have given up struggling. Are you willing to go to the infinite land with me? At this time, Enel found that Sukang didn't say much, so he naturally thought that Sukang had obeyed. Sukang was not surprised. After all, these were the efforts of the God team, and Enel only used some equipment on the ship and the power of the thunder fruit to create the Ark of Proverbs. It was not surprising that it could float. I am the future One Piece, Luffy shouted. He was not easily discouraged. Enel then switched to a new fighting mode and he began to seriously use the Heart Network, which is the ability to see and hear Haki. Sukang shook his head and said, I probably already have an idea of your strength. This companion of mine is not that weak. Judging from the current situation, there is still a high chance of defeating you. The entire ship's very complex power drive system began to operate, and within a short time, the Ark's Proverbs actually flew in the air. This black cloud pressed over the city, not only shrouding Sandola but also the entire Apiato. What? Enel was surprised at first, but then he thought about it and realized that it was normal. He didn't attack Luffy with much force just now. Sukang, this guy must be left to me to fight. At this time, Luffy was also full of faith. According to the plot setting, generally speaking, when the protagonist encounters the boss, he will definitely not be able to defeat it at the beginning. He must go through some things before the protagonist can grow. 200 million volts, Thor. At this time, Enel walked back to the Ark, using himself as a generator, began to supply a large amount of energy. Then you can give it a try. No matter what, if you want to destroy Sky Island, you have to guard it until then. Now, just think of it as my kindness and let Luffy spend some time with you. In a word with me here, you can't destroy Angel Island. Sukang's words were not very convincing, but there was a convincing feeling. Luffy and Enel then began to fight. Using high electric heating spears, Enel suppressed Luffy and fought. Can God take everything away? Luffy asked Enel in front of him. That's right, rubber in a daze. Luffy didn't know what happened now, and his whole person became in a state of dementia. Sukang looked on and wanted to laugh more and more. Relying only on reflex nerves to avoid attacks unconsciously, it's like grass swaying in the wind without resisting the direction. Because he didn't think about anything, that's why Enel couldn't read his inner thoughts. Sukang also thought of the last thought. An apt way to call Luffy's state. Because I was just in a daze, I couldn't attack. Luffy also felt a little overwhelmed. At this time, he wanted to know how Sukang attacked Enel in front of him. If we catch him, we won't be suppressed by him. Luffy made a decision while observing Enel. Rubber octopus. At this time, Luffy suddenly made his head very huge, and then Luffy's hands and feet turned into very long octopus-like tentacles. Enel on the opposite side obviously saw Luffy's dilemma, so he said, "You don't seem to like the heart network very much, and that's natural. This is also proof of my overwhelming power. No matter what you do, you are just a trash who is not afraid of thunder," Enel said at this time while running towards Luffy. "That's okay, rubber. At this time, Luffy looked at the other side and then ran towards the other side and shouted, "Fireworks." Then Luffy frantically attacked a wall of the ark's proverbs, and then countless Luffy's rubber arms began to bounce around. Luffy attacked desperately while Enel rushed towards Luffy with a proud look. "Idiot, you can't hit me. Do you want to destroy the ship, idiot?" As soon as Enel finished speaking, he realized that Luffy's rain-like attack had already fallen on him. Bang bang, Luffy's series of ultimate moves also dealt a heavy blow to Enel on the opposite side. Enel was already injured at this time, and now he was even more injured. Rebound. There is no Luffy's will in the fist that bounced off the wall. I see, it seems that Luffy is really not a big fool, Sukang commented in his heart, because at that moment Luffy's entire body was pulled down by the golden ball. Rubber. Bazooka. This is what Haki is about. You must be very focused when using it. However, if you are hit by the opponent while using Haki, then the ability to use it will naturally become ineffective. Sukang, who was fighting against Enel, was a little more serious. Since Enel was willing to use the color of knowledge at this time, Sukang would have some burden. Sukang split directly into two, one went to rescue Luffy and the other rushed directly to Enel. At this time, Luffy was panting, and Enel in front of him seemed to have been hit, but Ark's proverb still released the black cloud, and it looked like it had not stopped at all. Even before, the rubber rocket launcher was Luffy's ultimate move. But now, Enel was hit by two of Luffy's ultimate moves, one after the other, and naturally fell to the ground in great pain. Enel then stood up slowly with blood all over his face. The Sky Island is about to end, the lives of the angels will end, no one can stop it and of course you can't. At this time, Enel directly injected the lightning in his hand into the golden wall. "Get up, stop pretending, I know you're not dead yet." Sukang looked at Enel who fell on the ground and said directly, "On this sea, there are so many strong people, Enel, what qualifications do you have to be called the strongest? And what qualifications do you have to call yourself a god?" Sukang directly questioned Enel. Seeing that Luffy was getting further and further away from Arc Proverbs, Sukang had no choice but to take action. "Stop talking so arrogantly, after all you are just a kid, just like the Straw Hat Boy in Qinghai you should fall to death." At this time Enel couldn't bear it anymore. Sukang heard Enel's remarks. Is also very embarrassing. People like this stick to their own opinions and rely on abilities in one aspect, and will never be able to achieve comprehensive improvement. Even Enel, who possesses the heart network, was shocked. After all, Enel had never seen such a strange fighting method before. "Get away from me, you be ****D, Luffy cursed. "Rubber spiral bullet." Luffy then hit Enel hard with his spiral fist, and Enel's body naturally spun and flew out. In other words, although Enel's fruit ability is very strong, in the second half of the Grand Channel, he will definitely be beaten to the point where his mother doesn't recognize him. Let's just say goodbye, shall we? This will be used as a commendation for your bravery as soon as possible. "Ahahaha, rubber man from Qinghai, I don't have to compete with you," Enel said. On the one hand, Enel was upset, and on the other hand, because he was seriously injured in the previous battle with Sukang, his body could not obey the orders at all. In addition, driving the Ark also wasted a lot of energy, so Enel collapsed at this time. An inevitable reason. Of course, Enel did not die at this time, and Luffy's next wave of attacks had already arrived. "Luffy, it seems that this guy is more suitable for me to handle," Sukang said. "Everyone will once again fear me, worship me, belong to my world." "Idiot, is that all? As long as there are no two of you, the world will be mine." Lay metallurgy. Enel directly used electric heat to shape the gold into the shape of a huge ball. "I won't let you escape again," Luffy shouted, seeming to have found a good way to fight Enel. "What if you pull your hand out again and hang on to me? I won't be able to bear it," Enel said with a devilish smile. Sukang, who rescued Luffy, naturally stopped Luffy in midair easily. "Damn it! Luffy rushed directly towards Enel at this time. At this time, Su Kang also reacted very quickly. On the one hand, in order to rescue Luffy, and on the other hand, he wanted to block Enel, so he directly used the very versatile ninjutsu and wood clone techniques. Look, Devilman. And Rubber Man, the despair of this falling island. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. At this time, Luffy's rubber rocket launcher was also mounted on Enel's chest very accurately. How can a nobody like you compare to me? For me, nothing is impossible. I am the almighty god. At this time, Enel felt almost crazy, but don't forget who is Su Kang. As a person with so many special abilities such as Mangekyo, Zanpakuto, Ninjutsu, and Armed Devil Fruit, naturally he still doesn't think highly of Enel. Only Luffy knows how heavy this golden ball is. B***********. At this time, Luffy fell down and Su Kang immediately rushed out and caught Luffy. Wow, thank you Su Kang, but this ball, As soon as Luffy blurted out the word ball, the golden ball instantly pulled Su Kang and Luffy down. I don't really want to use this move, but there is no other way now. Su Kang quickly formed a seal in the air and then said, Chidori. Su Kang's hand directly condensed chakra with thunder attribute. Don't forget Su Kang can use ninjutsu. Su Kang didn't use Chidori to cut open Luffy's arm, that would be too exaggerated. Su Kang just used Chidori to touch the golden ball and then increase the output of the thunder attribute chakra, so he easily fused the huge golden ball for Luffy. Wow, thank you Su Kang, I can finally move freely. At this time, Luffy stretched out his arm directly, grabbed the bottom part of the Ark's proverbs, and then quickly moved towards the Ark's proverbs. You go first, Luffy. Let me take care of this gold. Su Kang can float in the air, so naturally he is not in a hurry. At this time, Su Kang looked at the huge gold in front of him and countless complex thoughts flashed through his mind. Host. What are you hesitating about? Do you want gold? At this time, the system suddenly started talking to Su Kang. Of course, who doesn't love gold? Su Kang responded directly to the system. Then you try to take him away. The system also gave clues. How to take him away? If I knew how to take him away, I would have taken him away, okay? Do you think this is a golden cudgel? Can it become bigger or smaller? Su Kang couldn't help but curse it. That's not enough, but don't forget you had a magical bag before. You could take out 3 things every day, the system prompted. So, Su Kang didn't understand what the system meant. Is it possible? Su Kang already had a possibility in his mind. Yes, the magical bag can not only take 3 things every day, but also put countless things every day. It is a space bag. If you want to get something that is not in this bag, then you will conjure I don't know what you need, do you understand? The system's words at this time completely confused Su Kang. System, I solemnly warn you for the last time. In the future, all rewards will be clearly stated. Otherwise, none or else nothing will be done by then. The worst is I will be trapped in this world forever. Su Kang's warning seemed to have no effect on the system, and the system had long since disappeared. Oh my god, Su Kang was speechless, and then he easily put the large piece of gold into his magical bag. In this way, Su Kang doesn't have to ask Nami for everything. After all, it's Nami who manages the finances on the ship. Needless to say how stingy that guy is with money. Now that the Ark's Proverbs has been activated, no matter what you do, there is nothing you can do to save this country. Su Kang, will you join forces with me? With your ability, I am willing to entrust you with the position of God-tier official. At this time, Enel is still extending an olive branch to Su Kang. The empty island will fall from the sky, and as the Almighty God, I will board the infinite land. Use this golden ark to speak. By the way, there is one more thing that I will never forget, which is to pick up that treasure during the climb, the golden clock. For me who dominates the sky, it is the most suitable, a huge clock. At this time, Enel is still dreaming of his golden dream. Little did he know that Su Kang, who was in front of Enel at this time, had disappeared with a bang. The reason why Wood Clone disappeared is because the original body came back. Yes, Su Kang was back at this time, and there was another person who came back with Su Kang, and that was Luffy. Use up, At this moment, a strange cry came from below the Ark's motto, and then Enel's brows frowned again. You finally survived, but you came here to die. Why can't you abandon your past identities and past ideas? Don't you have a future that you yearn for? It was obvious that Enel at this time felt that someone was coming up from the Ark's motto. So he complained, Enel, what's the use of talking about this now? You must have failed here because you are alone and we are partners together. After Su Kang finished speaking, he naturally won Luffy's friendship. Gaze, yes. If you don't cherish your companions, you won't even be qualified to become One Piece. Luffy also echoed. Captain Su Kang said there is no problem. That's just the case, does it count as a god? Isn't it too shabby? You actually took advantage of Miss Nami being separated from us, and almost persuaded her to take over, and you almost hurt Miss Robin. You guys really don't know how to show mercy to women. If it weren't for Su Kang, we would have been killed by this guy a long time ago. At this time, all the Straw Hats had arrived. Under such circumstances, it was a very exciting thing for everyone to be able to expire. At this time, Enel also laughed again. Ahahaha, how ridiculous. A group of mortals get together and want to defeat gods. Isn't there anyone who has the ability to press the bottom of the box? At this time, Enel clearly felt that his momentum had changed. Su Kang was the first to feel it, and naturally advised everyone to be careful. The Ark's Proverbs suddenly released 10 times more thunderclouds than before, and the entire Ark's Proverbs was also stimulated by Enel's thunder and lightning. I don't know why, but at this time Enel's whole body seemed to be covered with lightning, as if he was wearing Raikage's Thunder God armor. This guy gathered all the thunderclouds on himself. Nami was also shocked. Didn't this set him on fire? There seems to be something wrong with the situation. This guy wouldn't be stupid enough to kill himself with lightning, Sanji analyzed. I have a very bad feeling. Usopp was also very scared at this time. This and its terrifying power, attracting thousands of thunder. Can General Marine achieve this level? Robin couldn't give himself a standard answer at this time. Unexpectedly, I have never seen Enel use this move in the original work. Su Kang was also a little at a loss, but Su Kang was still ready to fight Enel. Since you have disobeyed God's power, I have no choice but to use God's sanctions to eliminate all of you stupid Qinghai people. Of course, I will destroy these stupid angels in one go. Then let's go to my infinite land. At this time, Enel has obviously entered a state of madness, and most people cannot fathom his psychology. Su Kang could feel that there was already a burnt smell in the air. Thunder Fruit awakening Thunder God Max. I know, this guy absorbed the thunder clouds released by Ark's Proverbs and attracted all the thunder and lightning factors. He has already exerted his own abilities to the maximum. This will not be easy to handle, Su Kang figured out the matter. After hearing the whole story, I was also a little worried. It appeared in the original work, and Su Kang understood it relatively well, so naturally there was no problem. However, this time the matter is obviously outside the scope of medical treatment. Naturally, it will no longer be a simple matter to properly solve Enel's problem. Enel, who has absorbed one lei, feels obviously different at this time. I am God. I am the thunder itself. Discharge. At this time, Enel was no longer as arrogant as before, but looked very cold, as if he could kill everyone and everything with just a raise of his hand. At this time, Enel didn't even move his body when a bolt of lightning suddenly rushed out. Su Kang found that he could no longer keep up with Enel's lightning speed. Boom! After a loud noise, Usopp, Sanji, and others were already lying on the ground, their bodies charred and black. Although they were still alive, they were miserable. Usopp. Sanji, Luffy was shocked and shot Enel directly with a set of rubber machine guns. At this time, Enel directly used Logia's ability to be immune to all Luffy's movements. Then he was about to release a thunder and lightning and saw that the lightning was about to strike. Zoro also rushed forward at this time, and Wepper also stood up and fought with Enel. Everyone surrounded Enel, but Enel just said calmly, "Thunder." After the voice fell, everyone felt paralyzed, and Su Kang shouted at this time, Earth-style city wall." Su Kang used the enhanced version of Earth-style wall so easily. Such a powerful Earth-style defense technique should be able to block very powerful attacks. However, Su Kang, who was in a hurry, showed a surprised expression for the first time. The Earth flow wall was damaged so easily. Immediately afterwards, everyone was knocked down one by one, and only Luffy and Su Kang could barely stand up. I went first, I must beat him away, rubber. Luffy has been completely seen through by Enel before he makes a move. Enel's mental network seems to be stronger at this time, and he can predict the future more accurately. Luffy, be careful. Su Kang shouted immediately in desperation, but the final result was still the same as Su Kang thought. Luffy was punched away by Enel. Why is that? Yes, since I exist in this world, the enemy is allowed to become stronger. After all, I am the protagonist of this world. After Su Kang figured it out, he felt that all his strength had recovered. At this time, the system appeared again, which also solved Su Kang's doubts. Has Logia's Thunder Fruit awakened? I actually have to face such a behemoth. Su Kang felt the heavy burden on his shoulders. What's going on, Thor form? Thor, how come the Thunder Gods suddenly come in? However, Su Kang didn't know that the names of all Enel's moves came from the gods of thunder from various countries in the real world. By the way, system, do you know what happened to Enel? Su Kang asked. Su Kang was completely confused. Don't rely on others. Since you think they are your partners, then this time try your best to save them. Fight for friendship. The system's words made Su Kang's blood surge. Enel also seemed to feel Su Kang's strength, watching Su Kang a little surprised, and the corner of his mouth said, "So this is your real strength, very strong." The only person who can solve Enel and solve everything is you, because you are Su Kang and you do not belong to this world. Su Kang had already exerted the power he could exert to the maximum extent. Su Kang opened Sharingan in an instant, and Mangekyo Sharingan was also ready to use at any time. After all, keeping Mangekyo open for a long time was quite burdensome. You let me look at each other again, yes, I said nothing, you let me regret it, I still want to ask you now. The power of Devil Fruit. Su Kang directly entered the first form and then entered the second form. Finally, his whole body turned into the form of a devil. Finally, Su Kang returned to his original form and finally became a human again. State, Su Kang's hands have also moved. Wind escape. If you allow yourself to have cheats like the system, you will allow your enemies to be magically modified. This is not wrong. Luffy is the protagonist of the One Piece world, but don't forget that in this world today, the real protagonist can only be you. At this time, while Su Kang was talking to the system, Enel slowly walked towards Su Kang and then asked, Su Kang, a Qinghai person, you have interfered with my plan again and again. Since you refuse God if you make a suggestion, God will only destroy you, Enel said. God, that's ridiculous. Then let me see how powerful you are as a god. Su Kang didn't intend to hide it now. However, Enel did not worry about the wind caused by Su Kang at all, but directly raised his power to the maximum and shouted, Wind style restrains lightning style, which is also true in the world of pirates. Wind release super great breakthrough. Wind release wind cut technique. Amaterasu, Su Kang stared at Enel with his left eye. Enel's expression was slightly startled and then he immediately dodged away. Are you willing to join? Enel has invited Su Kang again, but it can be felt that the invitation made by Enel this time is definitely the last invitation. Even Luffy is no match for Enel. Su Kang also directly released his Shura power Shikai. At this time, Su Kang's eyes had firmly grasped Enel and then released Genjutsu. The aura was originally released to the extreme, but now it has been restrained to the extreme. I know you will hide away and I also know you will hide this way. Su Kang's Amaterasu was just to create a good opportunity for himself. Yes, this is the last time, not the next time, either you die or I die, Een said. Okay, let's fight then. I also want to see whether you, the god of thunder and lightning, is stronger, or am I stronger now? After Su Kang finished speaking, he used it directly on Enel without any pause. One move. Because of you, because you didn't belong to this world originally. Now, this world should have realized your existence. Enel should have been stimulated by you and Luffy and inexplicably awakened the fruit. Su Kang felt very strange. Logically speaking, Luffy should be the protagonist, so he shouldn't fall to the ground so easily. Max in Thor form Thor. Su Kang, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to master this move. In the past, I could only maintain the strongest Thunder God form for a few seconds. However, now not only can I maintain it for a long time, it can also exert the maximum power of the voltage. Let me tell you that the Thor form Max Thor has a total of 5 times the normal voltage. 1 billion volts. Enel was not joking. Su Kang could feel that it was like there was an extra sun in front of him. It was hot and bright. The thunder was no longer the blue thunder before, but turned into a strange yellow thunder. Su Kang can already feel the pressure just by being close to Enel, which shows how strong Enel is at this time. Now that things have come to this, I still want to make a game. I know you are strong enough to resist my 200 million volts, but I am curious, how much electricity can you resist? Enel then raised his hand and shouted to Su Kang. 300 million volts, discharge. The discharge of 300 million volts gives the feeling of being bombarded from the front by a cannon. Su Kang was hit head-on by the terrifying 300 million volts of lightning. Shura, Su Kang's Zanpakuto seemed to have directly created a barrier. This barrier blocked Su Kang's surroundings. Apart from feeling waves of paralysis, Su Kang didn't feel anything else. Not bad, very strong. 400 million volts. At this time, the corners of Enel's mouth raised slightly with a bit of a smirk. Su Kang only felt that the paralysis around him became more intense and his body seemed to be somewhat unable to move. No, just relying on the power of the Zanpakuto is not enough to withstand such a terrifying thunder and lightning. Su Kang made a decision immediately. Devil's power. Su Kang activated the demon's power. Since he had entered the fourth form, the demon's power was also used casually. Su Kang is the devil himself, so he is not afraid of these 400 million volts at all. The barrier of the Zanpakuto and the power of the devil were perfectly combined, making the 400 million volts immune. This time, Su Kang not only did not feel any fatigue but also became more relaxed. Ha! Your ability is really interesting, but I have no intention of stopping here. It's only 500 million volts. The thunder and lightning released by Enel turned out to be stronger. Su Kang was still able to hold on at this time. 600 million volts. At this time, he was already in the state of triple thunder god. Su Kang gritted his teeth and persisted, which made Enel feel a little incredible. I didn't expect you to be able to defend against such a high attack like mine. Enel once again increased the power of his attack. 7 billion volts. Enel's energy was released again, this time stronger than before. However now, even Su Kang couldn't hold on anymore. Su Kang couldn't withstand this level of voltage even if he used the power of the devil and his Zanpakuto. Susanoo, Su Kang no longer cared so much and directly activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. The abilities of both eyes are combined, and finally Susanoo appears. Zanpakuto Barrier, Susanoo, and Demonic Power, these three abilities are all covering Su Kang. Thunder and lightning once again had no effect on Su Kang. At this time, Enel was naturally a little angry. He originally wanted to make a game, but after working on it for a long time, Su Kang actually managed it. HMPH, Enel, you try, but your thunder and lightning have no effect on me at all. At this time, Su Kang didn't care about Enel at all, which made the originally calm Enel become furious. Hole, Su Kang, I want you to die. 800 million volts. Enel has really taken it seriously, 800 million volts. That's 800 million volts. Maybe no one in the entire pirate world can handle this level. However, Su Kang still smiled slightly at this time, as if no amount of power or pressure could crush him. 90 million volts. When Enel increased the voltage by another 100 million volts, Su Kang began to hold on. Even if Su Kang's shell cannot be broken, the electric molecules around him can still affect Su Kang. Is this all I can do? Don't forget that Mangekyo Sharingan cannot be used all the time. It will put a load on the body after using it for a long time. At this time, Su Kang has been using Susanoo to resist thunder, which is already a heavy burden. Su Kang's consciousness was already a little blurry. However, although Su Kang felt miserable, it was a completely different scene in Enel's eyes. This be *****D. He can actually withstand 900 million volts. Why a mere man from Qinghai, how can he be so strong? He must be killed. Only by killing him will no one be able to be stronger than me. Deal with him. Use your strongest move. 1 billion volts Thor. After Enel finished speaking, he had a Thor's hammer in his hand, and he could clearly feel that this Thor's hammer should contain all of Enel's power. Arming color hardened. Only at this moment did Su Kang remember that he still had an armed color that he had not used. After using the weapon color, Su Kang also picked up his Shura and rushed towards Enel. The thunder and lightning of Enel's Mjolnir is so dazzling that anyone who sees it will be frightened. Just like that, Su Kang was instantly engulfed by lightning, but Su Kang did not die. He just felt that his body seemed to be destroyed by lightning. No, I want to win, Su Kang shouted, thinking of Luffy, Usopp, Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, and others. Adventure is still waiting for me, you big-eared thief. I will definitely be killed by you. Su Kang also persisted in his will at this moment. Immediately afterwards, things took an unexpected turn again. Su Kang only felt that the armor on his Susanoo was now covered in hardened armor. Immediately afterwards, the barrier created by the Zanpakuto was actually absorbed by the demon suit on his body. Su Kang felt that the power of 1 billion volts was transforming him at this moment, and his many powers were merging. Each power comes from different worlds, and the significance of this integration is unprecedented. Even Su Kang didn't know what he would become after fusion. Su Kang only felt that he was getting stronger continuously. But after a while, Su Kang came out of the billion volts. It turned out that Su Kang was not fighting with Enel. The previous being swallowed by lightning seemed to be just an illusion. It seemed like just a moment to help myself break through. However, in this moment, millions of possibilities happened. Su Kang's entire form has also changed. Susanoo plus the armed armor plus the demon body possession plus the super barrier of the Zanpakuto. I am willing to call you the strongest, Shura Demon's Cup. Enel suffered death. Su Kang drew out his Shura and slashed at Enel's Thor hammer. This guy changed again. At this time, Enel was wondering while attacking Su Kang, but what Su Kang was thinking about was the future and adventures with his companions. The two attacks finally landed together. Boom, a rather large shockwave was generated centered on the two of them, and the Ark's proverbs themselves were affected. At this moment, Enel no longer cared about the Ark's motto. He only focused on defeating Su Kang in front of him. However, Su Kang was no longer so easy to defeat at this time. In the Shura Demon Cup state, even Enel's billion volts can no longer be destroyed. Defeat. Enel, Su Kang's condition is getting better and better, and his attack intensity is getting stronger and stronger. However, Enel felt increasingly heavy pressure. Impossible, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Why did I lose to him after I awakened? I'm a god, this is absolutely impossible. Enel watched helplessly as his attack was broken by Su Kang, and then he was defeated by Su Kang, but he was helpless. Disappear, Su Kang naturally would not leave Enel any chance of survival and escaping to the infinite land. This level of attack had completely beaten Enel until he disappeared. Enel was killed by Su Kang like this. For others, it might be an extremely long process, but for Su Kang, it was a short moment. Near Angel Island, the residents of the empty island who were fleeing for their lives said, "Look, the thundercloud has completely disappeared. What happened?" At this time, the companions also stood up slowly and saw the dazzling sunshine. From then on, there were no more thunderclouds, thunder and lightning to destroy them. Su Kang, go quickly, go ring the bell. At this time, Luffy was beaten so hard by Enel that he couldn't stand up, but he begged desperately. As soon as the bell rings, the war will be over. Wepper also told the legend he knew. Yes, the Holy Land will usher in singing again for sure. Ganfuer also recovered from his injuries and said to Su Kang. Su Kang remembered what Uncle Diamond had said before from Rolando. 6 years ago on an island called Gaia on the Grand Line, I saw that a huge golden city and a golden town exist. Leave it to me. Su Kang knew that in the original work it was Luffy who rang the golden bell, but at this time it was himself who rang the golden bell. Boom, Su Kang rang the golden bell smoothly. Su Kang used his skill to not only ring the bell but also did not damage the golden bell itself. Dong, dong, dong. The bell passed through the sky and resounded throughout the world. Uncle, can you hear me? The Golden Land exists and it has been for 400 years. The Golden Land exists in the sky. Luffy couldn't help but speak his own monologue. However, the only thing that left Su Kang speechless was that his appetite was getting bigger and bigger. Although he was not as good as Luffy, it was not far behind. Su Kang was already the second most voracious foodie among the Straw Hats. After the bell rang through the sky, countless guide birds flew towards Sky Island and towards Sandura. Next, Wepper and Ganfer reached an agreement, that is, Angel Island and Apiato will travel freely. Although it sounds like they are still two forces, since Enel has been defeated, everyone has put aside their past achievements. See, all of this naturally belongs to the Straw Hats. Robin also smiled and said, "How beautiful. Since Enel has been defeated, it doesn't make much sense for us to ask for these golds. Just take as much as you can, heroes." Whether it's the residents of Sky Island or the residents of Sandia, all he is very generous, and naturally Nami will not refuse the gold that comes to his door. On the second day, everyone went to do their favorite work. Usopp collected a lot of shells, Zoro continued to practice sword skills, and Nami, Luffy and others went directly into the belly of the Lord of the Sky. As for Su Kang, he accompanied Robin to the resting place of the Golden Bell. Keep it in your heart and don't say too much. I am the one who compiles history, and I am with the bells of the Big Bell Tower. Robin read out the words on the stone tablet very easily. What you have there is naturally a piece of historical text. Su Kang also saw the huge python while flying down from the sky. Su Kang had long known that this python, known as the Lord of the Sky, was not an ordinary python. I believe that this day will come. Ganfu also smiled. Luffy and others were still having a banquet with smiles, and Su Kang also went to bed early. After all, with the recent financial crisis, the most important thing not to forget is that the Mary is no longer working and everyone has to rush to repair the ship. However, there is no point in saying so much. It is better to accept the fact that you are a hero. My own eyes have begun to blur. Mangekyo Sharingan is so unused. Drink, eat meat. Beautiful voice, great, Chopper said, great. It's ringing, Luffy smiled, lying on the cloud, and said, Uncle, did they hear it? It wasn't just gold. After Luffy recovered, he also looted the priest's food bank. Not only was he full, but he also brought all the food to the ship. I must have heard it, Su Kang smiled. Of course, everyone was not in a hurry to leave. In the evening, everyone participated in the bonfire party. Everyone ate, drank, and had fun together. Even Su Kang enjoyed eating and drinking. At this time, many Yamato people were around there to discuss the text above. Of course, the Meli's current situation should be beyond repair. Su Kang estimated that all this seemed to be related to his improvement in strength. However, what Su Kang was more worried about was not his appetite, but his eyes. However, it is fair to say that the Susanoo used by Su Kang has long exceeded the standards of the Hokage world. The chakra consumption is like running water. If it were not for the fact that Su Kang had so many chakras that they exploded, he would not have been so uncontrolled. We did it, we did it. At this time, Usopp was also excited and shed tears. After all, Usopp himself liked men like Uncle Linksing very much. Everyone was shocked. At this time, Sanji had a cigarette in his mouth and said happily, "Is this the bell Rolando heard before?" But Su Kang is also a little embarrassed. because if it weren't for his appearance, Enel would not have become so powerful, and Luffy would definitely be able to defeat him. The old leader of Sandora asked, "What, can you understand it?" The Lord of the Sky was once with Rolando and the great warrior Kalgara. Of course, the biggest hero is still Su Kang, because everyone saw that Su Kang killed Enel. Besides, everyone's original goal was actually for the gold. What are you thinking about? Can you understand those words? The leader of Sandora looked at Robin in surprise and confusion. Robin slowly walked to the historical text and said, "The ancient weapon with the name of God, Poseidon, his location." People around started talking one after another. What did she say? Ancient weapons. Why are you writing this? What's going on? Robin was also a little nervous at this time, and it could be seen that she had a lot of things on her mind at this time. I didn't expect that this ancient weapon is still sleeping somewhere in this world. Robin looked at Su Kang and said calmly, "Yes, Poseidon, Pluton, Uranus, the three ancient weapons still exist somewhere in the world." Su Kang also said quietly. However, this time it really failed again. Robin said, "Isn't it the historical text you want to find?" Su Kang asked. "No, I don't want to know these things," Robin said to Su Kang while walking outside. At this time, a Sandora man asked, "Are the words engraved over there the same?" Su Kang also noticed it and immediately said, "Robin, there is another sentence over there." Robin naturally turned around immediately and discovered that there was actually another text next to the original historical text. Gall D. Rogers. What? Robin then read it out in words that only Su Kang could hear. "I'm here to lead this text to its final destination, the pirate Gall D. Roger." "One Piece," Robin said in surprise. Could it be that he has also been to this empty island? Robin couldn't believe it. It should be, otherwise he wouldn't have left such a sentence, but judging from the time, Enel should not have appeared on Sky Island at that time. Su Kang said, "What is the meaning of this article? If you don't care about this first, why would he use this word?" Robin asked. "The last place I think is Lavdru, right?" Su Kang also guessed. "Maybe the blank 100 years and all the secrets are hidden there. The big secret treasure is not just a treasure, but something. This is the truth, so Roger died just to attract more people to find the truth." Robin did not rule out the possibility, but she was still surprised that Su Kang would make such an inference. At this time, Ganfer spoke. "Does it say Roger on it?" "Do you know him?" Robin asked. "The Qinghai pirate who came to this empty island 20 years ago, is his name engraved there?" Ganfu asked. "Yes, although I don't know how he got to Zhang. This is indeed evidence that will not disappear." Speaking of it, there are two types of stones in the historical text: the stone that records information and the stone that indicates the location of the stone. And this stone is the stone that records information. When I got here, where did I remember this text for the last time? Is it really Lafdru, the text leads? Could it be? The real historical text is located. Robin combined with Su Kang's statement, "It seems that it has already. I have what I think is the correct answer." "Do you have an answer?" Su Kang asked. "Well, yes," Robin nodded. "Elder, this historical text has completed its mission," Robin said. "Yes, there are several historical texts that record information scattered around the world. Only by reading them in series can they become articles that fill in the gaps in history. In other words, only the documents that complete the series cannot exist in the world now. The real historical text, One Piece Roger, should indeed reach the goal of the article," Robin said. "So has our mission been completed?" the elders asked. We don't need to fight anymore," the elder cried. "It turns out that the elders are also monument keepers." "That's it, the ancestors' wish has been fulfilled." The elder smiled and fell to the ground. "Let's go, Captain Su Kang. I will also work hard to connect all the historical texts together." Robin then walked outside with Su Kang. "I feel that Su Kang and Luffy are very similar to Roger. I don't know if it's an illusion," Ganfu said. "Luffy, his full name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I am also very interested in him." Robin said, "D. I see one letter in the name is the same. However, I think Mr. Su Kang always has an unfathomable and mysterious feeling." Ganfu said, "Yes, this is our captain too. We all call him Prophet because he can predict the future." "I also think it's amazing." Robin looked at Su Kang and praised. Su Kang felt a little embarrassed and immediately said humbly, "No, no." Immediately afterwards, Su Kang and Robin returned to the team and then returned to the melee with their partners. Everyone chose to leave directly while Uncle Pagoya and Miss Cornies escorted them. "Everyone, you can see it," Miss Cornish shouted. "Look ahead, we have reached the end of the clouds." Sure enough, the sea of clouds in front of us was a building. "I didn't expect it to arrive so soon," Usopp said. "Are we going on?" Luffy was also a little discouraged. "Indeed, when it comes to going down, I really can't bear to leave," Sanji said, also holding a cigarette. "I have to say goodbye to this white ocean." Zoro sighed as he sat on the boat. Sky Island is really happy even though it's scary, Chopper said. Did you see it? It says the end of the Sea of Clouds in front of it. As long as you pass through this door, you should be able to take the canal back to Qinghai, right? Sukang saw the door in front of him. I wonder if I can come to Sky Island again, Nami asked. I don't know about that, Usopp said. At this time, the road to the Sea of Clouds became narrower, so Uncle Pagoya and Miss Cornish abandoned the ship and ran away. Then everyone, I'm sorry, we will send it here. Everyone, please take care. Thank you for coming to see us off, Nami said. Cornish, take care of yourself, Sanji said. Say hello to the others for us, Usopp said. Goodbye. Anyway, thank you, Luffy said. We are the ones, thank you so much, we will never forget you, Corny said. Corny's uncle. And Zayrabai, take care of yourself, Luffy shouted. Then quickly furl the sails and hold on to the hull, Pagia said. Okay, do as uncle said, it seems that the speed below will be quite fast. Usopp was naturally the most obedient. This is a 7,000-meter slope, hurry up, Luffy said. Immediately afterwards, everyone started mobilizing together. At this moment, the guide bird they had found earlier flew back and stepped on Luffy. Chopper translated. He said, don't forget me. Ah, it's the guide bird that was brought into the sky together, Nami reacted. Immediately afterwards, the melee passed through the gate that marked the end of the Sea of Clouds. Then, Captain, you can clearly see the record of the next island, Nami said, looking at the record pointer on his wrist. Ah, yes, Luffy grinned and said, next, we are going to start a new adventure. Brothers, then. Go back to Qinghai, Luffy raised his hand and everyone was very excited. The melee then followed the Yun River and headed towards Qinghai like a roller coaster. Everyone, please be careful as we are down now. As soon as Cornies finished speaking, the melee took off directly. Immediately afterwards, the melee fell downwards at an extremely fast speed. Sukang and others were immediately frightened out of their wits. Of course, they did not encounter any danger. Only a whistle was heard, and then a huge monster suddenly rushed out of the Cloud River, which seemed to be an octopus. The octopus wrapped the melee with its tentacles. Zoro still wanted to attack the monster, but unexpectedly the octopus seemed to swell up, and finally formed something like a parachute and slowly landed towards the ground. What is this? Zoro asked, surprised and curious. It's a balloon, Chopper said excitedly. Wow, ha ha ha, how interesting, Luffy said. Slow down. Nami felt much calmer now. I thought I had already arrived in that world. Usopp was almost scared to death. At this time, another bell sounded in the sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction where the bell rang, and they all laughed. The bell rang at this time, and it was obvious that the friends of Kondo were practicing for everyone. This is indeed the case. Haha, this is so good. It's really great. Everyone enjoyed the joy of slowly landing in the sky. And then everyone became excited, because this time the harvest was very rich, and everyone harvested a lot of gold. Sukang himself also secretly stored some gold in his magical bag. Gold, gold, we have finally become a millionaire, what should we buy? Luffy was very excited along the way. Buy a huge bronze statue. Idiot. What are you going to do with gold to buy copper? You should buy cannons, add 10 cannons. Sanji immediately approached Nami and said coquettishly, Miss Nami, I want a locked refrigerator tilde tilde. Me, I want to buy books. I want to see the medical skills of other countries. Chopper also said, I don't need anything, but should we repair our partner, Meili? Sukang's words woke everyone up. Before his friends could say anything, Robin called Nami out from outside. Nami then looked at the record pointer on his wrist and yelled, It's over. It hit the air current and started to deviate from the course at some point. Nami said, Is it serious? Is the airflow a wind? Sanji and others asked. Of course it's serious. If this continues, I don't know where it will end up. What should I do? In this case, it is impossible to open the sail and control it. Nami was a little at a loss. Sukang said, What's the point? Anyway, the magnetic force of the pointer has been stored. Next, we just need to get back on the ship and drive on the correct route. It's easy to say we will waste a lot of time, Nami said. It doesn't matter, once we get back to the sea, we'll just head to the next island. Luffy also didn't care. You're still the same, so relaxed, Nami complained. Sanji looked at the octopus and said, I always feel like something is wrong, no. Maybe it's my imagination. It's not good, at this time Zoro suddenly shouted. The person speaking was naturally Luffy, but at this time Luffy could only hear his voice but not see his person. It's okay, Luffy said happily. Sukang come too, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha, did you see it, my active performance? Usopp was very proud. It's so boring. I wonder when we can get down there. Zoro also gradually became a little irritable. Damn it, do something, Usopp, Chopper said in fear with tears in his eyes. Wow, it's very dangerous, that kind of place, Usopp said. Is it, Luffy? Where did the sound come from just now? Usopp and Chopper were also very confused. It took a long time to return to Qinghai. Robin said, "What the hell are you doing?" "I said Luffy, don't mess around. Our lives depend on him." Nami was very scared. The person who was most capable of causing trouble was none other than Luffy. Since there is no octopus, even if empty shells are released, the boat will no longer slow down and fall. However, the octopus completely disappeared in this moment. Everyone looked at Sanji in confusion, not quite understanding what Sanji meant. But he was punched away by Nami mercilessly. It doesn't necessarily mean he fell into the sea. Robin's casual words seemed very venomous. At this time, Sanji seemed to have discovered something and immediately shouted, "Stop, Luffy, come down, no, come down." No. If this continues, we will be buried under the sea." Everyone looked over nervously and Zoro then said, "It turned out to be a dream." Sure enough, after Sanji asked, Luffy had already started jumping on the octopus's head. "This octopus is shrinking. If it is an octopus, it will fall." After Sanji finished speaking, he immediately climbed up and Sanji finally caught Luffy back. However, the final result was not very optimistic. Then Zoro fell asleep again. "Green algae hair, I'm going to kill you." "Ah, it fell." "How could it be?" "Everyone hurry up and grab the hull," Luffy reminded. Everyone immediately started complaining. "Up there." On top of the octopus. Su Kang didn't pay attention to Luffy just now, but based on Su Kang's understanding of Luffy, he could guess that he went up there. "I don't even know where the boat will return to and I can't cheer up," Nami said. "I'm here to protect everyone." Usopp then used his equipment to get under the Mary, and then hit the empty shell he picked up from the empty island on the bottom of the ship. Due to the power of the wind shell, the octopus turned out to be true. The descent slowed. Everyone made a fuss, but in the end they continued to wait. The octopus kept landing and the sun also set. "Hey, if you have time, you can come up and play. It's very interesting." At this time, the octopus indeed became smaller and then suddenly dropped rapidly. "Then I'll sing a song to cheer up Nami." Sanji approached Nami again. "Next, leave it to me," Su Kang thought to himself. It was his turn to take action. Sure, slash. Su Kang jumped directly under the boat and then used chakra to attach to the bottom of the boat. Su Kang, who was standing upside down on the bottom of the boat, pulled out Shura and slashed towards the bottom of the boat at an extremely fast speed. Su Kang's slashing attack did not show any restraint, and the sword energy that he slashed out in an instant actually formed a barrier again. The strength with which Su Kang waved Shura also slowed down the entire ship's fall a lot. Immediately afterwards, Su Kang had no time to do anything else.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.